Hi guys, again my name is JM. I'll be your instructor during this course. And just to give you a short introduction, so I'm a language instructor and I've spent most of my career working and living in Southeast Asia. It's really just been the most amazing, fulfilling experience of my life. I was able to work with students from all over the world. At a stage, I taught Japanese engineers, and that was really such a fulfilling experience for me. I got to learn more about their culture and teach them our lovely English language. I was also able to work with children, private tutoring in Thailand, and I was able to teach at an international school. So during this journey of mine, I discovered so much about myself, about the world, and I really do hope that everyone gets a chance to experience this at least once in their lifetime. So that's enough about me. Now let's start off by addressing some of the most popular questions raised online in Facebook groups and all over the internet, specifically about ESL teaching and the experience of some of the teachers that have been in this industry for a while, or teachers that are just breaking into the English industry. Now, I've written down some of the popular questions, and I also want to address some of the common mistakes that English teachers make in the beginning of their teaching journey. So firstly, I want to mention during your interview and application stage, there are specific steps that you can take to improve your chances of actually landing and getting a TEFL job. Creating a compelling introduction video at the beginning stage while you're doing your application is crucial to landing a TEFL job. So make sure you visit the section in this course about making a compelling introduction video. During this course, it's important to focus on absorbing as much information as you possibly can about the TEFL industry, teaching methods, lesson planning, so you become quite knowledgeable about the topic. Now, firstly, I've seen this question trending on the internet about finding reputable companies to work for, whether this is online companies or sort of a platform-based company. One suggestion I can make is that you download the list that I've added in the online teaching section of this course and go through the list and see which is most suitable to you, your specific nationality, your credentials, and what you like to do. If you like teaching children or if you like teaching adults, be sure to go for what you're interested in and where you find your strengths will be most beneficial to that specific company. That can help you out a lot. One notable platform that I can mention here is Preply. It's become quite popular amongst online teachers. Here you can also make your own rates, so that solves the problem if you think they might be paying you rates that you don't necessarily agree with. You can also look at Preply, italki, VIP Learn, these kind of platforms. Before you start freelancing on your own, I would suggest rather working for these companies first, because it can be quite tricky to break into the freelance industry if you're only starting out. Now, next up, there's also a question about the non-native speakers issue, and many of these questions are about whether or not a native speaker can teach abroad or teach online and what the opportunities are. So the short answer is, of course, yes, you can. So that's good news. Just note that when teaching abroad, your nationality matters less compared to online teaching. So you will find more opportunities abroad than in the online teaching industry, where they can be quite biased against non-natives, but there will be opportunities for sure. You just need to constantly look out for them and go through the list as I mentioned. The next notable thing here is to mention cultural awareness. Mostly teachers don't consider this when they're applying for jobs or while they're teaching abroad. It's a very important and essential thing to take note of. You have to be aware of the differences between our culture and their culture, know how to address questions, how to address conflicting situations, how to speak to them during the interview, what is allowed, the do's and don'ts of every country. For example, in China, YouTube is not allowed. So even if you're teaching online, these are certain things that you have to take into account just to make a better impact as well during your application and interview stage. Another important tip here, I've gone through some of the questions on Facebook and other online platforms, and this is why I'm mentioning this. It's very important to be knowledgeable about ESL teaching, about lesson planning, about the different teaching methods, about CEFR levels, proficiency levels of students, about how to teach adults, how to teach children. If you are knowledgeable about these topics, it will automatically set you apart from the rest of the candidates. Remember, this is quite a competitive industry, especially when you're applying for online jobs. Know what to put on your CV, only the relevant details and your teaching experience, not what you've done before. Unless you're planning to teach something like business English and you have a sort of a business background, of course, this could benefit you as well, but only relevant information. All right, so now let me see the next question. So many teachers are also asking about the visa situation. When you're teaching abroad, what is the visa situation like? I am not going to go much into detail here because I have added a few extra points in the teaching abroad section. I've mentioned the different countries, the benefits of teaching in each of them, the backdraws, and I've mentioned what you can do if you don't have a degree, how you can apply for an ED visa in Thailand, etc. So please visit that section as well. So in this course, we'll focus on the finer details of English teaching, enabling you to differentiate yourself from the other applicants. Lastly, remember to complete this course, you have to answer all of the quiz questions, right? That's most important. But please go through all of the information. There was a lecturer of mine in Thailand that used to say, don't just get it done, get it right. And remember that you need to set yourself apart from the other candidates by becoming knowledgeable about the subject and by arming yourself with the necessary skills to become a proficient teacher in the ESL industry. So thank you. I think that's enough for an introduction. Feel free to message me with any questions that you might have during your course, and I'll be happy to answer them. Hi everyone, and welcome to our TEFL course. In today's section, Introduction to TEFL Vocabulary, we're going to be looking at the key terms and vocabulary that you'll come across during your teaching career. Next up, we have another comparison here between an older type of method called teacher-centered learning and the modern one called student-centered learning. As a teacher, you have to focus on student-centered learning. The learner comes first. The learner has to be engaged, interactive, a part of the learning process. Teacher-centered learning, students are passive. They're sitting down, they're making notes, they're listening. That's it. Not interactive. Now, this is the old method of teaching. It is not very effective when teaching a language. Therefore, student-centered learning is important. It focuses on what the student is learning. It's relevant to his age group. It's relevant to his culture, proficiency level. You're going to talk about learning, not what you will teach. I want to teach this and this. Student-centered learning is, I want the student to learn this and this, right? The focus is on the learner, on the student. It's very effective when teaching a language. Hi everyone, and welcome to our TEFL course. In today's section, Introduction to TEFL Vocabulary, we're going to be looking at the key terms and vocabulary that you'll come across during your teaching career. Now, touching on some theory over here, language acquisition versus language learning. Let's look at language learning first, okay? So when we teach a language to students, language learning is basically the older method. People used to learn language by first looking at the grammar, looking at the vocabulary separately, right? So say if you want to learn Spanish, you're an English speaker. Language learning would mean you're going to look at the grammar, you're going to look at some vocabulary, but you're not going to use conversational English that much. You're going to look at the structure of the language, right? It is a conscious learning process. It's done deliberately. So what's the difference then when you want to acquire a language? This focuses on acquiring a language by means of natural conversation. Natural conversation. You're going to speak the language and then you're going to learn the language. So if you don't understand the difference here, think of someone who's a native speaker. When you learned your first language, did you take lessons? No. You just learned it naturally, right? You acquired the language. So yes, you used the correct grammar even though you didn't learn the grammar. Now, what they're trying to do here is get teachers to teach the language based on conversational English and get students to acquire this language in the same way that a first language speaker would learn the language, naturally by means of conversation in context relevant English language. It's a non-conscious process based on first-hand experience. You're speaking English and therefore you're learning English. You're not doing a variety of grammar exercises and reading and all of this, right? Acquisition is the aim. We want students to acquire language, not learn a language. Hi, and welcome back to Introduction to TEFL Vocabulary. In this course, you will later learn a little bit more about the different teaching methods in TEFL and also how to incorporate them into your lesson. So here we're just quickly going to touch on the 4 main teaching methods, define them, and see a little bit what they are about. So the first method, commonly called TPR, which is short for Total Physical Response, has become one of the most popular methods in language instruction. The TPR teaching method emphasizes the use of body movements or gestures or even facial expressions to explain instructions or vocabulary to students. Usually these students are either younger learners or beginner students. TPR is also used a lot in online teaching, and it is preferred by almost every company that you do incorporate the TPR method into your teaching. So one example would be when a teacher is teaching body parts. And while she's teaching this lesson, she points to her different body parts. She points to her eyes, to her ears, to her nose, to her knees, to her toes, to explain to the students the different body parts. Then let's get to the second one. This is called task-based learning. It works very well for college students, high school students, and even adults. You can use task-based learning in your classroom when you want to give the students something practical or a project to complete. While they are completing this project, they're using English language only to work together on the project, to give each other instructions, and to communicate. The third mentioned method here is called the direct method. The next method here is the direct method. The direct method was actually a response to the grammar translation method, which is an older method of English language teaching that was not very effective. In this method, the teachers used to translate language. So say if it's in China, translate directly Chinese language to English language. And this seemed to be very ineffective. So then they came up with the direct method. This would mean that in the classroom, the students are only allowed, and you as the teacher, to speak in English, the target language. No translations are allowed. And lastly, also a very modern and very popular teaching method called CLT, or Communicative Language Teaching. It focuses on teaching language through real-world assignments and problem solving. This especially works well when students want to improve their speaking ability and improve their general communication skills. So that was mainly the 4 basic teaching methods in TEFL, and we will go into depth a little bit later on in the lesson and define them a bit more. Thank you. Hi, and welcome back to Introduction to TEFL Vocabulary, where we're defining some of the key terms that you'll come across during your teaching career. Now let's have a look at our next part. Here we're going to talk a little bit about language proficiency. So what exactly does that mean? It is a term that refers to someone's ability to speak a language. There are different levels of proficiency depending on your fluency in the language. Mainly, there are 6 basic proficiency levels, and they are defined so by the Common European Framework of Reference, in short also called the CEFR level of the student. So the levels goes like this. A is the beginner level, then you have A1 and A2. B is intermediate level, B1 and B2. C is the advanced level, C1 and C2. So this would mean that A1 would have the lowest level of English, whereas C2 would have the most advanced level of English. So again, language proficiency is the level at which a student is able to speak as well as understand English. Age is not relevant here. An adult can be at a beginner level and a K1 student can be at an advanced level. So it's only about the level of English you speak and how fluent you are in the language. We will have a look at the exact proficiency levels a bit later, but it is important to teach in accordance to the proficiency level of the students. That's why we need to know what it's about and what exactly language proficiency is. So, for example, if you're teaching online for the first time and you see the name of the student pop up, bit of information about the student, the name of the student, Next to his name will be his proficiency level. So it will say he's on an A1, A2, B1, whichever the level may be. And that should give you an indication of how you should communicate and speak to the student. Should you speak a little bit slower because he's only on the A1 level? Or can you speak at a normal pace because he's on an advanced level? So you have to take this into account while teaching your lessons, whether this may be online or classroom based or at a language center. Lastly, I want us to look at the term here called culturally responsive instruction. This means to teach and plan lessons that are culturally relevant to the students you are teaching. So that means to also consider their culture, which is different from yours, to have a certain level of cultural intelligence where you understand the difference between communication in your own culture and in their culture. We will also later look at that. There are cultures that are more high context than other cultures. As Westerners, we usually come from a culture that is low context, right? But when you're going to be teaching in Asia, it might be the complete opposite of that, and you have to observe, read a bit about it, and just gain a general understanding of their culture, what you should be doing, what you should avoid, how to communicate and interact with the parents, with the students. Just consider the cultural and also remember that what you find not offensive might be offensive to one of them. So that is something to keep in mind on your endeavors as an English teacher. Okay, so that is cultural responsive instruction, and we are finished with our lesson. Thank you so much. Hi, and welcome back to Introduction to TEFL Vocabulary, where we're defining the key terms and vocabulary that you'll need during your teaching career. Over here, we'll be looking at defining the 4 language learning skills. Whenever we want to learn a foreign language, there are mainly 4 different skills we have to master, which is speaking, listening, writing, and reading. When we define the 4 skills later on in the course, we will look at how they interrelate and how teachers can teach one lesson called an integrated skills lesson that incorporates activities to practice each skill. To be competent and fluent in English, students have to master these 4 skills. Now, listening and reading are called receptive skills, meaning there needs to be a lot of input in order to develop these 2 skills. Whereas speaking and writing are productive skills, meaning more output is needed to develop them. So again, the 4 language learning skills are speaking, listening, writing, and reading. The aim in Asia and most foreign countries is to teach something called integrated skills lessons. All 4 skills should be included in one lesson plan and in one lesson, not taught separately. The goal of using integrated skills lessons is basically to attain language acquisition, not just language learning. If we look at an example here of a foreign teacher teaching a kindergarten class in China, he's using the flashcards. As you can see, the flashcards are laid out on the floor. He's using them to teach vocabulary in a game form. So the students have to stand next to the flashcards and basically jump to them one at a time, saying the word that they see on the flashcard. This teaches speaking. It develops the listening skill of the student, and also the student is actually reading the flashcard. So it also improves the reading skills. This is a fun activity that can be used for younger students, like kindergarten students, and they will be learning and also having fun at the same time. Next, we're just shortly going to define the term ESL, which you may have heard of or seen on job ads. ESL means English as a second language. An ESL teacher is someone who teaches English as a second language, either to adults or to younger learners. An important part of ESL teaching is to teach content-based ESL, meaning the content of your lessons and the language has to be combined into one lesson, and they have to interrelate to one another. The students have to understand the content. It has to be relevant to them, to their age group, to their interests, their culture. So the language you're teaching has to be relevant to the specific culture you're teaching as well. Pretty important, especially when teaching abroad. Hi everyone, and welcome to this lesson. We're going to look at some examples of scaffolding in actual lessons, why scaffolding is important in ESL, and know how to use this technique in the digital age. So before we go into the detail and look at the lessons, let's firstly just recap and define scaffolding here. It means breaking the lessons into chunks. Scaffolding is a term used to describe appropriate assistance provided to students to learn what alone would have been too difficult for them to learn. Provide explicit modeling by making means of visuals, gestures, and realia. So if you want to use TPR here, you want to use some flashcards, PowerPoint presentations, etc. Allow for visual tools, organizers. Here you can use something like a mind map, write that on the whiteboard to help the students understand what you'll be doing in today's lesson. Use wait time when asking questions to give all students an opportunity to respond. Remember, this is not their first language. Some of them are at a beginner level. They may need some time to process the question before answering it. Now, why is scaffolding important in ESL? Firstly, scaffolds help students build on prior knowledge and internalize new information. The goal of an educator when using the scaffolding teaching technique is for the student to become an independent and self-regulating learner, as well as a problem solver. So then how does scaffolding help language development? Scaffolding is a way to support children's learning of a language. It helps a child to move from simple language to more complicated language. Scaffolding language means helping a child to learn a new skill by building on skills they already have. So here we're going to look a bit at the new age of EdTech, education tech. may have seen this word on websites. So in this era of COVID, EdTech has played a big role in the lives of students and teachers. The world turned upside down in the beginning of 2020 with the COVID pandemic, as we are all aware of. The manner in which we had been educating students for over a century maybe was no longer really possible. We didn't have that interaction with the students. In a matter of days, we learned Zoom, Google Meet, and Google Classroom, and this helped us to teach the students. As language instructors, we had to adjust our delivery method. So although the theory is the same, our delivery method had to change completely almost, right? Tools such as Zoom, Loom, and Screencastify. I also use Screencast-O-Matic. This can be used to record the instructor while teaching, as I'm doing in this lesson. YouTube can be used to share uploaded or pre-recorded videos to share educational info. There's another one, it's called Edpuzzle. It's pretty new, very popular. A lot of teachers use this as well. The pandemic has changed education forever. But some of the changes are actually positive. We have to take that into account. Engaging students using these instructional tech tools has empowered teachers and better prepared students for the future. The future of learning is online, I can tell you that much. There's also another tool that you might want to look at. It's called Canva for Teachers. It's a free teaching tool. You can find a lot of teaching resources there as well for free. It will help you to plan your lessons. It's very visual as well. So then the last question is, how do we actually scaffold online? Number one, use the same technique but change your delivery method. Same theory, different delivery method. Use a lot of visuals. Gamify your classrooms. The students love this. Put some games on there. You can create them yourself. I'll have a look at that in our lesson planning section as well. I'm going to show you some stuff you can use. Use TPR. You are not actually present in the classroom, so you'll be using TPR a lot more. And lastly, of course, break the lessons into sections in the same way that you would do in the classroom when planning and executing a lesson. Using visuals like flashcards, still one of the most popular methods, especially when teaching younger learners such as kindergartners. Teaching, you might think, okay, but we have technology now, right? But you don't always have the time to set up a PowerPoint in the class. What if you're teaching at a summer camp? You know, flashcards are easier to use and it doesn't consume that much time to set up. Realia, as I mentioned before, using things that are available to you in the classroom to explain colors, fruit, food types, etc. to students. Allow speaking time. Some teachers don't have the patience for this, but you'll have to learn to be patient. Even when you're teaching adults, some of them are at a beginner level. Pause for a while, wait for them to respond to your question before you guide them, right? So you can guide them towards the answer, but first allow a little bit of time to go by. Alright, so let's have a look at the actual application of a lesson plan. So this was a lesson plan that I did at a summer camp in Thailand. We're going to look into that in the next slide. I'm going to tell you a bit more about it, using pictures as well. So let's just look at the topic. This is a lesson plan for younger learners. The topic was feelings or emotions. So we have our process going here, PPP, presentation, practice, production. This was an integrated skills lesson, so it combined all of the 4 language learning skills into one lesson. We started out with a warmer. A warmer is not necessarily a part of your presentation. It's usually completely separate before you do the presentation part. Here we use the game. You can also use flashcards. Number 2, teacher demonstration of the words. So this is a part of the practice section over here, repeating the words, getting the students familiar with the words, and also making some sentences. Then the students had to do a worksheet. This is a part of the production process, right? And lastly, a group task, also a part of the production process. This is also based on the teaching method called task-based learning. So this lesson is from an example that I did together with Andrew Big's Academy in Thailand. We were teaching at a summer camp in Thailand. To give you a bit of a background, we were about 7 teachers. It was quite a big group of students, and we all had our own group that we had to manage and teach. So the students were divided into smaller groups. Now this photo is not very clear, so excuse that, but this was an actual photo that I took while the teachers were doing the game with the students. This was the warmer. So all the teachers are assisting the students in a group. The students are playing a quiz-based game here. The quiz is on a PowerPoint presentation on a big screen in front, so you might not see this in the photo. As you can see, all of the teachers are assisting, scaffolding, right? They're not giving them the answers, they're just assisting. So the students played this game. Everyone got an opportunity to answer 1 or 2 questions, and then they would get points in their groups. Making it a bit of a competition is always a good idea as well. Presentation part. So these were the other 2 teachers. Hope they don't mind me putting up this photo. They were demonstrating a certain feeling to the students. So this is part of the presentation. You can do this by using TPR, body language. The students will remember this because it's pretty funny and it's quite interactive, right? So after they demonstrated this to the student, they did a few of these, not just this one feeling, right? So after this, we had the practice part of the lesson. So you can see me over here teaching my group of students. Everyone has their group of students. You can see the other teacher in the background over here as well, doing the same thing. So here we're doing the practice study part of the lesson. We're looking at the students, trying to understand how much of this they took in of the information. Do they understand? You can also get them to mimic the demonstrations that the teachers did in the presentation, right? This would be quite fun. Get them to demonstrate this like they did in the teacher's presentation part. Okay, so important here, I am scaffolding. I'm not telling them what to do. I'm discussing it with them. They all have some speaking time, an opportunity to speak, answer questions, explain. They can use body language doing this in the demonstration. They can just answer. Remember to be patient and to allow speaking time. Production. So over here you can see the students are doing the worksheet. This is part of the production where they're actually executing what they've learned during this lesson. And I'm just over here assisting them, answering questions, not telling them what to do. This is at a summer camp, so it is a bit more informal than your normal classroom setting. So that was basically a short explanation of a lesson that I did. What was different about this lesson is we used a lot of games, right? A lot of creativity, the worksheets, the children had to color stuff, draw emotions, much more interactive, much more engaging. Hi everyone and welcome to our TEFL course. In today's section, Introduction to TEFL Vocabulary, we're going to be looking at the key terms and vocabulary that you'll come across during your teaching career. So here's also a term that you'll have to familiarize yourself with: comprehensible input. In basic terms, this means language that is understandable to the student. So the language that you're going to teach, you're going to use, has to be understandable to the learner. So the term comprehensible input is actually derived from the input hypothesis. This is a language learning hypothesis. It means we acquire a language in one way only, when we are exposed to input. So you read it, right? You write it, you speak it. This is comprehensible input when we understand it. It's necessary but also a sufficient condition for language acquisition to take place. It requires no effort on the part of the learner. So this doesn't mean the student or the learner doesn't have to do anything, right? It just means he's a part of the learning process. And he's not learning grammar only. He's not sitting down and writing everything that the teacher writes on the board in his notebook. He's a part of the learning process. He's speaking, he's interactive, he's answering questions, he's having discussions. But also, you can't teach stuff that is above the level of the student or is completely irrelevant to the student. This does not mean that you can't teach difficult vocabulary to students or vocabulary that's above their level. It can be a little bit above their level because they have to learn, right? But it means that some of the vocabulary that you're teaching, for example, they should already be familiar with. Okay, so they don't want to walk out of the classroom and say, I don't remember anything, it was so difficult, right? They should rather say, okay, I understood most of the lesson, I learned some new stuff, some new vocabulary, etc. Hi everyone and welcome to our TEFL course. In today's section, Introduction to TEFL Vocabulary, we're going to be looking at the key terms and vocabulary that you'll come across during your teaching career. So next up, we're going to look at the term scaffolding. Now, scaffolding means breaking up the learning into chunks. So what does this mean? Breaking up the learning into chunks. So say you're teaching a class of 20 students, not online, in classroom, and you want to break a lesson up in chunks by using the method of scaffolding. You're going to divide it into different parts of the lesson. So let's look at this example. When scaffolding reading, you might preview the text and discuss key vocabulary. So say they have to read the text in step number 2 or step number 3. You're going to first go to the opening step number 1, preview the key vocabulary. An example of this might be writing the key vocabulary on a whiteboard, writing some questions about them, getting the students to discuss these keywords, right? So that would be breaking it up into chunks. After that, you might move over to actually getting them to read the lesson. Then after that, you're going to discuss the lesson that they had to read, or the passage that they had to read. Then you're going to do in step 4 some activities, maybe a blank fill activity, to make sure that they understand the vocabulary by using them, the vocabulary to fill in the blanks in sentences. Then 5, you might be asking them some questions, discussion, comprehension questions, or you can give them a worksheet and they can answer that. So this basically is an example of scaffolding. The first step is sometimes called the warmer. Now this might differ from the age level you're going to be teaching. Say if you're teaching kindergarten, a lot of teachers would use the first activity, maybe a game, sort of a game using flashcards or something very interactive that engages the students and gets them interested in the topic. It's not the same as teaching adults. They constantly need to basically be paying attention to what you're teaching. So you have to make it energetic, using a game for a warmer in step 1. Flashcard game where they have to run around, collect flashcards. You hide the flashcards in your classroom, get them to search for it. Then each one has maybe, say one student has 2 or 3 flashcards. He has to read these ones to the class. This could be an engaging, warmer type of activity used for kindergartners. We will discuss this further in more detail. I'm just making some examples so you understand what scaffolding is. We also have a few examples over here. Pre-teaching vocabulary, flashcards, whiteboard, a discussion of prior experiences. So this could be used when teaching teenagers. Writing one question on the whiteboard. What is your favorite food? Just like that. And getting them to discuss it, then asking some of them to give their answers to the class. That could be also very interactive. Flashcards, as I mentioned, warmers and coolers. A warmer is the first activity, a cooler is the last activity of the lesson. So if you're still not sure about scaffolding, we're going to be looking at an example now. So here's an example of scaffolding a lesson. So over here, this is something that the teacher might do on the whiteboard, or maybe if you want to make a PowerPoint presentation of this and show it exactly like this, that could also help, right? So you're going to be writing the WH questions on the whiteboard. Next to it, draw a very simple picture, like for example here, how is he going to get there? You're going to draw an airplane or a bus or whatever. With who is he going? Some people. What is he going to do? Draw some sort of activity. Okay, so that is teaching the grammar in context in this lesson, specifically the key terms of the lesson, by making use of scaffolding. Hi everyone, we're going to talk a bit about second language acquisition, which is the method or way in which a student acquires their second language, in this case English, which you'll be teaching to students of another language, and you'll be teaching it as a foreign language. So we have to understand the process of how a student learns their second language, what influences the way in which they speak, learn or acquire the language. So that is what second language acquisition is all about. Let's have a look over here. Firstly, what we need to understand is that second language acquisition is a complex process that involves converting what is available in the input to output. What does that mean? So what the teacher feeds us in the classroom is the input, the information, the lesson plan, and the output is how the student is able to understand it, to learn from it, right? And use it in their everyday lives. A number of factors intervene in these processes, from individual differences to social, factors, and how this affects how they process linguistic information. It also depends on the culture that you're teaching and the language that they speak as their first language. Your first language can influence the grammatical structures and how you form sentences in your second language, right? For example, Afrikaans, which is a language spoken in South Africa, is very easy to learn for native English speakers because the grammatical structures are very similar. So this becomes a situation where it's easier to remember the structures, remember the vocabulary, right? But English differs a lot from Eastern or Asian languages like Korean or Thai, for example, and this is why it intervenes in the process. It intervenes in how they speak their second language. The sentence structure, they're not used to maybe the different tenses that's present in the English language. Because, for example, Thai doesn't even have tenses, right? So you can see the confusion there may be when they try to learn English. Now in second language acquisition, we have something called apperceived, comprehensible, and comprehended input. May sound a little tricky. Now let me simplify it for you. Apperceived input is noticing. Noticing what is being said, how grammar structures are being formed, how people use vocabulary. That involves a lot of listening. Comprehensible input is what is controlled by the teacher during his or her lessons. What information are you giving to the students? What are you teaching them? Is it appropriate? Are they understanding it? That brings us to comprehended input. This is learner driven. How much of the information that you just taught the students are they actually taking in, memorizing? How much of it can they use later on? Comprehended input is viewed along a continuum of multiple stages of comprehension. Semantics, structural analysis, phonology, pragmatics. All of this affects comprehended input. Comprehended input is making meaning. So this affects of how the student is making meaning of the language, the lesson, the vocabulary, and the grammar that's been taught by the teacher. So again, comprehended input is understanding and making meaning of the language that you hear and read as the student of the language. Let's look a bit at the theory. Comprehensible input is language input that can be understood by listeners, despite them not understanding all of the words and structures in it. What does this mean? So say you are a person who's able to understand German a little bit, right? Just a little bit. This might mean that maybe German is similar to your first language, and say you're standing on a train and you overhear a conversation between German people speaking. Because you understand some of the words, you can infer meaning to what the overall context is or what is happening in that situation, right? Now, what is important here is the comprehensible input, meaning your lesson and what you're teaching the student, should not be too difficult for them to understand, but also not too easy. It should be just at the right level. That is what creates a situation of comprehensible input, which is understood by the learners and then becomes comprehended input. They can use it. So where does the term comprehensible input come from? Now, Stephen Krashen mainly had this hypothesis called the input hypothesis as one of the most influential theories in second language acquisition. And he argues that comprehensible input is the most important factor in learning another language, meaning it's actually very important what you teach the student. Are you teaching it according to their level, their proficiency level? If they are a beginner or an advanced student, how much of this information are they taking in and understanding? So how do we make input comprehensible and meaningful to the students? So if you look at this circle, we have a circle here of your lesson vocabulary that may be too challenging for the students. Say if you're teaching beginner students how to use complex adjectives to describe things, it's too challenging, right? Then we have comprehensible input, which is just at the right level. They're going to learn some new words, new terms, right? But it's not too challenging because they are going to be familiar with some of the vocabulary already. And then we have the current level of language proficiency. This is what their current status is. They're at the beginner level. So this is the knowledge they have, the prior knowledge that they have. Now you can't just keep teaching them the same thing, because that means they're not going to make progress and grow towards a new or better language proficiency level. It has to be comprehensible input, not too challenging, not too easy, just the right amount. Now remember that lessons should be structured so that the students are able to understand most of the vocabulary and grammar, but not all of it, because they need to learn something new, right? They have to learn new vocabulary, otherwise you're reviewing the same lesson over and over again, and they won't be learning anything new at all. Now looking at the case in Asia. So let's discuss what's happening in Asia and what used to be the problem. So in the older times, they used a teaching method called the grammar translation method, meaning they would teach grammar by translating from the first to the second language. This was not effective at all. The students weren't able to speak English at all while they were using that method. They maybe understood a bit of the grammar, how to use it, and maybe they were able to write it, but they didn't have any language acquisition. They were not able to speak, have a conversation in English. And what is the main reason for learning a language? To speak it, for communication, right? So this method was deemed ineffective, and more modern methods were introduced later. And when you get to the section of teaching methods, you're going to learn a few more modern contemporary methods that is used now in Asia. And this seems to be more successful. More students are speaking, acquiring the English language. So making an example here, say if you are at a beginner level, you have to be exposed to a lot of input, meaning you're going to be listening a lot, listening to your teacher, listening to podcasts, listening to movies. Try and get as much of exposure to the language as possible, right? Find easy reading activities and listening activities. Choose shorter listening activities and then mimic that, right? Read simple text. You have to be exposed to a lot of language input. And you're not going to be able to speak as much during the classes. You're going to have to listen more, right? Until you get to the level where you're able to speak a bit more of English. So a lower priority should be paid to grammar study. Exposure to language, listening, mimicking, trying to make sense and understanding of the language is most important here. This is the right amount of comprehensible input. So now when we get to intake, this is the process of assimilating linguistic material, the mental activity that mediates between input and grammars, right? So what does the student actually understand while you're teaching? Now there are 4 possibilities for dealing with input. So now the student is being fed certain information. It could go different ways. First, the hypothesis confirmation or rejection. It allows the learner to confirm or reject certain information. Apparent non-use. Information from intake was already present. So this is the vocabulary that they are already familiar with. So it's just like a review. It's strengthening your current vocabulary and how to use it. Then we have storage. It is put into storage because even though it was understood by the learner, it is not clear how it should be used yet. So it's stored in the brain. And then the last one, non-use. Input that is not comprehended at a useful level does not become intake and is not used in any way. So that's the worst case scenario, right? The other three are still acceptable when the students learn. So integration, this is a process that occurs on different levels at different times. It is mediated by the native language knowledge, existing second language knowledge, so what you already know about English, language universals, and attention to and noticing the difference between your native language and the language that you're trying to acquire. Integration may be observed by changes in the output. So while they're speaking English, there might be a sort of interference from their first language in the way they pronounce the words, for example, in the way they form their grammar structures, their sentence construction. This is called integration. So lastly, we're going to discuss the meaning of interlanguage. This is a dialect that has been developed by a second language learner. To make an example, in Singapore, they speak a language that they refer to as Singlish, which is a mixture between the Singaporean language and the English language, right? Now in South Africa, many people use both Afrikaans and English while they're talking. That's also an example of that. So you mix these two languages together and you have something called an interlanguage. Alright, so thank you for listening to this part of second language acquisition. Hi and welcome to our language proficiency section. So over here we're going to look at the different levels of students. You might get asked this quite a lot in interviews as well. While you're teaching abroad, you'll come across the different levels of students defined by the CFR level, which is a framework of reference that we're going to be talking about as well. So getting into it, the first thing that we have to look at today is defining language proficiency and CFR levels. You can read a bit here yourself about CFR levels to gain a basic understanding. It's an acronym that's used for the Common European Framework of Reference. It's a standard to measure or describe the language level of each student. There are 6 basic levels and we're going to look at the basics of all of them. Now, firstly, if we look over here at CFR levels, the scale is divided into 6 different levels and 3 basic levels, from A1 to C2. Now, in the broader terms, we divide it into an English basic user, an English independent user, and a proficient English user. The aim of any student trying to acquire language is to gain proficiency, right? To be a proficient language user. So that is the last step, is to gain proficiency in English. And that is what most of your students would be aiming for, although not a lot of them will be on this level, which is why they're taking lessons with you. Now let's start from level 1, a basic user or A1 level. This is a beginner level student, right? Now, what defines a beginner level? It's not something that you might be familiar with. It's not someone that doesn't understand or can't speak any English. They do actually have a basic understanding of some English terms. They can answer some questions. They can introduce themselves. If you ask them, how are you? Or how old are you? What is your job? Maybe if they're an adult, they will be able to respond to these questions. But you have to speak quite slowly while you're busy teaching them, not at your regular teaching or speaking pace. And use short phrases, use gestures to explain things. We will talk about TPR, a common teaching method, as well a bit later. This you can use while teaching beginner level students, using hand gestures to explain stuff and like that. Then we have our A2 elementary level student. They can use full sentences while they're speaking to you. So that's quite nice as well. It's a bit easier. It's an easier level of student to be teaching. They have a wide range of vocabulary that they're familiar with, nouns and verbs, and some topics that interest them. They might be able to speak to you about them as well, give you a bit of information on that. And now when we go out to the second part, the intermediate user. So this is level B1. So it's a B level student. They can basically elaborate a bit more on certain topics, especially things that they're interested in, their hobbies. If someone is a football player, he'll know the terms in English as well. And they'll be able to speak a little bit more about their job and so on. They can use language while traveling, might be familiar with this, and you might come across a lot of students that are travelers, which is one of the reasons they usually want to improve their English. They can also use adjectives to describe certain places and talk about this. So that's B1 level student. Then we go over to B2, which is the upper intermediate level student. Now this student is quite advanced. It's a very easy student to talk to. You'll be able to have discussions. They're going to comment, give their opinions on a variety of abstract topics, even maybe cultural issues. They're going to talk about the social situation in their country, describe their job. They can carry out a conversation using a wide variety of complex vocabulary, although their grammar might not be perfect. So in this case, they are keen to focus a bit more on improving their grammar. Then we have our advanced level student. This student can use complex grammar structures, can speak quite fluently to you. They understand things like idioms, pragmatics. If you're not sure what the word pragmatics, the meaning of that is, when we talk about pragmatics, that basically means understanding in certain situations what is happening, right? Also understanding things like maybe sarcasm or drawing meaning from the situation that you're in. Okay, making more jokes, understanding idioms, so example of pragmatics. It's very complicated. It sounds easy, but it's complicated for other speakers to understand certain pragmatics in English, because they might not have sarcasm in their language, use a lot of jokes, and that is quite confusing to them as well. So they can communicate fluently and precisely, even if it's about complex topics such as science or finance. They understand complex vocabulary, and you can speak at your normal pace here. You don't have to speak slower just for them to understand you, or you don't have to ask them to pronounce every word, which you will have to do with some of the other levels like intermediate and so on. Right, so let's go on to the next level, the independent user. This is the proficient English speaker. We sometimes call them a near native speaker. They're on the same level, almost the same level as a native speaker, but they can read books in English, fiction books, biographies. They can comment on it. They can understand complex words and explain it to you. They'll be using it when giving their opinions. They are very good with grammar as well. They rarely ever make a mistake with that. And they just want to improve their fluency a bit and just speak to native speakers. That's about it. They are already proficient, so that's it. They just want to be exposed to speaking to native speakers and foreigners. That's usually the goal. They can also understand academic English, so they'll be able to talk academically about certain topics and their job and know how to use these words as well. So how are CEF levels determined? How do we actually know which level the student is on? Now there's something called a placement test, which every student that wants to learn English is required to take at schools, language centers in Asia. Online also they take this test before they get enrolled into the program, because they have to know where to start with them, which curriculum to give them. You'll probably, as an online teacher, not be involved in this process. They do it beforehand. So you'll already know this student is C2 or is B1. And then you have to use that in order to improve his English. So applying this is the most important part. Standardized proficiency test, familiar ones is the TOEFL, the IELTS and TOEIC tests. So you'll see in job advertisements as well, they need teachers to teach TOEIC or IELTS. So you'll have to at some stage read a bit more about how to teach that as well. It's usually to adults, right? They need to pass these tests actually to get some job in marketing if they want to work with foreign clients. So most of them are trying to get a promotion or to get a job actually, which is why they have to write these tests, and it's quite a serious topic for them as well. So how does it help the teacher knowing the proficiency level of the students? Well, it helps you in a lot of ways. It helps you to track the progress of the learner, for example. Gives you an idea what the student will be able to understand. When teaching online, you're going to be teaching another student every other day that you've never taught before, right? So it's very good to see beforehand from the company the student is a beginner, etc. So you'll know I have to speak slower or faster. This is what they can understand. I can use this teaching method. Like I mentioned, tracking the progress of the students, helping them to improve. It's also very good for the learner to know that, so they can set certain goals for them, right? Learning goals, and understand what they need to achieve in order to grow and as a student and eventually achieve proficiency, and to see if they're actually making progress, right? So let's look a bit at the summary here of CEFR levels. Here's the scale. Again, divided into 6 levels and 3 basic levels, right? It's A1 beginner, A2 elementary, B1 intermediate, B2 upper intermediate, C1 advanced, and then proficient. Which would you say would be the hardest student to teach, if you had to guess? Let's say it's online. Online teaching. Which student would be the most difficult to teach for you? I would say definitely for most people, the beginner students, that's quite difficult, right? You have to use a lot of gestures in order to teach the students. Easiest one is obviously the advanced student. You're not going to get a lot of proficient students. So advanced is pretty cool. Although some people don't like it, they feel very intimidated, just scared they might make a mistake, because native speakers also make mistakes and they're not always able to explain to the student the reason of every grammar pattern. Because you speak the language, you don't really always think about that before you do your TEFL certificate. This is why this is so important. So that's a summary. You can look at that a bit more if you want to in my PDF lesson. Can go through all of this stuff on your own time. And that is proficiency levels. Thanks, and see you in the next lesson. Hi everyone, and welcome to this lesson, Teaching English and Proficiency Levels. Today we're going to look at some examples of how to teach different proficiency levels. So where will you come across this? You will find students on different proficiency levels at language centers. If you do decide to teach at a language center rather than at a school abroad, there will be students, a variety of students, adults, younger students, and they'll all be on different proficiency levels. Also, when you teach online, you have a lot of learners learning at the same company, adults, on all levels from beginner to advanced level, right? And you have younger learners there as well. So it might be a bit of a mix. So it's important to understand language proficiency. Now, a critical goal for proficiency-based learning is the elimination of the present pressure to achieve. Proficiency-based learning provides relevant learning opportunities for students. A lot of educational systems don't actually cater for the needs of the student. So as a language instructor, you must always consider the language proficiency of each student that you teach. It will be more difficult when you're teaching a big class at school where there's 40 students in the class, but mostly they are on the same proficiency level. There'll be maybe 1 or 2 students that's dragging a bit behind, but you'll just pay a little bit of extra attention to them. Mostly they'll be on the same level. So private tutoring and one-on-one lessons requires you to focus on each individual student. So here language proficiency and the understanding of that is extremely important. So today we're going to learn how to teach in accordance with the language proficiency of the student. We're going to do a bit of a demo and look at a lesson for 3 different students, all on different proficiency levels, different ages, and even from different countries. This can happen when you're teaching online. And yeah, so now we're going to look at certain chunks of the lesson. Just to mention, I'm not going to go over the entire lesson and exactly every step, because that could take hours. These students have 50 or 45-minute classes. Okay, so we're just going to look at chunks of the lesson. Alright, so let's look at student number 1. Her name is Jane Cho. She's from China. Proficiency level. She's on a B2 proficiency level. Remember what we've learned about proficiency levels, right? So this means she can discuss topics of personal interest, express her opinions using complex vocabulary. She also understands abstract ideas. She's 31 years of age. She's doing business English as a course here. So her aim is to learn business vocabulary and conversation. Some online companies do give you these goals of the student, so you can pay attention to what the student actually wants to learn. She wants to improve proficiency level, learn English to expand her business. Communication with foreign clients and employees, right? So she's learning business English for communication mostly. Very important part here. Her occupation, she is a small business owner. So B2 level, she's learning business English. Notes for the teacher. Let's look at them. Number 1, student is on an intermediate level, so allow her to speak 70% of the time. She's quite advanced here. Okay, so allow her a lot of speaking time. Speak at a normal pace, so don't speak slowly because she doesn't need that. She's used to it. On the B2 level, consider relevant culture-related teaching topics and questions. Remember, she is from China. Don't go into YouTube and that. Don't talk about politics. Ask student to clarify learning goals. Although you have seen them, ask her again why she's learning English, what she aims to achieve. Correct grammar structures. Not always, as I mentioned in the discussion, don't make it annoying or irritating for the student. Don't always correct their grammar, right? But in certain instances you have to. They need you to do this. Teach in context, vocabulary and grammar in use. Don't teach grammar separately. Okay, so just grammar in use. She wants to learn it for communication. Teach new business vocabulary and how to use them in sentences. Now we can have a look at the lesson. So this is one of my lessons that I've designed a while ago. It's an English B2 lesson. It is for business students and the topic is ideas. Okay, so this is the warmer, the first part. What is an idea? The definition. What are you going to do here with the student? So firstly, ask the student, okay, so we're going to learn today about ideas. What is an idea? Can you read this for us? Don't read it for her. Ask her to read it. After she's done, do you understand this definition? If she says yes, ask her, what do you think an idea is? Can you give me an example? Okay. Next part is a word cloud. Now, when we look at this word cloud, you can get this online. You can actually also make your own word clouds, add your own words and everything. Very useful for the teacher. Going to ask the student, maybe she can circle 2 or 3 words for you, say imagination, and then she has to explain to you what imagination is, right? Growth. Presentation. Explain the words to you or make sentences, either way. So then we have the vocabulary that she has to learn today. Here you can actually read the vocabulary. She wants to listen to your pronunciation. So tell her to repeat. Innovation. Then she repeats innovation. Creative. She repeats it, right? Entrepreneur. She repeats it. Business owner. And so forth. Okay, so then you're going to ask her, do you understand all of these words? Okay, then maybe she tells you, yeah, I understand. I don't exactly know what, let's say, futuristic means. Okay, then you circle the word. Okay, then you explain futuristic to her. Make examples. Okay, for example, relevant examples, right? For example, if you tell her, have you ever been to another country? Okay, then she says maybe, yes, I've been to Japan. Okay, so Japan is a very futuristic country, right? It has a lot of technology. The architecture and the buildings are very modern. It looks like something out of the future. Okay, relevant examples. Okay, then after that, you can go over to match the pictures to the words. You're going to ask the student, let's look at this picture. So tell me which word that you've just learned in the vocabulary do you think matches this picture? Give her time to respond. Then she's going to say, futuristic. Okay. Why do you think this picture looks futuristic? Allow her time to give you a response. Second picture. Which word do you think describes this picture? Okay, then maybe she says the right one, creative. After the warm-up activities, here are the learning objectives. So tell her, this is what we're going to learn today. Don't read it to her. It's going to be quite annoying. Ask her to read quietly through them. Tell you when she's done, right? And ask her, do you understand? Do you have any questions before we start? Okay, here we're going to look at what is an opportunity. So you're going to tell the student, we're going to look at what is an opportunity. Opportunity defined. Can you read this for us, please? Then she reads it. Okay. After she's read it, circle 1 or 2 words. This could be a keyword, entrepreneur. Okay. Then ask her, what do you think an entrepreneur is? Then she explains it to you. Okay. If she gets it right, ask her, are there any words here that you don't understand and anything you need me to explain to you a bit more? Okay, if she says no, she's fine, then you can move on to the next one. Use metaphors. She's at the level where she'll be able to understand what it means. So this is called the window of opportunity. Ask her to read it. Then you can make an example for her and ask her if she understands it Then ask her to make her own example. Okay, can you make an example for me using the window of opportunity? Right? So here we have the word creativity. Ask her, can you read this for us? Do you understand what the word generating means? Can you use it for me in a sentence? Right? Okay, then you can move on. Picture describing. Okay, so tell her here, look at this picture. It's a picture of the future. So we're going to talk a bit about interesting ideas about the future. If you look at this picture, can you tell me what you think will happen in the future? What inventions do you think will be important in the future, or what do you think they will invent? Give her time to respond, right? Lastly, ideas, verbs. Here you're going to say, okay, so now we're going to look at how to teach verbs and noun, or how to use verbs and nouns together in a sentence. Firstly, create a product. Remember her proficiency level. So you can read it to her and then ask her, have you ever created your own product? She'll be able to understand. You don't need to speak slowly, don't need to explain every word. She's on a B2 level. Execute an idea. Okay, ask her to make a sentence. Inspire an idea. Ask interesting questions, right? What do you think inspires you to come up with new ideas? Ask this to her. Okay, so verbs and nouns. And then lastly, the discussion is the last part usually, but it's very important. She wants to learn conversation. Remember that. So you're going to be asking the questions. What is creativity? Let her speak, allow a lot of time, right? If she answers, you can add maybe one short sentence, something interesting that it tells her that you've listened to what she said, right? Don't correct grammar all the time in the discussion part. It is not necessary. Not all the time, here and there, you can correct her grammar mistakes, but this is about conversation. It's about using vocabulary. So guide the student towards the answers. If she doesn't understand the question right here, what are the common traits and skills of an entrepreneur, right? Now she doesn't understand exactly what traits mean or something. Explain it to her by making examples. I think one of the common traits of entrepreneurs, maybe they are very creative. They are hardworking. They are intelligent. Can you name some examples for me? Or you give a synonym for traits. Personality, characteristics, something like this. Okay, here, if you are actually designing the lesson, think a lot about asking interesting questions that are personalized. Name one entrepreneur that you admire. So she's from China. She'll tell you about an entrepreneur that she admires, and maybe you won't know him. So ask questions about it, right? Show interest in what the student is saying. Okay, so that's the discussion, and this is where it will end. So that will be the end of your lesson. At the end of the lesson, you can just say goodbye to the student. You can give a bit of feedback, definitely, but you're going to write feedback as well. Next up, we're going to look at Alex Min. He's from Vietnam. He's a bit younger, teenager. As you can see here, he's 16 years of age. Now his proficiency level is intermediate, B1 level. What does this mean to us? So it means he can have a conversation about personal interest. He'll be able to understand your questions well. He can give some opinions. He can use a variety of grammar. It's a little bit more advanced than beginner level, right? His course, he's doing English as a second language and conversational English. Goals, improve speaking skill. This is usually what they want. This is why they're taking online lessons usually. Learn how to converse in English. Okay, there we go. School, he's in a government school in Hanoi, Vietnam. This is a bit relevant here because the government schools usually do not teach English as much as the international schools. So just consider that a little bit. He's not speaking English that much at school. So some teaching notes. Let's see. Okay, firstly, teach new advanced vocabulary and phrases. Ask the student to use them in sentences and his own examples. Teach adjectives and describing pictures. Use free talk activities about relevant topics and things he's interested in. Storytelling activities could be useful here as well. Correct his grammar. He is in school, so you can correct his grammar when he speaks. But again, don't interrupt him. Wait until he's done and don't do it every single time he speaks, right? So let's look a bit at his lesson. This is a travel-based lesson. It's mostly based on conversational English, free talking, right? So firstly, you can tell him, okay, today we're going to talk a bit about traveling. And here are the adjectives we're going to learn to describe a city. Can you read them for us? Okay, get him to read them. If he pronounces one incorrectly, okay, you can just correct him. Pronunciation, you have to correct that. And then circle some of the words crowded. When we say a place is crowded, what do you think that means? Do you know any crowded places? What does fast-paced mean? When would we say a country is modern? What is a developed country? If he doesn't know the answer, explain it to him. Check for understanding. Use a lot of pictures in your lesson so he can basically free talk during the lesson. Tell him, okay, so this picture describes the word crowded. Can you make a sentence with crowded and use this picture as well? So then he says, okay, this is a very crowded place. It looks like it's at the airport. Okay, ask him, have you been to the airport? Is it crowded in your city? Developed. What do you see in this picture? Why would you say this is a developed country if you look at the picture? Now you can respond by saying they have electric trains, right? An advanced transportation system, very high skyscrapers. And if it doesn't say this, add on that and tell him that. Modern. Okay, can you make a sentence for me using modern? Do you think your city is modern? Ask him questions, get him to talk a lot and use the vocabulary words. Lively. So this is a fun picture. It looks like the people are having fun. When would you say a place is lively? Can you make an example for me? Teach him nouns about the city. Either you can read it to him and ask him to repeat, or you can get him to read first and correct his pronunciation. Either way. Okay, then talk about the vocabulary nouns. Skyscraper. What is a skyscraper? If he doesn't understand, explain it to him, then check for understanding. Are there a lot of skyscrapers in your city? Are there taxis in your city? What color are they? What's your favorite shopping mall in Hanoi? Relevant to him and his city and his culture. On his proficiency level, he's a teenager, right? Okay. And he's B1 level. He'll give his own opinions. Questions. You can use a lot of discussion questions. Like I mentioned, this is just a chunk of the actual lesson. So some questions for him over here. Use 2 adjectives to describe your city. What is your favorite city in China and why? Okay, so he's from Vietnam. This was a lesson actually that I did for Chinese students. So make it relevant to him. What is your favorite city in Vietnam and why? Which city would you like to visit in the future? Would you rather live in the city or the country? Remember, when he tells you the city, ask him why. Okay. Correct his grammar here and there. Name some things you dislike about the city. You can also add and tell him, oh yeah, I also dislike the traffic, or whatever the case may be. Now lastly, we have Kai Suwan. He is very young. He's a kindergartner. He's 6 years old and he's on level A2, beginner level, but he's not on A1, so it's a little better, little easier. It means he can engage in routine exchanges. He can talk about things like getting up in the morning, his morning routine, his hobbies, things that he usually discusses, right, when he's learning English. Okay, he can also express himself a little bit, not too much. He's not going to use advanced vocabulary here, but he's going to use short sentences. And if you ask him basic, repetitive questions that they learn at school, like how are you, what is your name, how old are you, he'll understand that, he'll be able to answer it. But it's sort of robotic, so he's not going to be able to give his opinion. 6 years old as well. Okay, so that is basically beginner A2. He's a kindergartner, so you'll have to also keep his focus on the lesson all the time. Be more energetic, use TPR. He wants to learn new vocabulary, learn sentences, and improve his speaking skills. Of course, he's doing phonics and conversational. Sometimes it's hard for some teachers to teach phonics, or they just dislike it. But these younger students will be learning phonics all the time. It's important. Teaching notes, speak slowly. You can't just like give him a long sentence and speak at a fast pace. Speak slowly, short sentences, keywords. Correct pronunciation, especially phonic sounds or words, ED words, they usually don't pronounce the ED sound in a past tense correct as well. So look at that. Teach clear sounds and repeat them. Phonics sounds right. Phonics flashcards, check the alphabet, check if he knows what A is. Does he know the sound of A? And B, does he know it's A and B and K? Check that. Visuals and videos. He's not going to have a very long attention span, so you'll be having fun, but you'll also have to change the lesson around a lot, right? Play around with it, use games. Short sentences and WH questions. The lesson should be very visual. So for the warmer, when you see the student, greet the student, ask him, how are you today, Kai? So here are some examples for him, right? Because he's A2 level. I'm happy, I'm cool, I'm ready. He can use this. They love emojis, these small children, so they're going to like this one. Okay, then do a bit of a picture, talk about the picture, something he will be familiar with, like the names of animals. Tell him, what kind of animals do you see here? What's your favorite animal? He might understand short questions like that. Phonics. Ask him, repeat. Use TPR to show him that he has to repeat this, right? And then do the phonics sounds. He is A2, so you don't just have to do the alphabet A and S and T and P, right? But also do double sounds, right? A, I, right? All of them. Phonics sounds. Get him to repeat these 3 times is the best number actually to repeat things for these younger students on A2 proficiency level. If you're designing your own lesson, you will be using the online company's lessons sometimes, but if you're designing your own lesson, if you work for yourself or you're freelancing, or if you want to do something extra, after they've completed the company's lesson, right? Keep in mind that it has to be quite visual. You use a lot of colors when you're designing the lesson. Okay, short sentences here. Felix the cat. He is blue. Very simple. He's familiar with colors already. He's familiar with animals, right? So you're teaching him stuff that he knows, but you're adding a little bit as well. He likes to smile. Use TPR here when you show like. Another animal, Lily the cat. She is white. You can also engage a bit more with the student. Ask the student, do you like cats? Do you like dogs? Okay, so again here, he may not be familiar with the word friendly, for example. It's new to him, but he has to learn new vocabulary as well, not just things he already knows. And then lastly, get him to learn some verbs by asking questions first. What color is he? Now he's going to say orange. Remember to kind of motivate younger students to use full sentences. You're going to have to do this all the time. The companies also want you to do it. So when the student says orange, tell him, he is orange, right? Then he's going to say yes. Can you repeat, he is orange? Then he's going to say, he is orange. What color are his eyes? Blue. They are blue. It's going to get it and start repeating after you, right? Verbs. What do you think Garfield is doing in picture number 1? What is he doing? Some of the A2 level students will get this. They'll know he's playing football. But they're not going to use full sentences. Sometimes they're going to say football. You're going to say, yes, that's right. He's playing football. He's talking on the phone. Speak slowly. He's writing. Right. So that is basically teaching younger learners online. It will be easier in classroom, but this is how you're going to do it online. You can do the same lesson in the classroom as well, but it will be a little easier to keep the focus of the student, right? Okay, and that is my lesson. Thank you so much for listening to me. I hope you learned something, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Hi everyone, and welcome to our lesson based on the 4 language learning skills. This is quite an important one. You will come across this a lot, and they'll ask you in some job interviews if you are aware of the 4 language learning skills, if you know how to teach all of these skills: reading, writing, listening, and speaking, and also later on how to integrate all of these 4 skills into one language learning lesson with a variety of different activities. So if we look at what are the 4 language learning skills, first we have listening. Now often students find it very difficult to acquire the listening skill in English because you have a variety of different accents that they have to become familiar with. You might have foreigners speaking in an American accent, a British accent, a Scottish accent, some of those more difficult accents to understand. And this is also where it becomes a little bit tricky. They need to be able to listen to foreigners at work and then respond to them using the appropriate language, vocabulary, and grammar structures. So that is why listening becomes so important. It doesn't even help if you can speak the language if you can't listen to what the other person has just said and make sense of it. Speaking is the second skill. This is the most popular skill for students that they want to acquire. They really aim to improve their speaking skill because in the past it's been neglected at a great cost, and they weren't able to really speak or communicate with foreigners even if they had English at school, and it became a big problem. They changed the teaching methods, as I mentioned before, in language acquisition as well. And due to the more modern and contemporary teaching methods, students in Asia are more able to acquire the English language. Then thirdly, we have the reading skill. So the reading skill is complex for them due to the fact that they don't have the same Western alphabet that we use in our language. Most Asian languages, the alphabet is based on characters, not letters, and they are not familiar at first when they encounter our alphabet. This makes it very hard for them to read, make meaning, and understand English text. Then we also have writing, a very important skill because this is how they communicate at work, even though it's just maybe sending texts, sending emails to your boss, writing presentations, writing speeches. The students that want to study abroad also want to master the skill of writing in order for them to be at a near native level so they can get into a Western university abroad. Alright, so these are the 4 language learning skills. So if I can ask you, what do you think would be the hardest one for you to acquire when learning another language? Right, so this will also depend on what your language is now, what your first language is. Some would say reading. For example, if I had to learn Thai, I would never be able to really read their characters because I didn't come across them when I was younger. I wasn't introduced to it. I wasn't familiar with it, right? But if it's something like Spanish that you're learning, then maybe speaking will be more difficult for you, right? So it also depends on that first language interference. And you can also think about this when you're teaching your students. Are they from Korea? What does their alphabet look like? What does their social surroundings look like? Are they writing a lot? What teaching methods are they using at school in order for them to acquire the language successfully? Alright, so in our next topics, we're going to look at the different skills separately and do some activities and demos on how to teach them to the students in your class. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. Over here we're going to talk about 2 very important language learning skills, which are listening and speaking. Now, most teachers like to combine these 2 skills in one activity during the course of their lesson. It's very effective and it also enhances the learning experience of the students. Again, you can make this very interesting and you don't need a lot of expensive materials or even technology in order to teach this activity successfully. The most popular activity that teachers use in TEFL classrooms abroad that I've seen is blank fill. Okay, so using blank fill activities can enhance the learning experience of your students. You don't need a lot of resources. Basically, you can just use your whiteboard and make it a very interactive lesson. So I'm going to show you an example of how you can do this on the whiteboard. So here we go. This is an example of how you can teach a blank fill activity and you can okay, so here's an example on how you can utilize the whiteboard in order to teach listening and speaking to students. So what you can do here is you have a short story with you. Please make it in accordance with the level of the students. If it's a beginner, intermediate students, that's how difficult the language used in your text should be. So then you're going to write down a grid on the whiteboard, and this is an activity called listening for details, right? So you're going to write who, where, what, and how. Then you're going to start reading the story. You can actually get one of the students to read the story as well, depending on their ability to do so. So now the students have to listen for these details. Who is the main character in the story? Where did the story take place? What happened in the story? How did this happen? And you can add and add if you want. So they're going to have to listen for the details. While you're telling the story, they're listening. Make sure that they're making notes. Afterwards, you call a student to the whiteboard and he has to, for example, fill in who, right? So he has to fill in this answer, who is in the story, who are the main characters. Call the second student to write where the story happened on the whiteboard. Third student to tell you what happened. And the next student to tell you how did this happen. You can add things if you like, but this is basically an example of using the whiteboard in order to teach listening and speaking to students. So say while you're telling the story, you're talking about Peter and his grandmother went to the zoo. So then already you have Peter, his grandmother, zoo. Okay. So then you can continue, read the text further. They have to listen for what happened and how it happened. Right, so that's a pretty simple way. A lot of other LangFull activities that you can use. Remember to take into account the level of the students. If it's beginner level, you're going to have to make it a bit easier, right? So moving on, I've got a question for you here. Can you think of some engaging listening activities that you can incorporate in your lessons? You can think about that a bit, write down some answers. Always use your own personality and creativity to create your lessons. Now, next up, I want us to look at the types of listening skills that the student has to master. There are 5 essential listening skills. One is predicting content. So here the context becomes pretty important, and say before you're reading a story, the student has to predict what the story is about, right? By looking at a picture. So you can give them a picture, show them a picture, and then they have to quickly write a note about what they think the story is about, right? Listening for just certain words that are spoken in sequence help us from the context of the topic. You can again use blank fill activities here. Detecting signposts, certain signals and languages or pictures can help us follow to what we're listening to. Listening for details, example over here that I did on the whiteboard. Inferring meaning, we use prior knowledge to basically sketch the scenario in front of us and draw meaning from it. To use our prior knowledge of the language in order to understand a situation, understand what we're listening to. So why is listening an important skill? It occupies about 45% of the time that adults spend on communication. It's crazy, right? Almost half of the time you spend listening. It occupies 30% of the time that we spend communicating. What does it help if you can speak a language but you can't listen to other people talking? How will you respond to their questions, right? How will you draw meaning from the information? Listening and reading make up for the other 16%. Listening is of very high importance, yet students often fail to give attention to it. Recently, they've been giving more attention to it. So what are some of the challenges that you may be faced with as a teacher while teaching listening and speaking? Okay, so understanding is quite a big problem. Will the students be able to understand the level of pace that you're speaking at? Will they understand your accent? The factors that might even make it more difficult include, like I said here, noise, speaking very quickly, background noise, limited knowledge of vocabulary or grammar, and the inability to distinguish sounds, to hear the sounds, right? That's usually beginners that struggle mostly with that. So here are some of the challenges that you may be faced with while you're busy teaching, listening and speaking. Now next up we have predicting context over here. A student needs to know how to predict context, right? You can read a bit about it more here. I'm just going to get into the example. So we have the examples over here, if you have a quick look at them. Okay, so context and a news report. Content and context, those are the two important factors that will play a role here. How much of the vocabulary are they actually familiar with? Do they understand the future tense when they're talking about the weather, which is the content here? Okay, so the context here would be a news report, and the content would be to be familiar with weather vocabulary. This is how they'll be able to predict the context. So listening for gist, again, when we listen, it is possible for us to understand the whole picture, but the difference is that it will come in clues in a sequence. Let's again have a look at the example over here. Words like sea, water, sunny day will create a picture that someone is talking about a planned holiday, right? Or a vacation. They are on vacation. So that's an example of how to listen for gist. Next up we have listening for details. When listening for details, you're looking for certain words that will give you an overall meaning of what you are listening to. Anything that is not related will become irrelevant to the hearer of the conversation. Inferring meaning, I've done an example on the whiteboard about this. Situation in which clues or prior knowledge are used to draw meaning of something. We can't understand the language, but you can even judge by the tone, as they say here, in which someone is speaking, what the situation is. You can hear if someone raises their voice, they're angry. You can even tell by body language sometimes that someone is angry, right? So there are many ways to infer meaning while listening. Okay, I've mentioned how important blank fills are when you are a TEFL teacher. Let's just have a look at them here again. They are used in a focused listening activity in the following way. Teacher plays or reads audio or a text for a script, usually a conversation, at A1 to B1 levels. Students have been prepped with the practice speaking, and the teacher modeled a little bit about the topic on the whiteboard as well. Vocabulary expansion is being introduced or has been introduced. So before reading a text that you want the students to listen to, you can write the key words on the whiteboard and just explain them a little bit, right? You can use this when we go to lesson plans. You'll see when you have to do this, but it's definitely not like on the example that I showed here on the board. That will be during the last stages of your lesson that you're going to do a blank full. A lot has to happen before you get to that activity. Key structures and text have been highlighted. So that is how to do a blank full activity. Very helpful when teaching. Here are some other examples of blank fills that I didn't demonstrate on the whiteboard. You can use dictation using nouns as blanks. Where are you going? I'm going to. Right? Student has to complete this. You can also use the whiteboard here, or you can print it out for them. How will you get there? I'm going to take the. Only nouns are the blanks, right? What are you going to do there? I'm going to and what will you eat there? I will eat. See, the grammar is being highlighted here, meaning it's probably like an A2 or B1 level student, so they won't be able to write the full sentence, right? A2, A1, maybe B1 student. Here's another example of completions using blank fills, where they actually have to make the question, right? They have to write down question, make a question when the answer is over here. It's very popular. I've seen this a lot in lessons, especially online lessons, right? My name is Jack. So what's the question then? I have to write down the question. What? I'm not going to type the question here. What is your name? My name is Jack, right? I'm from Japan. So question would be, where are you from? She is Chinese. See, this becomes a bit difficult because they have to use pronouns here as well. What is her nationality? She is Chinese. So that is listening. Gave you a few examples. I hope you can use them. I hope you understood them. And it helps you while teaching online as well as when you're teaching in a classroom. And we're going to go to speaking now. Hi everyone. So now we're going to look a little bit at the speaking skill of students. So we're going to get into why is speaking so important. By far, developing the speaking skill is almost always the most important thing to ESL students, which is quite interesting. They want to communicate. They want to be able to talk to natives in their jobs. The students at school, they want to learn English for their future. They want to be able to understand English movies. There are a variety of reasons or motivations that students have for speaking, wanting to speak English at a high level. Most importantly, they aim to be fluent like a native and be able to pronounce the words with clarity, be able to use grammar in the correct way while writing and while speaking. There are a variety of challenges that students will be faced with when they are learning to develop their speaking ability. Pronunciation is a big one. They struggle with that quite a lot, especially the Thai students have a big problem with this, because if you've ever been there, the way that they speak or their first language has quite an interference with learning English, because the sounds in Thai actually fluctuate and they go up and down, and English is a pretty flat language. So they actually mimic the way in which Thai is spoken while they're trying to speak English. That's a big challenge that they've been trying to overcome, but let me tell you, it's not easy to get them to do that or for them to get that. So here are some challenges. Firstly, second language interference, quite a big challenge here. I would say one of the biggest ones, especially when teaching in Asia. Mandarin or Thai interferes with English quite a lot. The sounds that you make in those languages are very different from English language. Pronunciation becomes a problem. This is why they need to take classes with native speakers to help them with that ability. Word connection. They don't really understand how we use as natives the connection of words. Let me give you an example. The word gonna. I'm gonna go to school tomorrow. So this is fast for them. They would say, I am going to go to school tomorrow. They want to learn these word connections because they want to sound like a native. So things like gonna, I don't know, and they say I don't know. We connect words. This is also something that they want to learn when speaking. Slang, they want to a certain extent be able to understand slang language and how it is used in conversation. They want to understand pragmatics like sarcasm, the jokes told in English. How slang and pragmatics are also hard for students to understand, and they find it quite difficult to draw certain meaning from situations. They don't understand our sense of humor that well, or pragmatics, sarcasm, understanding what's going on in a situation without the exact language given. So these are all challenges that students face when trying to speak English, not just about speaking the correct English and knowing a few nouns and verbs, but all of these things will play a role while they're trying to master the speaking skill. So remember, when you are an independent teacher, to add something like word connection, teaching them pronunciation, word connection, and pragmatics, slang, they will find your lessons quite interesting if you add this. This is if you are an independent teacher online, and you want to attract more students, you could use this. It's a very good tip, because this is what is high on their list of priorities, what they want to learn and what they want to master as second language speakers. So also their main goals is basically to speak more fluently. They don't want to struggle while they're speaking. They don't want to think before they speak like we do when we use our second language. This is also an aim for them. They want to be able to communicate with natives, connect words together to sound more fluent. They want to communicate effectively with people from different countries. So that's basically speaking. I'm also going to show you an example on the whiteboard now of how you can do a very simple speaking activity in your classroom during your lesson. You can do this as a warmer at the beginning of your lesson. It is quite engaging, and you're going to engage the entire class while you're doing this. This is for your beginner level students, so you can't really do it if students are at an advanced level. Maybe if it's your first lesson and you just want to create a good environment and get to know them a bit, you can also use it as a warmer activity. So let's get to the example of that speaking activity for beginners. So you're going to look at a topic like likes and dislikes. This is beginner level student A1 or A2, but as I said, you can engage students if it's your first class and you want to introduce yourself as a teacher and get to know them a bit. This could be a good lesson. So you're going to use the do you like, likes and dislikes. So you're going to ask them separately, do you like, say if it's a classroom of 20 people, you're going to ask one student, do you like football? And he's going to say yes or no. So if he says yes, you're going to tick. Ask the next student, do you like tennis? Remember, when they respond here, you have to correct them. If they say yes, tell them, yes, I do. No, no, I don't, right? Do you like tennis? No. Correct them? No, I don't. And so on. You're going to continue asking the entire class. Afterwards, you're going to circle the most popular sport that was liked by the class, and then you're going to do another activity with them that teaches them a bit of vocabulary. Okay, next up, teaching the students the difference between most and least, right? So you're going to explain to them what most means and what least means. And then you're going to ask them, what was the most popular sport in this class? And then the ones that had the most ticks, say ping pong. Write it down. And then you're going to do the same with least. What was the least popular sport in the class? So now, if you've done this, you've taught them a bit of vocabulary, you've taught them a bit of question asking using do you like, Yes, I do. No, I don't. You're teaching them nouns, variety of different sports. Don't do just 4 though, like I did. Do a few more. Okay, and then you've also taught them what most and least means. Get them to repeat the sentence. The most popular sport is the entire class together can repeat this maybe 2 or 3 times. Mostly they want students to be repeating something 3 times. That's the most effective. So that's what you can use as an introduction to a topic in your lesson. This can't be your entire lesson, but it can be a warmer or one of the first activities in your lesson. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. Over here we're going to discuss reading as one of the 4 language learning skills. It is often said that the reading skill is the hardest to acquire and to master for students learning a new language. There could be many reasons for this. For example, for Eastern students, it could be the fact that their alphabet has characters and they're completely unfamiliar with the Western alphabet that has letters. So that could be one of the reasons. When they are exposed to the Western alphabet at a younger age, let's say they start going to an international school from kindergarten, then it should be quite easier for them to master the skill at a later stage because they become familiar with the alphabet, they learn the songs, they are exposed to it, and as we know it's always easier for younger students to learn a language than older students. So in this lesson, we're also going to look at how to make your reading text interesting, relevant to the student, and how to choose the right text to assign to students. So firstly, think on this question for a little bit. Why do you think it's harder for students from Asia to read in English? There could be a variety of reasons. As I mentioned earlier, yes, the alphabet. Some of them have to read from the other side, right? From right to left instead of how we read. So that could also be the sentence construction in their language is different from English, so it's completely unfamiliar. It depends on at what age they are exposed to the Western alphabet. Could be a variety of reasons. And if you were learning a new language and you had to master the reading part, also think of that. What would be the hardest part? Why would it be difficult for you to read in another language? So when teaching ESL reading skills to second language learners, the most vital concept to keep in mind is that reading, like writing, is an entire process. Strong readers don't just sit down and with a text and start reading it at once and completely understand and make meaning of it, right? Readers use techniques, even if they're not aware of it. They use techniques like pre-reading, making predictions about the book or text that they're going to read. They connect certain information, or they read the headline and make certain predictions. So looking at some challenges that your students might be faced with when starting to read in English. Firstly, decoding the letters. Unfamiliarity with the Western alphabet could be a challenge. Lack of exposure to English reading materials, and also poor vocabulary. If you do not have a very advanced vocabulary, it means that you're not going to be able to make meaning of more complex texts, and even the simple ones are going to start to confuse you. So you have to be at the right level as well when you start reading certain texts. So now we're going to look at teaching reading, an example of lesson structures and activities that you can use while you're teaching the reading skill to students. Firstly, always remember to do a pre-reading activity. This means getting the students ready or prepared to read the text that you're going to put in front of them. It's one of the most vital parts of the reading process. Situating the text in terms of its genre and audience can also help ESL students approach reading with a curious and critical mind. Get them a bit excited, talking about the topic, giving their opinions, using adjectives, predicting the context. This will get them excited and into the reading part. We have some other examples of pre-reading questions for students that are not on a beginner level. The picture showing and then asking questions about it is more of a beginner level activity, or maybe pre-intermediate. Or if you're teaching younger students, it can always work, no matter their level. So here are some other types of pre-reading questions that you can also use for older students. What kind of material is this? So you can hand them the text and then ask them this. What kind of material is it? Is it an article? Is it a book? Is it a journal? Okay, is it an online article? So they have to answer this one. So some good examples as well. Other questions for all the students that are on a more advanced level. Who wrote this article? So this is after handing them the text. Do you have any prior knowledge about the author? So if you're handing them a text from a Harry Potter article where J.K. Rowling spoke, are you familiar with the author? What do you know about the author? And then they may say, okay, I know she wrote Harry Potter, etc. What other types of material has she written? If this is an article, they can say she's written books and plays. Where could you find out more about the writer? They can say online, blogs. So this is basically exposing them to prior knowledge, what they already know about this. Then we have making predictions. Let's look at this example over here. How many groups of people can you think of that have strong feelings about animals? They're making their own predictions, right? What are the feelings of these groups of people towards animals? How are they similar and how are they different? Opinion-based questions for making predictions. Who might cause someone to change how they feel about animals? This is a very good activity as well, because here they get to give a little bit of their own opinions, right? It says here, educators should assist the student comprehension by writing down questions about the reading for the students to answer before they read the assigned text. Pre-reading activity is also an example here, making predictions. Introduction to the key vocabulary, extremely important as well, to expose them to that before they actually start reading the text. Highlighting the key vocabulary, you can write it down on the whiteboard. Okay, so introducing them to the key vocabulary, you can write the keywords of the text on the whiteboard, ask questions about the understanding, check for understanding, and explain the more difficult words to them in more detail. So I'm not going to read the slide to you, it is in the PDF lesson. Remember this part over here, an important part of language learning is expansion of your vocabulary. That is why reading is also so important. How many people do you know that are readers that have a very good vocabulary, have a wide vocabulary, an expanded vocabulary? Reading allows us to expand our vocabulary, and it's no different with our second language. The first reading having students read through the text at least once. So this is after you've done the pre-reading activity. Next up, you're going to get them to read through the text. Okay, then you're going to check here, did any of your predictions about the check turn out to be true? What is the author's purpose in making this argument? What kind of support are provided by the author to make this case? Did they give any facts? Does the author want the readers to take action of any kind? Say if it's about the environment or recycling, like the example I showed you earlier on. Here, what did the author want the readers to take action on? And lastly, we have rereading. Pre-reading activities will help the learners review what they've learned. Okay, so they're going to reread the text and discuss it a bit more. Pre-reading is the first activity, then the last one would be rereading. Students should highlight the major points of writing. So in summary, above-mentioned process of how to teach ESL reading skills can be extended in a variety of different actions. It depends on the purpose of why you are doing the assignment. The proficiency level of the student should be taken into account. Is it a beginner level student or is it an advanced level student? Students could then make a summary of the text or respond to it by elaborating on one aspect of the reading and something they found interesting. Educators could then also assign short answer questions that encourages the critical thinking or use the exercise as a starting point for a larger writing assignment. Maybe you later on want them to write an essay or so on. So now we're going to take a look at a teaching reading lesson. So this lesson is based on a reading lesson for either teenagers or adults on an intermediate level. It's about social media, so the text that they have to read will be about social media. So I'm going to go through it with you from the beginning stage where you do the pre-reading activities. We're going to look at the entire lesson. So it's pre-reading, we're going to look at some questions, then we're going to look at modeling the vocabulary to the students on the whiteboard, what that will look like during your lesson, then reading the actual text or article, and then after that comprehension questions and answering some blank fill questions, and then that will be the end of the lesson. So we're going to look at the entire course from step 1 to the last step of teaching a reading-based lesson. So as I mentioned here, this is about social media. The entire text will be about social media. So let's have a look at the pre-reading activities. So here we have a great example of some pre-reading activities that you can use while teaching your students. So these are some true or false questions. So the students are going to read only the headline of the text, and then they have to guess if some of these questions that we're going to look at right now are true or false. So they haven't read the text yet. They'll have to guess whether they think it's true or false. So this is called making predictions. It's one of the examples of a pre-reading activity that you can use. So over here are some of the true or false questions. You can have a bit of a look at them. So for example, an ex-Facebook boss said social media is damaging society. They haven't read the text. They're going to have to make predictions, say it's true. They have read the headline though, right? So you can see here, true or false questions. Great pre-reading activity. Then also pre-reading activity, some opinions to discuss the questions, works very well. You can ask them, what did you think when you read the headline? What images are in your mind when you hear the word social? What do you think of Facebook? How important is social media to you? And what did people do before social media? So this gets them thinking a bit about the topic. It also practices their speaking ability. You can divide them into groups as well. And then they have to do the pre-reading activities in groups, answering these questions and giving their opinions. Also great for audio learners or audio lingual learners who like to hear other people's opinions and learn from that. So yeah, it's also again speaking and listening. So you're not actually just teaching reading. All of the other skills are involved here in some of the activities. Modeling the vocabulary before the students read the text on the whiteboard. You can write these down. You can do it on a PPT as well, but it's so much easier and it just takes less time to just write them on the whiteboard. Communication, desire. Get the students to pronounce them and then ask some of them what are the meaning of these words, or you can ask them to make a sentence as well. So next up, we're getting to reading the article called The Harm of Social Media. So that's the headline that they will read before they discuss the questions or before they do the pre-reading activities. So then here we have the text. Have to read this by themselves, right? There we go, text. I'm not going to read the text to you, but you can have a look at it in the PDF lesson attached if you want to. Okay, so here we get to the post-reading questions, vocabulary, match the words to the meaning. It's pretty popular to use these type of activities in testing the students' vocabulary or how well they read or understood the text, right? So over here, you're going to match the definition. What is former? And you're going to match that with the definition over here, right? Executive and harm. Practices their vocabulary and checks their understanding of the vocabulary as well. And we also have a synonym match. This helps them to understand the vocabulary. Also, it helps the teacher to check if they understand the vocabulary. It introduces them to a bit of more complex vocabulary. Have to match the synonym over here, right? Okay, so for example, harm. To look here, damage. There we go. And then, of course, the gapful activities, also a part of the lesson. Teachers love using these. Put these words into spaces in the paragraph below. So all of these options are given to the students. And then, of course, they have to read this text and use these words and put them into the blanks. Very good reading activity. Again, put the words into the paragraph below. So they have to have a bit of understanding of what the word means to actually put it into the correct blank. And comprehension questions. Check understanding. Here they have to give longer answers. You can get them, if you want them to rather do this in a speaking like a group-based lessons, instead of giving them a worksheet, you can do that as well and get them to discuss these comprehension questions in their groups afterwards. Here we have another one that practices your grammar a little bit as well. Put the words into the correct order, and here they can make a sentence then. It's also a very good exercise over here. Social media is doing harm to society. A bit of a sentence building exercise over here. And that is the lesson. So this lesson is probably, you can do it for, I would say 45 minutes, because it's going to take a while to get through all these steps, right? So I would say 45, 50 minutes, maybe an hour. You can do it with teenagers or adults on an intermediate level. You can even do it with your online students as well, even if it's one-on-one. Very good lesson to use here. Right, so that's an example of how to teach reading, all of the lesson steps summarized. Thank you. Hi guys, and welcome to writing, our next skill that we're going to talk a little bit about. When we talked about the 4 skills before, this is the last one that we're going to learn about. Alright, so before we look into it more, I want you guys to look at this question over here. How can we encourage creativity during writing activities? So how do you think you can encourage creativity when your students are sitting in the classroom and thinking about the writing topic? So here mentioned are some ways to do that. All of these you can actually integrate into your lesson when doing the pre-writing activity, like putting pictures up on the whiteboard or handing them out and getting the students to discuss the topic. The pictures should obviously be related to the writing topic. You can show them some YouTube videos and then get them to discuss the topic. What you can also do is introduce the vocabulary on the whiteboard and get some ideas flowing, like in a mind map type of format, right? So these are all ways in which it can be encouraged. So let's look at writing as a language learning skill. One of the harder language learning skills, right? Why is it so important? Writing is an essential language learning skill. It helps us to be competent in English and to be able to compete in a globalized world. So let's look at some points over here. It's essential for communicating your thoughts. It's a form of self-expression. I like that one. Writing requires vocabulary lexicon that can adequately support learning. Writing develops vocabulary. Very true. You can't have limited vocabulary when you're writing, right? Especially when it's an essay or something. It's essential for work-related communication. Therefore, it's very important for adults to be able to write things like emails and presentations. And it will also be for the students in your class once they finish high school. Writing requires formal grammar. So that is something that you also have to teach them a bit more when writing. It practices their grammar and tests their grammar skills a bit more. Writing allows students to use creativity. Right, so what are some challenges when it comes to writing? A second language learner will be faced with many challenges when trying to write. Okay, so here are some of the mentioned challenges. Poor vocabulary causes limitations. You can only write as much as you know the vocabulary, right? Poor grammar, that prevents self-expression. They know what they want to say but not how to say it in English, right? Second language interference, when they translate what they're thinking and write that down, and they may use the incorrect sentence structure or word forms. Not understanding English pragmatics. Self-expression isn't valued in the same way in every culture. Look at this part here. Remember that in Eastern cultures, they are not so pro self-expression as we are in Western cultures. So our stories, our poetry, it's more expressive. It's like an art form to us, right? Where their poetry and books can be a bit, I wouldn't say simple, but yeah, a little bit simple. You know, it's a bit simplified. It's not as advanced yet. Okay, so this is also very important to know that writing is a vital component of the productive language, and learners will need to demonstrate their ability to write in English if they hope to be competitive in a globalized world. If they hope to be competitive and work at an international company one day, communicate with foreigners, study abroad, whatever the case may be, to be competitive, you need to be able to write in English as well, not just speak a little bit of broken English, right? So a few teacher notes over here, things that need to be considered or taken into account when you're teaching a writing lesson or you have a writing activity within your integrated skills or your other lesson. Things that you need to consider, firstly, of course, is the proficiency level of the student. Is the student at a beginner level or at an advanced level? So this you have to take into account. It's most likely to change the topic that you give to them, the assignments, the type of assignments that you want them to complete. Make sure that they are actually able to complete this activity. It's not too difficult for them, but it's also not too easy, so they won't learn anything from it, right? Also, the age group, you have to find a topic that is relevant and that is fun for them to write about, right? Fun for them to discuss, like the social media topic. It's something that's relevant. It's something that they talk about all the time. So it will be quite interesting to them. Now over here we have two sections: teaching writing for children and teaching writing for adults. So we're just going to go a bit through this as well. If we look at teaching writing for children, firstly the teacher models the writing activity step by step on the whiteboard. When you're teaching children, it's important to model the steps on the whiteboard. Write examples of adjectives on the board that they can use in their writing. Model the grammar in use on the board. Give relevant and creative writing assignments, things that they enjoy. Encourage creativity more than correct grammar use. Assist the students during the writing activity. Walk around, see where you can help them. Help with sentence building, grammar structures. Provide positive feedback after assessing the assignments. Don't just write negative stuff. Always write positive feedback as well. Now, when teaching writing to adults, here you need to remember to teach relevant writing skills that they will use at work. Email writing, right? Presentations. Top 2. Encourage vocabulary expansion. Ask them to read a bit more, to expand their vocabulary, to learn more vocabulary and use it. Assist with grammar structures. Ask them about their personal goals and focus on student-centered learning. Ask them what kind of writing would help them to advance their career, or what kind of writing would they like to learn and what is the reason for that. Provide positive feedback again. Teach pronunciation. Even though you're teaching a writing exercise, make sure to always keep in mind that you have to try and teach the other skills as well. Integrate the skills. So that is what you need to keep in mind when teaching children or teaching adults. Now let's look at the different type of assignments that we can give to children versus adults. Comic script writing. They love to do this. I've done this before in Asia. Really fun for them. Animation, character or story development. This can also teach them to learn more adjectives. Fiction writing for teenagers or higher proficiency levels. So if someone is a beginner A1, it's highly unlikely that they're going to be able to write fiction. So keep that in mind. Digital storytelling if you have the necessary resources, if you are teaching at a school where there are computers available. Group storytelling, see, you don't need a lot of resources for this. You can just give them papers or flashcards or something like that, and it's a very interactive group activity. Journal writing, you can make this a long-term task as well. Mind mapping ideas and pre-writing activities. On the other hand, when you're teaching writing to adults, you can teach them email writing, writing formal letters, journal writing, fiction writing, or short story writing. A lot of them will be interested in these topics. So if they tell you they want to learn how to do this, teach them how to do this. Presentations, I get asked about that quite a lot. Very high priority to business students, business English students, and then writing a speech. Of course, again, business English students will be interested in learning to do this. So here are a lot of activities that I've put out there for you. You can be creative with this. It's quite fun to teach writing if it's something you're interested in. Alright, so next up we're going to look at the steps of a writing lesson. I'm going to take you through the steps one at a time. It's based on teaching writing at a school. So this is classroom based, but it's also online. You can use it in both cases. Very cool. So let's look at step one. First, you have to lay out and write your lesson plan and lesson sequence to add structure to the class. Of course, so please, when you do the chapter or the section on lesson planning, pay attention to how you need to lay out your lessons beforehand. Step two, make sure that you have all the materials that's needed for you to successfully be able to teach this lesson. Make sure the worksheets are already printed, right? Or any materials that you have to use, they are present in your classroom. If you want them to do a presentation, PowerPoint presentation, make sure that you have those resources available so they are actually able to do this. Okay, then we have step three, model the assignment step by step on the whiteboard. Use small drawing to model examples. Okay, so how can we do this effectively? Model the assignment step by step on the whiteboard and use small drawings. We're going to look at an example quickly. Okay, so this is more or less what it would look like if you model the steps of the writing assignment to your students. So it's from step one, what they have to do, what is required of them, lay it out so they understand what is expected of them, and each step from step number one to discussing the topic, to watching a video about it, mind mapping the ideas, your first draft, which you will be discussing with the teacher, to your final draft that will be graded. So make sure they understand what is expected of them. Lay the assignment out on the whiteboard. Right, so that was step three. Let's have a look at the fourth step over here. Pre-writing activity comes first. Give the students a word cloud containing relevant adjectives, or write key grammar and vocabulary on the whiteboard. This is a great pre-writing activity. In this example I mentioned here, I asked them to discuss the topic. So I'm just going to show you guys what a word cloud containing relevant adjectives mean and where you can find it. So over here we have some examples of word cloud. So you can actually just Google the topic and then Google word cloud. And what you can do here is you can print one out for the students, for example this one, and then they have some adjectives over here. It gives them a bit of an idea about the topic and so on. You can print it out, give each student one, or you can print only a few and again get them to discuss this in groups. You can also, there's a website, I'm not sure what it is, but I think there's a website you can go to generate your own word cloud as well, where you can actually put in your own words. So you can go to that as well. If you Google it, I'm sure you'll be able to find it. It's a very, very good teaching tool when teaching writing lessons. It's not just for writing lessons, you can use it for a variety of lessons actually. So an example of step 3 here, you can hand out a worksheet and allow question asking to confirm the understanding of the assignments. Then scaffold and walk around to assist students while they are writing the assignment. Always assist them. Don't just sit at your chair, but be an actual facilitator, be active in the process, help them out, make sure they understand, help with sentence building, give them ideas and so on. Step 7, assignment tips. Give constructive feedback. Try to get them to improve their ability to write. Constructive feedback. Consider formative assessment. Now you haven't learned yet what exactly formative assessment means. We'll learn a bit later the difference between formative and summative assessment. So formative is a bit more serious and formal, and you can grade these types of assessments and it adds up to their final grade, right? Allow room for improvement. That's why in this assignment I made an example where they have to write a first draft and a second draft, so you can actually give them room for improvement, especially if this is a serious assignment where they're actually receiving a grade. Allow room for improvement. Don't highlight all of the grammar mistakes. Right? Using a red pen, this is very demotivating. If the learner gets back his paper and has just red marks everywhere, you could imagine yourself what you would feel like. It's not very motivating. Hand the assignment back to the students, discuss the assignment with them, write common mistakes on the whiteboard, ask students to help with the error correction. So let's just have a look at an example of this one. So what you're going to do here is you're going to write the most common errors on the whiteboard, or just some errors that you saw reading through the papers. You're not saying who made this error, but you're writing them on the board and trying to help everyone who wrote the paper. So you're asking for error correction. What you can do is call different students or just ask for volunteers who would like to correct the grammar mistakes here. I go to school for 5 years now. Ask what the mistake here is. Okay, so first, what kind of mistake is it? Is it a spelling mistake, a grammar mistake? So then, say it's a grammar mistake. Where is the mistake? What is the correct tense to use here? I have gone to school for 5 years now. Explain to them this is still the situation, it hasn't ended. So you cannot use the past tense, you cannot use went, because it's still the situation now. My hobbies are, what kind of a mistake is this? Get the students to tell you. Spelling mistake. Yeah, right? I love animals when I was younger. What kind of mistake is it? Grammar. Where is the mistake? Over here. I used to love, or I loved, right? Using this technique to help students correct their errors, it gets the entire group as a class involved here. Everyone can learn from each other's mistakes and they can correct it. So that is the steps of teaching writing, steps that you can go through. Of course, you can use your own creativity, but remember pre-reading activities before you start the lesson, what kind of activities you can give to them. Right, thank you. Hi everyone, and welcome to our next section. Over here we're going to talk about integrated skills, which is the intentional combination of the 4 language learning skills: reading, writing, listening, and speaking. So think of it like pieces in a puzzle that you combine in order to deliver very exciting lessons to your students, which they can benefit from and give them an opportunity to understand how we communicate in the English language. Let me make an example of why this method is so effective. When we think about communicating in the real life, you're always using more than one language skill. Say, for example, you're talking on the phone. So then you're listening and you're speaking, right? So you're combining those skills. You might even make a note of what the other person said. So then it's also writing. Afterwards, you will read the note, right? So also reading. So in actual real life situations, we combine our 4 skills in order for us to communicate effectively. And this is what we want our students to be doing as well. We want them to be proficient in English and be able to communicate like natives do. So let's talk a little bit about the benefits of teaching integrated skills lesson. This is more effective for the students. They can relate to it more and they can practice more than one language learning skill at a time. If we look at what happened in Asia a while ago, most of these students were only taught or actually lectured about grammar rules. And then what happened there is their one skill did develop quite well. They were able to communicate via writing very effectively, right? But they weren't able to speak English at all. And actually, that's the biggest problem that was present in Asia, but they corrected this by using this technique of integrating the 4 skills into one lesson. So there's a lot of benefits for you as a teacher as well. You're going to make fast and easy progress with your students if you teach integrated skills lessons. It's going to be fun, it's going to be interactive. You can choose very exciting topics as well. So let's look a little bit at the theory behind the integrated language learning approach. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the word context. This is a very popular word when teaching. As an English teacher, you will come across this word quite often. So what does the word context actually refer to? It's about making words meaningful. Once the words become meaningful, they also become predictable, right? Setting something up that the students understand. Connect it with something that is already in the students' minds, something they care about. Hobbies, think about their hobbies and interests and the situation in the country that they're living in. So don't take into account your interests, because if you're teaching students in Asia, it might differ quite a lot from what they're interested in or the issues that they currently have to deal with in their social surroundings, right? So context also refers to what already happened and what is going to happen. Let's make an example here. So if you're teaching Thai students, for example, they will better connect with a trip to the beach than snowboarding, right? Or winter activities. If you've never been to Thailand or if you don't know much about the country, it's very, very hot. I'm talking really hot. I'm also from a country that gets hot in the summer, but there it's extremely hot and it's never winter. The coldest temperature you would experience is probably not under 30 degrees, right? So they don't have any idea about winter. They actually don't even understand the season that well. And if you talk to them about snowboarding and stuff like that, they're not really familiar with the context of this, right? So that's an example of how to keep the context relevant and relate to the student. So here again, if we look at the concept of teaching integrated skills, It's important to teach all of the skills at once, but you don't have to teach all of the skills at once. Many teachers like to teach listening and speaking together, right? So you don't have to teach all of the skills in one lesson. Here, teach listening while teaching reading or writing, for instance. All of the skills are puzzle pieces of the bigger puzzle. Here they mention an example as well, a blank fill activity. Blank filling is a listening, reading, and writing activity. I mentioned before why so many teachers use blank fills. So there you go, there's another reason. It's used to integrate the 4 skills into one activity. Here we have an example of a blank fill activity using prepositions. So we have op, on, in, and by, and they have to fill it into the blanks. So you can check that one out in a PDF file if you want to look at it a bit more. So just quick summary again of why integrated skills are so important. It allows you to build in more variety into your lesson, which is great because students, it keeps their interest, right? It keeps their attention and they enjoy the lesson. Instead of just listening, the students can also do speaking activities, reading activities, and writing activities. So it keeps them engaged in the lesson. It makes it quite interactive as well. And this raises the motivation of the students to learn English because they're having fun. Here's also a very interesting topic. I've summarized it quite well for you guys. What I've used here is the main games that I came across while teaching in Thailand, what they use in the classrooms. So this is very relevant, and from personal experience I can tell you these are the most popular games that they use for gamification in the classroom. This is not for online teaching. We will touch on that in a later topic. I've added something for you guys there as well. But if we talk about gamification in the classroom itself, I've mentioned the most popular games here that I came across during my teaching experience in Thailand. Okay, so here we have the whisper game. This basically teaches listening and speaking, integrating those 2 skills. Improv, like the acting technique, again, listening and speaking combined. Run and read. Oh, this is very popular, especially amongst younger students because they're moving around and they're running and they just love this. It integrates reading and writing and fun. Group storytelling, more for teenagers. They like this. And this actually combines all of the skills, reading, writing, speaking, and listening. The hero's journey, storytelling, telling a story about a hero combines reading and writing, give them a text to read beforehand, and then asking them to write an essay. So I'm going to explain these games. Don't worry about that. I just want to mention them first. Here we can have a look at improv a little bit. Afterwards, you can read more about this if you didn't understand my explanation that well. So here it says students stand in a circle, and then the teacher chooses 2 of them from the circle to go to the middle of the circle, and the teacher sketches a scenario for them. You can write it beforehand on paper and then maybe laminate them like these cards that you use when you give speeches, similar to that. Give them a bit of a dialogue or just an introduction. But you can also, if you haven't prepared for this, you can still do this activity, right? Okay, so example here, the patient is calling the doctor to make an appointment and explains his symptoms. So one of the students will be the doctor and the other one is the patient. So it's improv. You're not giving them the dialogue to read, right? You're giving them the scenario. They have to use their own language. This gets them to practice listening. They're going to listen to the other person, respond to it, improv, right? So listening and speaking. Improv can be done similar to how drama teachers uses this exercise when teaching their students. As you can see in the picture here, sketch a scenario for students and ask them to act it out. in front of the other learners. There might be some shy ones that don't want to do this, but just try and motivate them, right? And tell them it's not about having the perfect grammar use. You can make mistakes. It's about speaking freely here, right? So mention that to them, and that will automatically calm them down, and they will be engaged in the lesson and they will want to try it. Whisper game is also a listening and speaking activity. So you're going to divide the class into 2 teams, right? Line up the players in 2 lines, and there's one in the front and one in the back. So you're going to whisper a message to the student standing in front, okay? And then he's going to whisper it to the back one, to the back one, to the back one, until it reaches the last student. And then the last student has to tell the class what the message is. And then you're going to see if he gets it right. So the 2 teams are basically competing to see which of the teams listened to the message and was able to tell the person behind them what the previous person said. So it's listening and speaking, and then you can have a winner. It's quite a fun game, actually. Whisper game will test speaking and listening skills of students, and it's fun and interactive. Doesn't require a lot of planning again, right? So you're not really going to plan or print out anything for this lesson. It's pretty easy for the teacher as well. Run and read. Familiarize yourself with this one. It's pretty popular in Thailand. Excellent activity to get students moving, right? It works best for pairs of students, but with some lower level classes, bigger teams can be helpful. So you're going to use the whiteboard for this, right? And then you're going to put the students, you can put them in lines as well, where they have to run to the board and they get like these notes. So that's going to take a bit of preparation on your behalf. Or you can use flashcards where things are already written down. So then one student has to read, write that on the board, run to the back of the line, then the other one goes, reads, write it on the board, and then at the end, if you want to make it interesting, it could contain some secret message or something. So that's how you can do it. It's quite engaging, and it practices the reading skill as well as the writing skill. Group storytelling. This is for all the students that are on a higher level, because you need a bit of vocabulary to be able to teach this, right? So here you're going to divide the students into smaller groups and give each group a paper with the beginning of the story. Don't just give them nothing to work with, right? So give them the beginning of the story, like the hero's journey. Then they have to make a mind map of it beforehand and complete the story. So it's a group activity, practices a lot of skills, listening, writing, reading, and speaking, because they're going to communicate with their group in order to complete the project. Hit the word is the next one here. Okay, so this game works best with playing with younger students. I'm just going to show you the board over here to explain to you, but you can read it a bit more in the PDF. So you're going to use a whiteboard over here, right? As you can see. And then you're just going to use your marker, draw circles, and here's an example of drawing the phonic sounds. So it's not actually letters, it's the phonic sounds. And then you can use a ball, tennis ball, try to make it not a big ball so it's too crazy, right? And you get them to throw it at one of the circles. Say they hit the D, they have to pronounce the D sound. So D, 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 3 times, right? If they hit the C sound, K, 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 3 times. It's for younger students because older students don't normally learn phonics anymore, right? They're past that stage. So kindergarten, perhaps the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd grade, depending on the school as well. Some other games here, Simon Says, debate, musical chairs. You can use flashcards here. And debate is also listening and speaking, jumping, flashcards. This is also more for younger students, right? Jumping, flashcards. You're going to lay the flashcards out on the floor, and they have to scream out each word while jumping. If they get it correct, can jump to the next flashcard. Get it correct, jump to the next one. You can make it a bit of a competition as well. It teaches them vocabulary and speaking and reading, because they're reading the flashcard and then they're yelling the word. Pass the ball in a circle, use flashcards in the middle. I've did this with younger students, kindergarten students in Thailand. You get them to sit in a circle, put the flashcards in the middle. You play a bit of music. You can actually use your phone. They allow you to use your phone. But in some schools you have like a big TV, so you can play YouTube video with music. Pause it and say it stops at one student. He has to go to the middle and read flashcards. See how many he can get correct, how many points he can get. Very fun for younger students. Here's also a YouTube video if you guys want to watch this one. It's called the Top 7 ESL Flashcard Games. They give you examples here of in-classroom based situations. So I would definitely advise you to have a look at that YouTube video as well. You're going to learn how to do it in the classroom. Alright, so that's gamification in the classroom. Next up, we're going to look at integrated skills, lesson planning, the layout and design of an integrated skill lesson. So here you're actually going to see what it looks like. It's adapted from the Interchange textbook for students. What is the Interchange textbook? A book that you're going to be using if you're teaching online and if you're teaching in Asia. It's one of the most popular textbooks to use. So you have the textbook. Now you have to plan an integrated skill lesson using the info in the textbook. This is how it works. Okay, starting from point 1. An Interchange lesson plan, the lesson sequence, is based on the Interchange 3rd edition textbook, Unit 7. Does it have a view? So that's the topic of the lesson over here. Now let's see the rest of it as well. So firstly here we're going to look at the performance objectives of this specific lesson. Now if you're not sure what performance objectives means, we are going to discuss it separately in a section about lesson planning. It's a part of your lesson planning at the beginning stage where you're required to write down what the learner does and what the teacher will be doing during your lesson. So that is performance objectives. If we have a look at them here, first stage of your lesson plan, here the learner has to do the following and the teacher has to do the following. I'm just going to make an example here. For example, students talk about the picture. What does the teacher do while the students are talking about the picture? Divide students into pairs and set up pair work. So during this stage of the lesson, what does the learner have to do? What does the teacher have to do? Teacher models the target language. So this is where the teacher is going to explain, highlight the grammar, write the key vocabulary on the whiteboard. While the teacher is doing this, the students will be taking notes of highlighted words. Remember, the students and the teacher should both be doing something, because this is when the students will get distracted. It's also a method or a technique that's used as a modern way of managing your classroom, right? Always get them to be busy with something. Tell them they have to make notes while listening. So this not just practices their writing and listening skill, but also keeps them engaged during the lesson. Okay, so here we have picture modeling. For example, what are they going to be doing? They're going to be taking notes of the alternative vocabulary and practice the questions and answers using the new vocabulary. So this is how to do performance objectives. We're going to do it in more detail in the lesson planning section. Then here we have integrated grammar and model practice. Okay, so we've summarized a bit of the grammar that the students needs to become familiar with during the lesson, right? Here are some of the adjectives: beautiful, modern, traditional, big, small. That's the key vocabulary that you're also going to model on the whiteboard during stage 2 of the lesson, right? Some of the WH questions that they'll have to master during the lesson and become familiar with, right? So that's the grammar and model practice. So then we can go to stage 1, which is the picture discussion. This is the first part or the first activity of your lesson. Discuss in pairs. So here are the questions. You're going to divide the students into pairs, and then they have to discuss this. Do you live in a house or an apartment? What rooms are in houses and what rooms are in apartments? You can use this in online teaching as well, right? Then we have step 2, context setting and modeling. This is introducing the students to the context of the lesson and the key grammar and vocabulary. So here they're going to read a dialogue or conversation between Amy and Dan. To make this more interactive, you can divide them into pairs. Get one to be Amy and one to be Dan, and they have to practice this. So again, it's listening and speaking. Okay, so here the teacher has to model the key vocabulary using flashcards. You can do it on the whiteboard as well, but it works having pictures if the students are on a lower level. I have a new apartment. Get them to repeat this and look at the picture. What is it like? It's very beautiful. Get them to ask and answer questions about the apartment, right? Another question, is it really big? Answer, it's big. It has a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and a bathroom. So you can ask your students in your classroom this question and get them to respond. You can ask a few students about that. Don't feed them the answer, right? Except if you're noticing they don't know anything at all, then you're going to have to write an example on the board. So again, here you have to use your own experience and what you know, and you should be guessing the level of the students. Okay, where is it? So here, WH question. Ask one of the students in the class, where is your house or apartment? See what they answer. Remember to correct if they don't use full sentences. Does it have a view? Here you will have students who don't really understand what a view means, but if you use pictures during your modeling stage, by now they'll get it. Yes, it has a view of another apartment building. Okay, you can ask a few students this as well. Get them to answer. Vocabulary expansion. So during this lesson stage, you're expanding their vocabulary. So you're not just using the easier vocabulary, you're teaching them new stuff. Like, what is the difference between a house, an apartment, and a condo? Condo is actually a Thai thing where they use condo instead of apartment. So explain that to them as well if you have to. Okay, by using pictures, of course, it will make it easier for them to understand the difference between the two. Okay, here, expansion of the vocabulary using adjectives to describe apartments and houses. Beautiful, traditional, modern. So you're going to ask your students to describe their houses or apartment. But I think firstly, because it's vocabulary expansion, you have to write a few words on the whiteboard as examples and then ask students, right? Okay, again, expansion here. Teach them to give longer answers, like it's big, it has 3 bedrooms. It's small, it has 1 bedroom. Make sure they understand this vocabulary about the different rooms in the house. So then we move over to stage 5 of the lesson, where you're doing a blank fill activity, whether you've printed this out on a worksheet and you're handing it to them, or you're doing this on the whiteboard and getting different students to write an answer. The red ones you're going to leave blank, right? And then they can use their own words over here. Here we have an example again of grid listening. I've modeled this to you guys before on the whiteboard. Who, what, where. This is a listening activity. You're going to sketch a scenario, read it to the students, and then you're going to write who, what, and where on the whiteboard, right? And later on, they have to fill it in. So they have to listen for details while making notes. Later, they have to write on the whiteboard as well. So it's sort of a listening and writing activity. Okay, here we also have a listening activity. Listen to 4 people describe their dream homes. You can play an audio of this, which you will find in the interchange lesson book. So you're not going to have to make your own stuff. If you want to do that, you can, but in the interchange curriculum, they have like audio CDs for this. So that's a listening activity. Write down the keywords the first time you listen to the conversations. Try to listen to full sentences and write them down. Listening and writing, right? Okay. Reading and writing activity. So here we have our text that is in the lesson that they will have to read. It's related to the topic, 2 special houses. It's interesting because it's different. They talk about very strange houses. And this is reading, afterwards writing. They're going to answer the questions here. Where is Mrs. Sanera's house? Where is Mrs. Nelson's house? What is Sanera's house like? They have to use adjectives here. So now this is the application phase of the lesson. Don't worry if you're not sure. We're going to learn this in lesson planning. But here they're applying what they've learned. They're applying their knowledge, right? The adjectives that they've learned, they have to use now. Communicative activity. Write down and describe your dream home and draw a picture of it. Again, it's fun. Something they'll enjoy. And you get them to practice the knowledge that they've learned. What is it like? Is it big or small? Where is it? Okay, how many rooms does it have? Now ask your partner about this. So you're going to divide them into pairs of 2. And then one has to describe their dream home to the other one and draw a picture of it. Other one has to do the same. So which skills do you think they practice here while doing this activity? Okay, so they might be doing a bit of writing if they're drawing the picture and writing bedroom, bathroom, right? They're doing speaking, explaining to their partner what their home looks like. And they're also doing listening because they're listening to their partner's home. Now, another thing you can do to make it even more interesting is get one student to explain to the other student what their dream home looks like, and the other student who listens has to draw what the student is saying. This is actually a very cool activity. Practices listening, speaking, writing. So if we look at the evolution of TEFL teaching methods and how teaching methodology has evolved throughout the different centuries, where the most progress was made was during the 20th century, basically, right? So there we saw a massive evolution and change in how teachers or instructors started teaching English, and also the reasons why people wanted to learn English, right? So before that, if we look back at the Western world in the 17th, 18th, 19th century, language learning was seen as more of an intellectual pursuit for learners. They wanted to learn the language. They wanted to learn the structure of the language, the grammar rules. They wanted to memorize different sorts of vocabulary. It was more of an academic pursuit, not one that was based on being able to actually speak to other people in that language. It didn't leave a lot of room for oral communication or oral use, developing the speaking skills of students. So they mostly focused on language learning, which is different from language acquisition. And the key difference here lies in the fact that the acquisition of a language means you are able to use this language when communicating. You understand the language. Language learning refers more to the study of the rules of the language and maybe memorizing the vocabulary. Right, so if we look further, old versus new, if we go way back, the first method that was introduced many centuries ago was called the grammar translation method. Now, this method was pretty popular, and yes, it was the start of language teaching, and it was used not just in classrooms, but also it was used during the war. Americans wanted to learn the languages of their allies, so it wasn't just used for learning English, but also other languages. So this means that they directly translated one language to the language they wanted to learn, the target language, and this is how they came to understand the language. Although this didn't last very long, after that was introduced the direct method and the audio-lingual method. So this was introduced after the grammar translation method. The audio-lingual method is also called the army method. It started during World War II, and like I mentioned, this is where soldiers wanted to learn and communicate with their allies and communicate with other soldiers that spoke other languages. So this was the motivation for learning another language, and this was the method they used. So the audio-lingual method is also then referred to as the army method due to that reason. It included learning certain patterns or structures, memorization of vocabulary, certain drills. It required a direct response to a certain question, which makes it quite similar to the direct method, because the direct method refers to a teaching method that teaches only everyday vocabulary and phrases, but is more focused on communication. So already it went a bit from the grammar translation method, which was more an academic pursuit, to the pursuit of speaking languages, using it for communication. The direct method is still used today, especially abroad in teaching. It is still used at government schools, etc. So then after this is where the evolution really started, and we were introduced to a modern way of teaching languages. And these methods introduced here is the TPR, Total Physical Response Method, which we're going to get into a bit later. And then the communicative approach, which emphasizes communication over all of the other skills like writing and reading. So all of the emphasis is basically placed on proactive communication using the target language. And then we also have task-based learning, which involves a process of combining tasks and projects in order to teach students to learn the language indirectly. So this is how the languages evolved from old to new, and it just gives you a bit of a background. We're going to learn more about the modern methods in the rest of the course, but this gives you a bit of a background from where it started to where we are at now. It's evolved and changed a lot, especially from the 20th century, where the focus was placed more on communication, but also integrating and teaching students to be proficient in all of the language skills, writing, reading, listening, and speaking. Thank you. Welcome back to Teaching Methods. Over here we're going to discuss one of the most popular teaching methods that's been used recently in the 21st century and even before that. So this is called the TPR method. It stands for Total Physical Response. So let's have a look at the definition of this teaching method. So let's just look at a brief history of the Total Physical Response method and why it's so popular. Total Physical Response is a teaching method revolving around the coordination of speech and student action, meaning actions like gestures, body movements, facial expressions, etc. are used to get the message of the language across to the students. Its foundation is teaching and learning through physical action, utilizing your students' motor skills while they respond to commands as quickly as possible. So like showing them come here, the difference between left and right, yes and no, happy and sad. This is all a part of the TPR method. So what are some of the benefits of the TPR method? Firstly, it engages younger learners. Most important method in online teaching, because your physical presence isn't felt as it is in a classroom-based situation. You have to sort of gesture for the students when they don't understand. Like yes, no, again, right? Happy, how are you? Are you happy today, right? It helps teachers communicate with beginner students if they don't understand instructions. Draw a circle around the verb, right? Using the TPR method, you're explaining the instruction to them. It improves comprehension because their memory will be better once they've seen this gesture of circling or yes, happy. It improves listening skills and it boosts learner engagement. When you look at the younger learners, they love being active, jumping around, right? So when you're in a classroom and you're teaching them verbs, for example, jumping, right? You can do this when you want to teach them an online teaching or flying, right? It engages them. It makes them kind of think a little bit about this while having fun as well. So let's look into TPR and comprehension. At the core of TPR is the desire to help students to better understand what you are teaching them. TPR is less about pronunciation, correct pronunciation and spelling, but more about comprehending the meaning of the different vocabulary words. True comprehension of what a word means acts as a great educational foundation before you get into the more technical side of newer vocabulary, more complex vocabulary, and grammar structures. Thanks to the benefits of TPR, this concept is a great tool for helping young students to learn English faster. Okay, TPR and engagement. This is quite an effective teaching method used for engaging students both online and in the classroom, right? Those younger learners especially, they have short attention spans and you want to grab their attention by using a physical movement or a gesture that they can mimic after you, right? TPR demands students to pay close attention to the teacher, so they're going to look at what you're doing, okay? Love, like, dislike. This engages the student, it gets their attention, right? You can engage kids in the lesson more effectively by having them act out language through activities. So get them to mimic you. Love, and then they have to do it. Like, then they have to do it, right? Smile. When learning a new language, memorization is essential, and TPR's repetitive movements support precisely that idea. Okay, so when using TPR, the teachers tend to repeat these gestures more than once, about 3 times. That's the perfect amount, right? So this also helps younger students to memorize the words. So here are some popular examples that you can use when you're doing your online teaching demo. They will like it a lot and it will get you some points, trust me. So speaking, see, I sometimes do this as well. Look or see, hear or listen, right? Talk, think. There's a variety of these gestures that you can use, especially while teaching younger learners, and I would suggest using it quite often when you're teaching them online. So next up, we're going to look at the different materials that you can use when you're using the TPR method to teach. So here are some examples of popular teaching materials. The first one, of course, being songs and videos on the computer, especially when you're teaching younger students. Flashcards, again, always remains a popular and effective one. The whiteboard, utilizing the whiteboard. Hand puppets, that's one I haven't mentioned before. It used to be very popular to use a hand puppet when teaching younger students online, but I've seen now that it's become less and less popular. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe some teachers still do that. And props, like I showed you guys that hat in a previous lesson, right? Funny hats, or if you have different color balls, you can teach the different colors like that, or building blocks even. If you have fake fruit, artificial fruit, anything like that, you can use that in your online teaching. You can use it in your classroom. Usually it is available in most kindergarten classrooms. So let's have a look at our first one, songs and videos. TPR is often used to teach kindergartners. YouTube videos are very popular. Singing and mimicking and dancing while you are playing these videos for them. Materials like computer or TV, recorded songs, singing and mimicking the teacher's body movement. So if you can only play the song and you can do the actual movements of the song, like that song about head and shoulders, knees and toes, right? If you can do that by yourself, you don't need the YouTube video, right? But it does make it more interactive. Materials like your phone, speaker, and audio player can also be used to play songs and videos during your lesson. So here's an example of a YouTube video that's extremely popular at Asian schools in the kindergarten phase, and they use it online as well. It's called Head and Shoulders, Knees and Toes, the one I just mentioned. So you're going to play it on the big screen in your classroom, or what you can do is you can share your screen if you're teaching online and you can play the song for them as well, right? So that's another way to do that if you're teaching online. And then of course you can still do head and shoulders. Might be difficult to do knees and toes if you're sitting down, but they'll get it. So here's the song. You can look it up on YouTube. I'm sure that you are familiar with it though. Okay, second one, flashcards. I've shown you my flashcards that I always keep with me as well. You can use them a lot. If you don't have flashcards, what you can do is look it up online. There are some websites. I'll show you guys a bit about that later as well in the section of free resources, where you can download or make your own flashcards and print them out. So you can also do something like that. Now there's a variety of activities that you can do with your flashcards, like you can play games with your flashcards, right? Let's look at a few here. Often used in ESL classroom to teach vocabulary. printed flashcards, Simon Says activity. You don't need anything for that, right? The next one, also a run and read activity. I've explained that to you guys before. Charades, very good one to use as well, where one student is going to gesture, or they can also draw a picture. What I would suggest using the TBR method, they have to explain. You can use verbs or hobbies like fishing, right? And then the other students have to guess. So you can do that as well. Organize the flashcards like numbers or the alphabet, put them into the correct order, and mimic the flashcards, especially if it's emotions, right? And there's a happy face on the flashcard, they can mimic this, or sad, angry, etc. Here's an example of that one. Say you're teaching emotions, right? You can use emoticons, print them out, like similar to the lesson that I did in the section of teaching English to younger learners. You can print them out and the students can mimic the faces. They love this, the younger students. So using something relevant like emoticons is a good idea as well. Here's another fun one, ESL Twister flashcards. You actually only need the flashcards for this one, and then you can play Twister with it. Again, the whiteboard. Again, always use your whiteboard when you're in a sticky situation. Maybe you haven't done a lot of lesson planning. You have to do a demonstration and you see that the school you have to do it at, they don't really have a lot of resources available. So you have to improvise. Always utilize your whiteboard. You can do activities and games on the whiteboard. You can do a run and read activity, charades, Simon Says, etc. So all you'll need then, basically the whiteboard and the different markers. Always engage the students while you're doing an activity on the whiteboard. Don't just be writing yourself. Get them to come to the whiteboard, fill in the blanks, write answers, etc. And then lastly, if you're very lucky, your school has a digital whiteboard, which is amazing. You can use this in so many different ways. As you can see here, she's putting fruit into the food pyramid, right? So these are amazing things. So you're very lucky if you have that as well. There's another place where you can get a similar situation to this online. I'm going to show you guys that as well in the free resources section, so look out for that. Hand puppets is an older way to teach, still very effective and still very loved by students, especially the younger ones, the kindergartens and the pre-kindergartners. So what you can do here is examples of use. You can use it in online teaching. Many teachers do that. Online and in classroom storytelling with the puppet. Mimic the hand puppet, right? The pronunciation or the movement of the hand puppet. And also in conversational, when the student is very shy, you can get the hand puppet out and usually gets them talking. Another thing that you can do as well is storytelling with the hand puppet. This is quite popular as well. So here you can tell a story to the entire class, or you can do it online like a fairy tale, right? And most of the schools have a variety of hand puppets available. And you can get the students also involved in this process. They can be one of the hand puppets, etc., right? Other props that you can use, like bouncy balls, that sometimes gets out of hand, but it's quite fun. Plastic fruit, realia, right? Color cups, ping pong balls. I've explained the ping pong game to you guys. Hula hoops. Okay, a variety of things you can use. Alright, so here are some props that you can use in your classroom. Some of these you'll also be able to use online. As you can see here, bouncy balls and cups for phonics. I'm going to explain this activity to you guys on the whiteboard now. So here also a lot of flashcards or games, snakes and ladders, variety that you can use in your classroom, and you can just print out these games and hand it to the student. You don't actually have to have the game available to you. Alright, so let me explain this ping pong game to you guys on the whiteboard. Okay, so I've explained this game before. What you will need are a few plastic cups, and you're going to write the different letters of the alphabet on the cups, like in the picture that you saw before there as well. And these are going to be used as phonics sounds. So you'll be sitting over here as the teacher on this side of the table, and the students will be standing in line on the other side of the table with the ping pong ball. So they're going to roll it towards the cups, and as soon as they hit one of the cups, let's say they hit the one that says A on it, right? They have to make the phonics sound 3 times, repeat it 3 times, right? A, a, a. And after that, they go to the back of a line. You can also keep score, and that will make it more interesting. So say if you have the students on a piece of paper with you over here, and you give them points, how many did they get right, etc. So you can also make it more competitive. So I hope you get this explanation. Now, in conclusion, let's quickly summarize the TPR teaching method. First of all, it's fun. It helps for faster learning of the students. It's easier and longer for retention learning. The focus is placed on speaking, pronunciation, and language acquisition. It's fun and authentic way of teaching, and a lot of teaching materials are used. You can be quite creative, although you don't need fancy resources. It's very relatable for the students. So that is the TPR method, one of the most popular methods used both in classroom for younger students and during online teaching. Now, when teaching task-based learning, there are certain lesson steps that you have to follow in order for your lesson to go successfully, and make sure that all of the tasks are actually executed and it's organized, especially in a bigger classroom, right? So step 1 would be the pre-task. The teacher introduces the task to the class and inspires them to complete. So give them a bit of motivation, make them excited about the topic and the project. Okay, and then this takes up the entire lesson if necessary. It can take up 1 lesson, right? The pre-task. The teacher should describe the task expectations. So they should know maybe what they're going to be evaluated on or assessed on, what you expect of them to do. You can write it on the whiteboard. You can model the different steps, get them to take a picture, or you can even print it out and give them a paper of the expectations. Verbal explanations may be backed by an example. It's always great in ETL teaching to make an example, right? Students understand this very well. So then you can provide further information. You can allow some time for questioning, get them to ask questions, make sure to check for understanding. They understand what they have to do. So this is the pre-task. Now, step 2, we go on to the actual task. So over here, the primary phase of task-based learning is when the students begin to work on the assignment. So you're going to divide them into different groups, or if it's pair work, 2 at a time, right? And then the step is carried out in the target language. You have to constantly tell them to not go back to using their native language. Listen for use of native language. Tell them to please go back to using the target language. You could tell them they could lose points or something like that. but just get them motivated on using the target language, right? So I just mentioned, give an example to your students. I'm also going to give you a few examples of task-based learning. So here you can do something like creating a presentation, get them to make a video, content creation. That's something teens or students in that age group will enjoy quite a lot. But you have to also be realistic and take into account what resources are available at your school to use. If they don't have computers and stuff like that, this is obviously going to be an impossible task, right? Problem-solving activities, acting out a skit, that's also one. If you have limited resources available, you can just print out a skit for them and you don't need technology or anything like that, right? Building a model home here, also if you have art materials available, in this case, it would work very well. Creating an advertisement, usually that also requires the use of technology, but you can work around that a lot. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is you have to first look at your resources at your school, your current situation, what is available, what can you improvise on, and then create a certain task. Now, of course, lastly, everything has its downfalls as well. So let's look at some of the challenges. Okay, so sometimes one or two students are they are the overachiever types, you know, and they want to do all of the work or most of the work, and then the other students just sit back and they don't really do anything. So you can work around that by just being present in the classroom and supervising, right? Observing what they are doing. And I mentioned the other one as well. It's difficult when you have limited resources. It's hard to manage sometimes in bigger classrooms, although some teachers have said the opposite. They say it's actually easier because you divide it into groups and then you can see what each group is doing. So I guess it depends. This one is objective. It depends from teacher to teacher. It mostly works better in international schools than private schools. Yes. Why would that be? What would you think the reason would be for that? Because of the resources, right? International schools usually they have art rooms and they have materials and they have libraries where they can do research and they have computers and they can print a lot. And at government schools, those resources will be limited, right? So, of course, that one makes a lot of sense. So let's discuss task-based learning, the materials that you can use while teaching or using this method in your lessons. What can you actually use as materials? So the first thing is always a nice thing to have to your availability is creative materials. Any arty type of materials that are available to you or that you can make available, perhaps you can buy them yourselves for the students, or the school already has them available, or your school has an art room. If you're lucky, you can use all of these materials to create a certain task, like maybe making a poster, drawing a picture, making a comic book, depending on what type of task, building something, yeah, like that. So creative materials. And then computers and Wi-Fi, relevant to the age we're living in now. So if your school has got computers and printers and Wi-Fi and all of this available for the students to use, that's a massive benefit for you and for the students, because it's going to make it very interesting and it's just automatically going to give them so much to work with. So that's a pretty cool one to have. Camera and smartphones, if you want to give them like a task, let's say in content creation, create a video or take pictures, you can get them to use their smartphones or the camera on their smartphones. Just make sure that you are respecting the policy of the school that you're teaching at about using smartphones, and just make sure about that before you do that. And then PowerPoint projector, you can get them to go up in front in groups and give group presentations if it's a little bit too intimidating for them to give a presentation in English. You can get them to deliver it in a group, give each member of the group 2 or 3 minutes to speak, get them to put the PowerPoint up there. Here they can present anything from the project that they've already done, talk about that, or you can just give them a topic to talk about, right, in a presentation. Now, what is the situation with task-based learning if you are working at a school like a government school that has limited resources available for the teachers and students? Okay, so here I would suggest always utilizing your whiteboard in the best way possible. So utilize the whiteboard by writing certain things on the whiteboard for them to complete in a task. You can also get them to give a presentation using the whiteboard. You don't really need a projector for that. You can get them to draw a mind map explaining their project on the whiteboard, right? You can do a variety of activities on the whiteboard, and it will actually be less time consuming, because you know how it is when students give presentations. Everyone has a memory stick. They have to put that into your computer. Sometimes it gives problems. It's not compatible. They have to wait for the projector. So it's actually quite a faster way to get through the presentations. So you can always do that as well. So that doesn't mean that if you're teaching at a school that doesn't have a lot of fancy resources, task-based learning should never be one of your teaching methods. You can incorporate this, and you can even combine it with other teaching methods as well. So let's briefly summarize task-based learning. So firstly, to understand, like I mentioned now, you can combine many different teaching methods. And a popular one is to combine task-based learning with a communicative language teaching approach. So that will make it even more effective. Students really enjoy task-based learning. It helps the shy student to also participate in group activities. It gives him or her the opportunity to use the target language and to feel like they can be in a less anxious environment and just use the language freely. Group work also teaches life skills like cooperation, leadership, etc. The task-based learning approach improves 21st century living skills by fostering things like creativity, problem solving, and unconventional thinking. Also linking and connecting certain things together, like using the English language while doing a creative task. You're developing a few skills there all at once. So it's an unconventional way of teaching, but also of learning, which helps the students develop their critical thinking skills and creativity. All right, thank you. Hi and welcome back. Today we're going to talk about the different methods, or the 4 most popular methods at least, that's currently used in TESOL and TEFL classrooms, as well as in online teaching. So the first method we're going to discuss here is probably one of the most popular methods used in today's time. It's called the communicative-based language teaching approach, and for short we call it the CLT method. Now, as you can assume from the name, this method emphasizes communication. So communication is emphasized over, for example, linguistic competence or strict grammar use. Grammar forms are not emphasized as much as communication. Now let's have a look at this question over here. Why do you think learners want to learn English? What would your motivation be when learning a new language? So think about it a little bit. What do you think your motivation would be? So from what I've experienced, the learners usually want to learn the new language for a variety of reasons. One is travel enthusiasts. They want to learn travel language. They want to be able to travel to Western countries like Europe and the US and be able to get around by themselves without using translations on their phones, because as we know, that's not very accurate. They also want to be able to interact with the locals there and maybe have a conversation with them. So that's your first type of learner. Your second type would be someone who is very career focused and they want to improve their business English, as well as be able to communicate with their colleagues who are probably foreigners, or they want to aim to get a promotion or work at an international company. Then we have younger learners who want to go study abroad in the UK or the US, and they want obviously to be very competent in the English language. So they learn English from a young age and just try and improve it as they go. So by the time they're 18, they're almost fluent in the English language, which is quite impressive. There could be other reasons as well. Maybe you are a foreigner who moved to a different country. Say if you are from China and you move to Canada, so then you have to learn English to get around as well, and just to talk to the locals and become more a part of the community there. So that's another reason. The last reason is just like you would find or come across students in Thailand. They really just want to be able to understand Western culture a bit more. They want to understand the movies in English, watch the series, and learn more about Western culture. So that might be another reason for them to learn language. So next up, we're looking at the CLT language teaching approach, which emphasizes student interaction. And the aim of this method is, of course, to foster communication rather than linguistic competence. The approach in teaching languages, which dates back to the 1980s, it was started in the 1970s, developed a bit further, became popular in the 1980s, and so on. So students are learning English here as a second language. And in this method, they are encouraged to use English as often as possible, also to refrain from using their second language at all. ESL teachers might use a variety of activities while incorporating this method into their lesson plans. You can use group activities and then incorporate the CLT method, role plays, even tasks or projects can be combined with this teaching method. It's quite popular and quite effective. So if we look at a few opinions over here by Manbi and Prabhu, the CLT focus on procedures for identifying learners' needs, and this resulted in proposals made by a needs analysis, an essential component of the CLT method. So it's a student-centered teaching method. It's based on the needs of the student wanting to learn how to communicate in the English language, which is usually 90% of the reason that students want to learn English is for communication. It is a language, right? CLT focus on the kinds of classroom activities that could be used as a basis of the methodology, such as group work, task work, and information gap activities. So usually when the teacher uses the CLT method, he or she is more of a facilitator, I would say, right? So the teacher is observing, making notes, helping the students, but usually they are given group work or task work and they have to interact with one another and communicate. Also, teachers are very strict with them when they use or go back to using their first language. The focus is on using English as the target language here. Now, looking at the main characteristics of the CLT approach, one is learning by doing. It's a learner or student-centered method, making it very popular in the 21st century as well. The target language is vehicle for classroom communication. They're not allowed to use their first language. No translation is allowed. Language is taught for functional purposes. The type of language that is taught here can be used during everyday activities, right? So it's quite useful to them, and this also makes them practice it quite often. Less error correction. The focus is not on form and getting the grammar correct, but more on communication. Vocabulary and grammar are taught in context, so not as a separate entity, since the focus is more on communication. The rest of it is quite predictable. So the rest of the characteristic: functional communicative activities, real life situations, and language that the students can use. Social interaction activities, it teaches them to communicate with one another in English and socialize with speakers that are actually English. They practice language patterns, and emphasis is on communication again, not structure. So what are some of the biggest benefits of the CLT language teaching approach? I really love this teaching method. I think because it used to be a big problem in Asia that students weren't able to communicate in English at all, even though they had English in school. The reason why is the order method, called the grammar translation method, was used in the past, where the teachers basically took all of the English sentences, translated in, let's say, Thai language, and this is how they used to learn English. It was very ineffective, and since then they've developed other methods like the CLT method that uses or focuses on using the target language. As you can see here, it enhances speaking competence, encourages learners to practice real-life language, meaning that you're going to practice how to answer phones, what language to use while traveling, how to communicate with your classmates, how to do interviews, what to say when you go to a restaurant, when you travel, etc. It stimulates learners to engage in communication. It encourages them to develop the 4 language learning skills. It enhances cooperative learning because it's usually group work and the language is taught in a social context. So it also encourages sociolinguistic competence. It personalizes language to adapt to the needs of the student. Because the student is speaking in English, he's learning through trial and error. Of course, the CLT method comes with a few challenges as well. It focuses on fluency and not accuracy. So if you are a student aiming to go to a Western university and you are only taught by teachers using only this method, that could be problematic for you, because if you want to go to a Western university, you have to focus on accuracy, grammar, structure, writing as well, right? Language produced may be grammatically incorrect. So while the students are busy developing their language skill, they're not always corrected when they make a grammar mistake. So they could be learning the incorrect grammar and start using it as a habit, right? Shy students sometimes get left behind because they don't often communicate that much when they're doing a task. Alright, so perfect. Now we can look at some of the classroom activities. Role play activities, that's an example of the CLT method, right? Game shows, hosting game shows in a group formation. Interviews with a famous person or just with one of your classmates, but usually one student has to pretend to be a famous person, the other one has to interview them. Sometimes they do it in front of the class as well. Talk about your favorite YouTube video. This is very relevant to the new generation, but it is a one-person presentation. Debates also emphasizes the CLT method because you have to communicate, but debates is also done in groups, right? It encourages using the language freely as you go. Content creation like video creation. This is actually CLT plus task-based learning, which we're going to talk about as well, right? But the CLT method is used in combination with task-based learning quite often as well. So what kind of materials can we use when we are teaching using the CLT method? Scripts or role play activities, because this creates a real life situation for the students and they get to communicate, solve problems, interact socially. YouTube videos, PowerPoint presentations, the whiteboard can always be utilized as well here if you don't have the other resources available. And then just basic stuff like a computer, a printer, the lesson plans that you're printing out. You can print out worksheets as well. When computers are freely available at your school for the students to use, it's going to be much easier. You can use things like software like Canva, even Animaker to make it so fun for them to do these projects like. And shortcut video editing. So they're going to learn a lot of skills as well while they're busy doing these projects. Here also visual aids are also used, like making posters. If you don't have computers available at your school, you can always get them to do this. So I've spoken before about using Canva, and I'm going to mention it in your free resources as well, because Canva is not only beneficial for students but also for teachers. It's a very good software that is freely available for educators, and some of it is also available for students, right? It is similar to Microsoft PowerPoint, I would say. You can make presentations on there and you can customize it. But it has a lot of extras as well, like you can create social media posts on there, marketing templates, posters, online infographics that can be customized. The software is free to use, like I mentioned, very relevant in the digital age, and will excite the students because they can use their creativity here and they can plan it out, right? And they can present their project afterwards as well. It definitely enhances and encourages creativity. So again, you're teaching them a life skill as well if they use this software. I'm going to speak a little bit more about Canva for educators later, but here you can just get an idea of what the website looks like and what kind of materials you can find here that's free to use. As you can see, very creative. Hi and welcome back. Here we're going to talk about the direct method, our next teaching method. Now this method is more of an older method. It was introduced right after the failure of the popular grammar translation method, which was used in Asia and deemed to be very ineffective as it doesn't get the students to develop their speaking skill, and it's also ineffective in teaching students how to communicate with native speakers. So after this, the direct method was introduced, also called the natural method. Looking at this picture might give you a bit of an idea of what the direct method is all about. From A to B, it focuses on teaching the students to use the target language in the classroom without any translation from any assistant in the classroom. So let's continue to define the direct method. The direct method is a method of foreign and second language teaching which uses only the target language, in this case English. Only English should be used in class and meaning should be communicated directly by associating speech forms with actions, objects, mime, gestures, and situations. During the 19th century, the direct method, also referred to as the natural method, was developed as an antithesis to the popular grammar translation method, which many believed was failing in the goal of effective communication in a second language. The direct approach emphasizes total immersion in a language-free classroom setting, where not a single word of the student's original tongue is used. The emphasis is on speaking and listening to learn rather than on grammar. When employing the natural approach, we aim for good oral communication with our target words and language while letting go of the rules and allowing for mistakes. So what are some of the key characteristics of the direct method? Firstly, it is a teacher-centered method. It's not that much student-centered as some of the other modern methods, right? Like the CLT method or task-based learning. But it is quite successful, especially when teaching at government schools in Asia, where the level of English is not that high. Focus is on question and answer patterns. So you get them to respond and ask questions, right? So they know how to communicate effectively. Classroom instructions are conducted exclusively in the target language. Grammar is taught inductively, indirectly, right? You're not going to teach them the exact grammar. You are going to model it a little bit on the whiteboard, highlight the grammar in use, or here and there correct their mistakes. Students should be speaking at least 80% of the time during the lesson. So here the teacher shouldn't speak that much. The students should focus on speaking all the time, answering and asking questions. Only everyday vocabulary and sentences are taught during the initial phase. So complex vocabulary is not really taught here. It's more a simpler method of teaching, like I mentioned, used commonly at more of the government schools than the international schools, where the focus should be on teaching them relevant everyday vocabulary that they can see how to use that in their real life. So here we're going to look at some of the key benefits of the direct method. The focus is on oral practice, therefore the pronunciation improves. That's a huge benefit, right? We want students to improve their pronunciation for sure, especially in Asia. It makes the teaching English easier and more pleasant. The teacher uses various pictures to illustrate his or her points. So this is why it's commonly used at the government schools, because they have less resources, and this is an older method of teaching. You're mostly just going to use the whiteboard and a marker and all the type of pictures and flashcards, right? So you don't really use these fancy things like PowerPoint presentations, computers, videos, art classes that often. This is why it's called the direct method. It's pretty simple. You don't need a lot of materials and resources. It creates the suitable environment for learning English language. It allows maximum speaking time for the learner. And as the unit of speech is the direct method, students learn to speak in complete sentences without hesitation. When you're teaching online, you will get parents asking you all the time to please encourage the kids to use and speak in full sentences. So the direct method is quite popularly used to encourage the students to use full sentences. Of course, because this is an older method and not really one of the main modern methods of teaching English as a foreign language, it still holds its challenges. Overemphasis on oral practice average and below average students, especially from a rural background, find it difficult to grasp the things taught via this method. Because if you don't know any English vocabulary and you are encouraged to speak English, imagine how hard that's going to be for you, right? In the early stage of learning, it's deemed unsuccessful. So at the complete beginner stage, it's not very effective because the students don't have enough vocabulary words available for them to make full sentences, to talk, to give their opinions, to ask questions yet, right? Other skills, namely reading and writing, are ignored to a great extent. So even though this method was aimed at encouraging students to develop the speaking and listening skill, because overemphasis was placed on grammar during the times when they taught via the grammar translation method, it's also not necessary to completely ignore reading and writing, right? It's still important. So when we go to this step, the lesson planning step, if you have come to the chapter or the section where you're going to be learning how to plan lessons, this will make better sense to you. So first, the warmer. As a warmer activity, there are many types of activities that you can do. You can use a song, a YouTube video, a game, or any other type of fun, engaging activity. After that, it's introductions to the materials. As I mentioned here, the teachers use all the types of materials like utilizing their whiteboard to introduce the key vocabulary to the students, or they use flashcards. Thirdly, teacher modeling on the whiteboard. Here the teacher is going to model the key words, the key vocabulary, the grammar in context, and the topic to the students. I'm going to show you an example of that on the whiteboard. Alright, so this is an example of modeling on the whiteboard. The topic is places, and this is how the teacher is going to model the key vocabulary and grammar on the whiteboard during the teacher modeling stage of the lesson. Okay, so here, where, how, and what. Where are you going? Remember to engage the students during the lesson, right? So after asking, where are you going? Draw a picture and they have to guess what the picture is. So now they may say words like school, home, and then you have to correct them, get them to use full sentences. I'm going to school. Get the class to repeat that. How are you going to get there? Draw pictures, give them options, ask a few students. By car, on foot. Get them to use the preposition. Lastly, what are you going to do there? Again, give them examples. Play, do. Draw pictures. Okay, so one student might say, I'm going to play football. I'm going to do homework. Okay, so during this modeling stage, this is how you can utilize your whiteboard. It's very effective. It's still used in many classrooms today. And it also takes less time for preparation, right? You can immediately start your lesson. You don't have to set up the computer, set up the projector, right? So also it helps you with time management when you utilize your whiteboard during the direct method. So after completing the teacher modeling phase on the whiteboard, you're going to check for understanding. Can you think of an example of how we can check for understanding? By asking students a variety of questions, checking to see if they listened to you during the modeling stage, right? So you can, for example, ask them, so let's say Peter, where are you going tomorrow? And then he has to answer. Ask another student, where are you going tomorrow? That's how you can check for understanding, by asking a few students while walking through the classroom. Okay, check for understanding. Then guided practice. Here you can divide them into groups or get them to pick a partner and then ask them to do this, what I did on the whiteboard. They have to ask one another questions like that. So guided practice, you're walking through the classroom and you're getting them to familiarize themselves with the language that you modeled on the board. Independent practice. Usually here the teachers use a worksheet that the students have to complete, and that is usually in the form of a gap-fill activity. Cooler. Here again, similar to the warmer, you can use a song, or you can ask questions, or you can repeat the flashcards, anything like that, just to review the topic. Alright, so next up we're going to look at a few classroom activities where the direct method is used as the main method of teaching. Firstly, singing a song as a warmer, very commonly used. Interactive whiteboard blank fill or grid fill activities. I've shown you guys an example of this, right? Board modeling using own drawings. Look, you don't really have to be an artist to do that. Use stick people, engage the students. You can get them to come to the whiteboard and draw their own things as well. Label locations on a map. Reading dialogues. That's also a good one because during the stage like over here, guided practice, or during the independent practice stage, you can get them to read a dialogue, right? Explaining directions via role play activities and groups. This could be quite fun as well. Naming the pictures using the key vocabulary. So here you can practice the vocabulary a little bit. Like, say if you use this topic of places, you can get them to identify a few nouns like the hospital, the school, few places, right? The restaurant, the library. Flashcard activities to introduce the vocabulary, because this is an older type of method. People usually use flashcards quite often when they're doing the direct method or teaching via the direct method. Completing worksheets, as I also mentioned. Now let's look at the materials you need when teaching via the direct method. The best thing about using the direct method, it doesn't require as much planning ahead for the teacher. You don't have to print a lot of stuff. You don't have to set up the projector for the presentations. You don't have to book the computer room. You don't have to get the paint ready for art activities, right? So it doesn't take a lot of preparation for the teacher, and you can improvise during the lesson as well. Alright, so let's look at some of it. The whiteboard and markers, most popular one here. As I mentioned, utilize your whiteboard when using the direct method. YouTube songs if you have a television or computer in your classroom, but always improvise. You can even use your phone if you have to at a government school where there might not be anything like that available. Use a lot of visuals, the most popular one obviously being flashcards. Other ones, maps, sketches, pictures, books, and food menus, real life things like food menus, right? It's going to help them a lot. Using realia is the next one. Things like money, get them to use actual money. Pretend to be in a situation where one's the customer and the other one is working there. Get them to buy things using actual money. So you're putting them directly into a real life situation. And that they're going to find that pretty useful because they can picture in their mind how they can actually use this information when they're in a certain situation. Same with traveling stuff. Get them to use maps and stuff like that as well. So what are some of the most popular textbooks to use? So a popular textbook, for example, is also the Let's Go curriculum. It combines the CLT and the direct method. Okay, and the second one is the Headway curriculum. You can look that up a little bit on the internet if you want to read more about the Headway curriculum. It's quite an older textbook, but it's still used all over Asia to teach adults communicative skills, right? But the main method used here is the direct method. Right, so that is the direct method summarized. The reason why I had to introduce this method to you guys is because, as I mentioned, it's still used quite often at schools throughout Southeast Asia and even other countries in Asia like Korea. At language centers, they also use the direct method. So you have to be familiar with it. Thank you for listening. So let's talk then about the audio-lingual method, also commonly called the Army method, for reasons we're going to be discussing a little bit later. But let's start by defining this teaching method and its relevance in the TEFL world. So the audio-lingual method is a teaching approach in TEFL that emphasizes the development of oral language. Now, where does this come from? So the method is based on the principles of a concept called behaviorism that you may have heard of, suggesting that language learning is a habit-forming process. So then saying indirectly that if you repeat certain dialogues and grammar, that this will automatically help you to learn a language, because a language is a habit-forming process. During this method, learners listen and then repeat sentences and dialogues until they have produced them accurately and fluently. So why is it called the Army method? From what I've told you now, what would you think would be the reason for calling this method the Army method? So a bit of background information. This method was initially developed and used by US Army soldiers during World War II to teach soldiers communication skills in foreign languages. I've mentioned this as well, where they had to communicate with allies, other soldiers, enemies, etc., understand the enemies as well. This is where they started to become interested in learning foreign languages, and the method was used as the Army method. Right? Also, the focus of this method, because it is so focused on drilling certain grammar structures into the students' heads, like sort of you can think about an army drill, right? So that's also where the name actually came from, and because of the repetition. Then later on, this method was actually adapted and then used in classrooms. Okay, there you can see a bit of the history summarized. In 1950, started in the USA, World War I, and then led to innovation and language learning. So it's quite interesting how it started and how later, from being used by translators and interpreters in the World War, it was later adapted to actually be used in classrooms for grammar and pronunciation drills. So what are the characteristics of this method? How would you identify that this method is being used in a lesson? Firstly, it emphasizes listening and speaking, and therefore it's still used in many government schools in Southeast Asia, where they focus on teaching basic communication skills instead of getting the students to be fluent in language, right? Dialogues used as main teaching materials. As I mentioned, dialogues are drilled and repeated by the students. It's also called the Army method, and the use of the mother tongue is completely discouraged during this method. So what would be the advantages here? So it's not a very modern method. It's quite an older one. You can see where it started. So in the 1950s, things have changed so much in language learning and how we interact with speakers from another language. So you can think about this method as maybe being a bit outdated, but still having some benefits in the TEFL world. So it does improve communication skills. The focus is on dialogues. So it does help students to understand how a dialogue would work in the English language. It improves your listening and speaking skills and develops them quite well. And no translation is used, so the correct structures are actually being taught to students. But there are many disadvantages, which is why it's not really popular to use today. It's a bit outdated. People are saying it's a very mechanical method, a robotic way of learning a language, right? So you are being taught, how are you? Then the students have to repeat, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. Then the students repeat, I'm fine, thank you. So you can see this is a mechanical method. It doesn't allow a lot for the language to be used in an authentic and meaningful way. It doesn't develop your own vocabulary. You are actually just learning certain responses to certain questions. Therefore, it's also teacher-centered. It's not that focused on the student because they have to listen, repeat, right? Very older way of learning. Meaning is neglected, like I mentioned now, a robotic response to a question where the students can't really figure out the meaning of the context, right? It's monotonous, pretty boring, not as engaging as the modern methods. The students lack motivation because you can think if you're a teenager and you have to constantly repeat sentences in a class in today's time, how boring that would be for you. No conversation or free talk. It also neglects other language learning skills like writing and reading. Okay, so there are many disadvantages, therefore it is being used today to a certain extent, but not as the only method or, you know, the main method that you're teaching your lesson in. It's not relevant to today's time, but there are still some good things that we can take from it and use in our lessons. Thank you. Welcome to our second part of lesson planning. Over here, we'll be discussing the definition of the term performance objectives, or otherwise said performance outcomes. How to write clear objectives in your lesson plans. So firstly, you can let your thoughts go for a second and think about your definition of teaching and learning objectives. What do you think this means, and why do you think it's necessary to add them to our lesson plans? So getting back to the question, what are lesson and learning objectives? The goal of writing lesson objectives is to clarify in simple terms what the teacher wants the learners to learn. Objectives define the purpose of each of your lessons. It details the topic, the vocabulary, and the grammar and use that you want your students to learn during your lesson. So firstly, let's look at learning objectives in lesson planning. So as I mentioned before, lesson planning is a little different from lesson sequencing. In lesson plans, we usually have to write learning objectives. These learning objectives stipulate what the learner has to achieve by the end of the lesson and what the teacher wants the learner to learn. Learning objectives are commonly used in schools, like in government schools all over Thailand and Southeast Asia as well. So you will see them a lot in these type of lesson plans. Writing learning objectives. So here I've made an example of a lesson where the teacher did write the objectives, what the learners will learn. The key topic of this lesson plan was food. So you can see how the teacher step by step defines each term or each step that he wants the students to be learning during the lesson. For example, number 1, how to ask questions relating to food and shops. Secondly, basic counting skills to help with calculating costs of grocery items. Thirdly, social greetings in a public environment. So the students will not only learn about the food, but also how to greet people when they enter the shop. Okay, next one, the different types of personal pronouns. So they'll also be learning the grammar here. Personal pronouns, it's the key grammar, but they'll be learning grammar in use, right, in the conversation. And lastly, how to write a shopping list with newly acquired vocabulary items. So that would probably be the last stage of the lesson, the application stage, where the students are already familiar with most of the vocabulary and they're just going to apply their knowledge of what they've learned and use the new vocabulary and grammar that they have learned in the lesson. So that's an example of learning objectives. Pretty easy, simplified here. You're going to write what the learners will learn step by step. Modern objectives in lesson sequencing. So this is a more modern approach. It defines the activities that the teacher and students will carry out throughout the entire lesson. So it's going to say, we're going to look at an example now. It's going to say what the students will do during the entire lesson and what the teacher will do. It's a little bit different from learning objectives. Some schools do actually require you to write the learning objectives first, and after that, in lesson sequencing, also writing what the students and the teacher will be doing. So this is an example of some of the performance outcomes or performance objectives in modern lesson planning. We have over here on one side what the students will do in each step during the lesson, on the other side what the teacher will do. So for example, the students will listen and repeat. The teacher will introduce the vocabulary. Secondly, the teacher will play the song and also participate in the song. You're not just going to sit there and play the song. And then what will the students do? They will sing and act out animal sounds. Then the teacher will model the vocabulary. What will the students do? Read, listen, and draw. Next step, again, teacher just modeling, and the students will match animals with the vocabulary. This is a part of the practice stage in your lesson. Next up, again, the teacher will model. The students will choose and speak a little bit about the different types of animals. Okay, then again, the teacher will model a gapful activity. This is probably during the application stage where they are more aware of the grammar in use and they are familiar with the vocabulary. Then they will complete the gapful activity. Next up, the teacher will guide and model the next task. The student will choose and then decorate masks. So this is obviously part of the application stage, mask making. This is also an example of performance objectives in a lesson that was planned for younger learners. As you can see here, the topic is animal sounds, right? And then lastly, the teacher will just observe and guide while the students are doing a role play activity after they've decorated the masks. So this is how to write performance outcomes if the school or the center wants you to stipulate specifically how your lesson will go, what the students will do, and what the teacher will do during the lesson. So that is the difference between learning objectives and performance outcomes in a more modern lesson sequence. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, so welcome back to our lesson planning section. In this part of our lesson planning section, we'll be discussing warmers. This will be your first activity in your lesson. So most importantly, we have to define what a warmer is. So what exactly is a warmer? Now, a warmer, which can be a song, maybe a game, and need not be connected to the topic at hand, is typically the first portion of your lesson. It's the first activity that you'll be doing with the kids. It is very interactive. It's an interactive exercise that engages the kids and gets them enthused about your lesson, gives them more excitement about your lesson and about the topic. Although it is not required, a warmer works very well when teaching younger learners like kindergartners, even grade 1, grade 2 students. Also when teaching beginners, a warmer is a very good idea because a warmer doesn't have to be very active or a game. It can also be something like introduction questions when you're teaching online, asking the students a few questions as a warmer. So you can also do that. We're going to look at some examples now of warmers. Most of these warmers I've listed here are very popular to use in schools as well as online. Firstly, I just want to mention again, you don't always have to do a warmer in your lesson. You are going to think about how long you have. Some schools only give you like 30 minutes, so then a warmer takes about 10 minutes and it adds up to your entire lesson. So it depends on you whether or not you want to do a warmer. Here are some examples. Number 1, always flashcard games. It will always be very popular to use that. Then we have picture guessing. You can put a picture on the whiteboard and let the students guess what the topic will be about or what's happening in the picture, right? Next one, review of the previous lesson. So you can also use your warmer to review previously learned knowledge, vocabulary, or information. Here you can, for example, do a match vocabulary to the pictures type of activity. You can also divide them in groups and make it a little bit more interactive. About you questions. This works well with older students or adults. You can also use this in online teaching. If you're meeting the student for the first time, you can use these questions as an icebreaker, right? Then you can also do songs. Again, very good with younger students, kindergartners. Popular ones, the Head and Shoulders song. It gets them up, gets them moving, and kids love to move. It's a way for them to learn. So that's also one that's very popular, especially in kindergarten schools abroad. The Good Morning Song. If you're teaching them in the morning, it's their first class, this is perfect as well. You can use an exercise activity, anything you want, like pointing to body parts. Another one could be a do you like, more of an icebreaker questions activity where you give them options. Do you like coffee or tea? And you get the students to stand in a group and the ones that like coffee have to go to the one side, the one that likes tea has to go to the other side, and then again you go to the second question, third question, and so on. Simon Says game, I'm sure everyone is familiar, although I did add an example later on here. So I did add an example of a YouTube video where they're doing the Simon Says game. Yoga with English instructions. This works well in Asia, as yoga is very popular there. The students really enjoy it. You can give them instructions in English and they have to follow and repeat, and they're getting some exercise in as well, so it's very fun. Next up, discuss the context of a picture in groups. Then write one word on the whiteboard that makes you think about the topic. This can be used with high school students or older students. Say if you're doing a topic like technology, you get them to stand in a queue. Every student has to take the marker and write one word on the whiteboard that makes them think of the topic. So whether that is like an adjective, a noun, anything. Next up, find the hidden objects in a picture or vocabulary game. This also again can be used in online teaching. I'm going to show an example a bit later on. Spot the differences between the two pictures, more for beginners. I've also seen online companies use this as a warmer activity. And then lastly, musical chairs with an English song, more appropriate to younger students again. So these are some simple warmer activities that you can do. I've put up a few links to YouTube videos that you can go through as well, just to give you the idea of what it looks like in a classroom when you're doing a warmer activity. Some key points here about warmers. Firstly, you don't have to do a warmer. Like I mentioned earlier on, a warmer doesn't have to be a part of your lesson plan or your lesson. It's up to you to do that. Secondly, it doesn't have to be related to your lesson topic. So if you're discussing food today, your warmer can be about something totally different. It can just be about, do you like this or this questions? Or it can just be about body parts, or it can just be a song, or reviewing previous information. Okay, next up, warmers should be interactive. Yes. This is either an ice-breaking activity where you want to get to know the students a bit better and get them comfortable, or you want to get students up and energized and enthused about your lesson. Warmers are more beneficial when teaching younger learners. That is very true. Warmers are exciting and energize the students. It gets them ready and excited about the lesson. A warmer can be used as a review. If you want to review a previous lesson or some vocabulary, you can also, like I mentioned, the vocabulary and picture matching activity, you can do something like that. So you're also reviewing a previous lesson. Okay, so first warmer, YouTube songs as a warmer. Younger learners enjoy dancing, singing along to English songs. They love this to get them excited about the lesson. Here are some examples, so you can just go to the YouTube links that I've put up here and have a look at them. Head and Shoulders, very popular song in Southeast Asia to use as warmer. Five Little Monkeys, also extremely popular. The alphabet song, this one can also be used online. Jolly Phonics song, great for teaching phonics. So especially if the school tells you to focus on phonics, you should be using Jolly Phonics or the Jolly Phonics song a few times in your warmers, right? Key here is repetition, especially when you're teaching younger learners. Also, it doesn't mean that if you're teaching online, you're not allowed to use a YouTube video. If you're teaching kids that are not from China, you can also share your screen and play a YouTube song for them. Find the Hidden Objects game. This is actually a game that There's an app that you can download on your phone that the students really like, but this one I made by myself, and I've had pretty good feedback. The students love this. So making your own vocabulary game is also an option here. It helps them to review previously learned vocabulary, can be used as a warmer when teaching online. Okay, so here you have to match, for example, as you see the line there, the hat, find a rocket in a picture, all those missing objects. It's basically to teach vocabulary. Picture guessing as a warmer. So here the students have to guess the context of the picture. So you're going to tell them, look at the picture. What do you think the picture is about? Where are these people and what are they doing? It gets them to think a little bit about the topic and start using appropriate vocabulary that they'll be learning during the lesson. Interactive classroom games. Games will always be extremely popular, especially in classroom-based situations. I've put up some YouTube videos here about musical chairs, some flashcard games, and Simon Says ESL game that you can have a look at. It engages younger learners. They love these English games. Remember to try and use flashcards, but you can also do something else like Simon Says or musical chairs. Lastly, we're going to look at an example of some icebreaker questions. You can use this online. You can put up your own questions. You can do something like about you questions when you're meeting the student for the first time. Ask them about their hobbies. Do they have siblings? Where are they from? What are their interests? You can ask them about your favorites. What is your favorite? You can also do that with younger students. Have you ever been to this and this country? Have you ever been to an amusement park? Have you ever seen this or this animal? Also, do you like? Again, I mentioned the options as well, where you can give them two options and they have to stand on the one side or the other side. So this is an example of if I could, I would questions. Here it says, if you could live anywhere in the world, where would you live and why? It gets them thinking about the question, and they're going to reply in English. They're going to use English. It works well for teaching conversational English. So that is a few examples of warmers that you can do, whether it's online, classroom-based, younger. All the students, beginner or advanced students, it's up to you to do a warmer. But just to mention, it's quite popular to do one, especially when you're going to teach abroad. They really like if you do this. Okay, so I'll see you in the next lesson, and thank you. Welcome back to lesson planning. We're going to have a look here at our next step to lesson planning, also called the engagement stage. This is in modern terms and older terms. You're going to hear the term rather the presentation stage, but it basically means the same thing, right? Either engagement or presentation. It's the next stage of lesson planning, and we're going to have a look at how to define it, how to do some activities in the engagement stage. So firstly, let's look at what the engagement stage is. Now, this is usually step 2 in your lesson. You can choose to do 1, 2, even more than that, activities in the engagement stage. So these will be called engagement-based activities. It depends on the length of your lesson, how much time you actually have to do this stage, or is your entire lesson 1 hour, is it 50 minutes? So you'll have to take that into account as well. Engagement stage, which is well named, aims to present the lesson's topic to the students. So it introduces the topic, the essential vocabulary, and what will be discussed and learned during the lesson. Gives them a breather of what they'll be learning, right? Let's look at some engagement activity examples. Number 1 is students are asked to answer thought-provoking questions about the topic. You can use a picture or just questions, right? Let's say the topic is the future. Thought-provoking questions. For example, do you think that robots will take over in the future? Will they replace some people in their jobs? What do you think will happen when robots can also communicate effectively in the same way that humans do? So you can do something like that. Interesting thought-provoking questions. Secondly, drawing activities. Students are asked to draw what they think is missing in one picture. Next up, teacher modeling and context setting. We're going to have a look at an example of this because you'll be modeling a lot during your lessons. It's become a part of modern teaching that the teacher has to model each step of the lesson or each task or just the key vocabulary. So we're going to look at modeling as well as context setting while the students take notes or draw pictures. Vocabulary expansion, giving them the new vocabulary that they'll have to be learning during the lesson. Video watching and discussing the video works very well with teenagers or adults, where you can show them a short video and then ask the thought-provoking questions or ask some other questions, opinion-based questions about the video that they just watched. Relevant games, you don't have to use a game only as a warmer. You can also use it during the engagement stage or at any stage of the lesson. Teacher PPT presentation. So if you have a presentation that you want to show the presentation to the students, show some vocabulary pictures, or you've put together this entire presentation about the topic, this would be when to show that presentation to them. Mind mapping about the topic. This is also a bit more creative. Group discussions. Sketch reading. You can get them to read dialogues during the engagement stage as well. Acting out a scenario. This can also be a part of our next stage, the practice stage. So sometimes the practice and the engagement stage can also be a little confusing. It's not that important to know exactly which activity is a part of engagement and which one is a part of practice, right? It depends on your lesson structure. Okay, firstly, our YouTube video. Again, if you have a projector in your classroom, that's great. It's a very, very good resource to have in your classroom. And you should be lucky if you have that. At most international schools abroad, they do have one. So you can use this for engagement, watching a video about the topic and discussing it in small groups afterwards. Here's an example. The example is the topic is a gap year. So this is clearly for all the students, right? Like high school students. So you're going to ask them to watch the video. After that, divide them into small groups, discuss the following questions. Number 1, what is a gap year? Number 2, what are the pros and cons of taking a gap year? And lastly, what can you do in your gap year? I've also put up the actual video of that, which you can have a look at if you want to get a better understanding of this activity. Now, very importantly, teacher context setting and modeling. This involves a variety of things, for example, drawing pictures on the whiteboard. This doesn't mean you have to be an artist. Some teachers don't want to do this because they say they cannot draw. You can draw stick people. Just give them an idea of what the topic is about or the key vocabulary or grammar, right? It's just an illustration of the context setting and modeling, and it's always done by the teacher. The students will then guess the words of the target language and vocabulary. You can make it more engaging. You can get them to make notes, draw their own pictures, etc. Vocabulary expansion during the engagement stage. So here you'll be introducing the new words that they have to become familiar with. Let's say it's about clothes, so then you'll have words like sneakers, cap, hat, watch, sunglasses, and one of the key questions, what is your favorite? Remember, everything is taught in context. An example here, students will be given 10 pictures of clothing items that they will match to the vocabulary. The vocabulary will be words like sneakers, sunglasses, etc. After this, the teacher will demonstrate what is your favorite question activity, and then ask the students questions. What is your favorite t-shirts? And then they have to be answering the question. Listening activity is also very popular to use during the engagement stage. You can do this in many different ways. Here's one example. So here you can see the key question is how much is it? And that is a nice. So here the students will be required to complete a grid full activity. So you're going to make this like a block, right? Let me just give you an idea here. You can draw this like in a block on the whiteboard, right? What, where, and how. And tell them beforehand, these are the details that you have to listen for. And after that, they have to complete the grid, right? After listening the story, they will also be required to circle pronouns and complete a blank full activity where certain words will be left out in a dialogue. Remember to sometimes do gap fills in the form of a dialogue as well, between two people having a conversation about shopping. Okay, so that's another example that you can use as engagement. And that is basically our engagement stage. Remember to write clearly what you aim to do with the students, what you want them to be learning during the engagement stage of the lesson. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. Now, after you've done your engagement activities, the next stage of your lesson will be the practice stage. The purpose of the practice stage is to give learners the opportunity to practice the newly learned vocabulary, questions, and phrases, as well as become more comfortable with using and talking about the topic. So let's look at some characteristics of the practice stage in lesson planning. It follows the engagement stage of the lesson. Here, learners will practice the vocabulary, grammar, and questions about the topic. It can include 2 or more activities, again depending on the length of your lesson. Learners get comfortable using the language and talking a bit more about the topic. The practice stage forces the learners to learn through something called trial and error. As we know, they're going to make some mistakes during the practice stage, but this is important as well. Let's look at some examples of practice activities. A very popular and common one that you can do without really needing a lot of resources is a gap fill activity. You can do this on the whiteboard. You don't even need to print out worksheets. So this you can do in a dialogue form or in any other form. Secondly, storytelling activities using pictures. Put up a few pictures, make them think a little bit about what's happening in the picture, and start building sentences to form a story. Giving instructions in a game. This is more of a fun interactive activity. For example, when your topic is directions, you can use this one. Pre-reading questions. This is also can be used as a thought-provoking activity, getting them to think about the topic, discussing the topic in groups even. Sentence building, and then lastly repetition of flashcards. That one will be more applicable to younger learners, right? let's look at our first example that we have over here. During the practice stage, we have a storytelling activity. This can be done either in a group or as an individual. And what you have to do is tell a story about the pictures. So it will look something like this. I got this from one of my online lessons. Okay, so this will look something like this. I got this from one of my online lessons. So you have a few pictures. You can make it more, 4 or 5 or 6 pictures as well. And give them a bit of a dialogue, as you can see over here, so they can get a bit of an idea of what's happening in the picture. And then they have to build sentences to form the story that happens in these pictures. So that's also quite a popular method of practicing the vocabulary for students. Here they can also use their own words. You can also do any sentence building activity. You can use your creativity if you want to make up your own activity with your flashcards or whatever the case may be. But here they're going to learn how to build sentences, which is extremely important. So this is an example, again, one of my online lessons, Unscramble the Words. This is more when a student is at a beginner level, right? So you're giving them a bit of a practice-based activity. Also, when you do the practice activities, it has to be easier than the application stage activities. Therefore, you can give them a bit of a hint here or get them to unscramble. It makes it easy. Let's learn together, right? Pretty easy, but remember, when they are at a beginner level, it's not going to be that easy for them to do this, especially when they're completely unfamiliar with the vocabulary. Okay, that's about it. Pretty basic. Next up, you can get them to practice the vocabulary using repetition of the verbs. And you can use TPR, the TPR method here as well, explaining this to them, using your hands, using your body to show kick or write, etc. Right? Then you can also get the students to play sort of a mime game where they have to sort of guess what the other student is showing one of the verbs. They usually like that. It's also called charades, right? A reading activity can also be a part of your practice stage in your lesson planning. You can use it either in the practice or in the last stage, the application stage. So here's just an example of how to make reading a bit easier during the practice stage. Here they have to read about 3 different people. One is Mina, Philippe, and Carlos, right? And after that, they have to answer which one. Let's look at this question. Who says his or her teacher always uses an app to turn boring things into something fun? Then you have to say, was this Philippe or was it Mina, etc. So it is more of a practice stage based activity. It's a bit easier. We are giving them some hints here. And then lastly, but extremely important, blank or gap fill activities. You can use this also in the application stage, but I would suggest using this in the practice stage. It's perfect for practicing vocabulary. You can use phrases, verbs, nouns, and it could also be used for listening activities. So let's see an example. So here's an example of a blank fill activity. Here you can see the paragraph is about Zoom conferencing, right? So then it leaves a few blanks open, number 19. And over here, number 19, the students have to choose A, B, or C. So you are making it a little easier. You're giving them options, right? It's not just a blank where they have to come up with the word all by themselves. So they're going to read this. Zoom cloud meetings commonly blank to Zoom. So then they have to choose, is it shortened, reduced, or declined? Commonly shortened to Zoom, right? Okay, then the next one is a software program 20 blank by Zoom Communications. So it's developed. That's an example of a pretty good gapful activity, I would say. And that is our practice stage in lesson planning. I hope you understood all of the activities and you got some ideas here when you'll have to plan your first lesson. Thank you. Hi and welcome back to lesson planning. The application stage is one of the final steps in your lesson. The teacher's goal at this point should be to assess the learner's knowledge and to determine what they still need to learn and what needs to be reviewed in the next lesson. This will give you a basic understanding of how much the students learned during your lesson and whether or not the lesson was successful. This can also mean that you can modify your next lesson according to the learning needs of the student. So what exactly is the application stage? Once the students are comfortable with the topic's key vocabulary, the key grammar and use, the application stage of the lesson is where they engage in more challenging activities and exercises. At this stage, they are applying their learned knowledge. Some example activities of the application stage. Number 1 is completing a worksheet. This is very popular amongst many teachers. It also means that you can assess the worksheet. If you need an assessment activity, you can use the application stage for that as well. Playing charades is more an informal application-based activity. You can use a multi-choice questions, test sort of activity to also assess the students informally. You can ask them to write a paragraph, especially if it was a writing-based lesson. They can do a presentation about a certain topic. This will test their speaking skills. You can let them do the presentation in groups, especially if your students are more of the shy type. Designing a poster. Make sure you have your materials ready if you want to do this during the final stage of your lesson. But you can also make this a group activity and it's a very creative activity. Doing a project, which is a part of task-based learning. So here you can incorporate the task-based learning method into your lesson and get them to do a project as well as the next one, creating a video. Writing a comic book script. Again, they don't have to do this alone. You can let them do pair work or group work even. Writing an essay. That is a common one. It's quite an older one as well. But it's also a way of testing the knowledge of the student, testing their grammar and use. So let's look at writing a story during the application stage. Like in this picture, you can get them to write a comic book scene, create their own characters, make it as creative as you want it to be, get them to do this in groups. You can do something like collaborative writing in pairs or in groups. Write a story based on a certain picture that you give them. Making a video during the application stage. So this is a part of something we call content creation, which is very relevant to the modern age, and also teens will enjoy doing a project like this. You can put them into groups, 4 or 5, and get them to edit a video about an interesting topic or about a hobby. Say, for example, this one is about skateboarding, and then also upload it on YouTube. And then if you want to take it further, you can get them to present this video in front of the class as well. Play it on YouTube, explain the video to also test their speaking abilities a bit more. Worksheets are a part of the older method, although you should still use it during your lessons. Now, worksheets can be downloaded for free on Canva, so if your school doesn't have that available or you want to make or create your own, worksheet. You can do it on Canva. There are other ESL teaching websites for resources as well. I've added some of them here. Canva, gamesesl.com. And then also, if you are teaching online or you're teaching adults, you can use the following: Lingua House and Breaking News English, which is actually, you can download the entire lesson for free. So if you are teaching online and you want a worksheet-based activity for your adult student, this is also where you can get those resources or those lessons for free. So that is the application stage of our lesson planning. At this stage, remember to test the knowledge of the students, take into account what they've learned, how much they've taken in, whether or not it was successful, and if you have to review the lesson or modify your next lesson. Welcome back to our last part of lesson planning. Now that we've gone through all of the steps necessary to plan and execute your successful lesson, we can have a look at how to incorporate certain teaching methods as we've discussed before, and also how to write down your resources and materials that you'll be using in your lesson plan. Now firstly, let's discuss a bit of utilizing the most effective teaching method for your lesson. In order to do that, some factors need to be considered. Is the proficiency level of the students. So it doesn't help if you're teaching a lesson that's extremely difficult or has very difficult vocabulary and you are not using the correct teaching method. You're not using TPR when you're teaching beginners, for example, or you're using task-based learning, but actually the students are in kindergarten. They need a lot of guidance to do that. Secondly, the age of the students. You don't want to be using TPR when you're teaching adults that are at an advanced level, for example. The class size, bigger classrooms are harder to manage, and that also needs to be taken into account. The type of school or institution that you're teaching at, what did they give you as recommendations? Is it online or is it classroom based? There are a lot more warmer activities you can do in a classroom than you can do online, right? The activities in your lesson needs to be considered when you take into account which teaching method you want to incorporate into your lesson. Also look at the activities. For some of them you will have to use TPR, others you'll have to use the communicative, language teaching approach, etc. The curriculum, also important. You have to look at the curriculum provided by the school and consider which teaching method would be more suitable. So when should we use TPR in our lesson? Firstly, during interactive warmers, especially when teaching younger learners. This will be when playing games, when dancing and singing songs. In online teaching, best to always use TPR because you're not present in the classroom, so you don't have that physical presence. Therefore, you have to use TPR. When teaching beginner level students, level A proficiency, they don't understand instructions, therefore you will have to use TPR. Also, last one, giving instructions. If you are teaching an advanced level student, I'm sure it's not necessary, but most of the time, and also when teaching online, you'll be using TPR when giving instructions. When to use task-based learning. When teaching older students, high school students, but you can actually use that in other, it depends on the school you're teaching at, right? When you're teaching at an international school, you can use it for younger learners as well. When you want to grade students and give them a project to complete in groups, so you want to do a bit of assessment, task-based learning could be used as a teaching method during group activities. Very effective. and end of the semester lessons where you actually want to test their knowledge. You want them to apply their knowledge and complete a task or a project. When to use the direct method in your lessons. During controlled practice activities at government schools in Asia. Not always, but you'll have to observe what is going on at the school and which teaching method they actually prefer. When teaching big classes, it helps you to manage the classroom. When teaching conversational English, and the goal of the school or language center is mostly to only improve the speaking skill. During blank fill activities or whiteboard activities, you can use the direct method as well, and when teaching new vocabulary during repetition-based activities. When to use the communicative language teaching approach during lessons. During presentation-based task debates or skit reading or even role-play activities, this is a very effective method to incorporate here. When the aim of the lesson is to improve conversational abilities among students, this is the most important teaching method to use then. During problem-solving activities, yes, also very effective, and you can use this in online teaching as well. Especially you'll come across a lot of students that want to improve their conversational skills, especially adults. So take that into account when using this teaching method. Using more than one method in your lesson, task-based learning and the CLT approach are the perfect combination when students are given a project-based lesson. So you can use both of these methods. TPR can be incorporated in any lesson in combination with other teaching methods during the lesson. You can use TPR in the beginning of your lesson and then go over to the direct method and then end it with task-based learning. You can actually do it like that. Many teachers use the CLT approach as it is the most modern method in combination with TPR and a direct method. So you can mix them up a little bit. See what is most effective, what works best in your specific learning environment. Focus on the students, not on yourself. What will help them to learn best. Also, I just want to mention the older methods that we haven't discussed really. But there is some method called the grammar translation method, which is one of the oldest methods in language acquisition and language learning. So they used to teach English in Asia like this. They would translate everything, the vocabulary, the grammar, and they would let the students write down the translation. They found this to be extremely ineffective and it didn't work at all. But there are some older schools, or not older but more traditional schools, that want you to incorporate this, although I found while working in Thailand that they hate when you use Thai in the classroom. They don't want you to use Thai language at all. So it depends on the school again. The audio lingual method used during listening activities. So you can also incorporate that one. But these are older methods. Now that we've looked at the teaching methods, let's have a look at materials to use in your lessons. Now, firstly, why you should specify the materials that you are going to use in your lesson. So you're going to write them down, what you'll be needing, what materials you'll be using. Specifying the resources you'll use in your class can allow you to have an organized lesson. Make sure you have the materials needed to teach the lesson. When you don't have access to digital resources such as computers or projectors, utilize the whiteboard. The worksheets should be printed a week in advance. I'm not saying that, but most schools would tell you that. It does make the planning process a bit easier though. Use creative and engaging materials to make the lesson more fun. So use what you have available at your school. There are some international schools where you'll have an art class, you'll have a library, you'll have a cooking class, and it's very modern, and you have to try and use all of these. So use what you have available. Listing this in your lesson. So how will you list the materials that you're going to use? Here's how you will write it in your lesson plan. So you're just going to say materials and then list whiteboard and markers or laptop PPT, worksheets. You can also specify what kind of worksheet this is. Body parts worksheet. Storybook, you can give the name of the storybook. The Let's Go workbook. So this is if the Let's Go is a part of the curriculum of the students and the school wants you to do that. Posters, crayons if you're doing creative art-based activities. Smartphones or cameras or internet. Also follow the policy at your school when it comes to using smartphones. Not everyone is pro that, but some schools will let you use them if you specify in your lesson you're gonna let the students use them today. Not always, just today for this specific task, right? So that is methods and materials. Thank you. Hi everyone, and welcome to our next section where we're going to discuss teaching English to younger learners. Many foreigners, when they go abroad, they prefer to teach kindergarten just because there's so many more opportunities to teach these students. And for example, in Thailand, there's quite a salary difference as well. If you teach kindergarten, you're likely to get more money and a higher salary. So that's also, it's a lot of opportunity. And when you're teaching online, there's also many opportunities where you get to teach the younger ones. And therefore, I will give some tips later on what you should know or the most important things to know. But before we do that, we have to look a bit into the theory behind teaching English to younger learners. Okay, so when we look at teaching English to younger learners, when we educate, it does depend a little bit on the age of the student. Obviously, that is quite important. Adults learn a new language using a lot of abstract concepts. They like to speak a lot to give their opinions, and it's easier for them to sit down with you quietly and go through the vocabulary, through the lesson. But teaching younger learners like kindergartens, that's completely different. You have to be very active, very engaging. You need to switch constantly between the different activities to make sure to keep their attention and focus on the lesson. They don't have longer attention spans and they get bored pretty easily. So it's very important to know the theories behind teaching younger learners and what teaching methods, what teaching materials are the most effective as well. So over here, very important, children learn by doing. They want to be active, they want to be creative, they want to utilize language in effort to experiment and internalize the rules of the language. So over here we have Harmer talking a little bit about his theory behind teaching younger learners currently. This is, you can read through it as well if you want. Firstly, they learn indirectly, taking information from all sides and learning from everything around them. They're curious, they'll ask you many questions. Maybe if you have a child, you'll understand that as well. Their understanding comes from what they see and hear. They observe what is around them and they use their senses and they try to make sense of the physical world. Abstract concepts are different for them to grasp. That's more of an adult thing, right? They need individual attention and approval from their teachers. So you need to establish a certain routine in your classroom every day. What I spoke about in classroom management, right? It's more important with kindergartners and younger learners than anyone else. They are very curious and enthusiastic, which makes it quite interesting to teach them. You'll have a lot of fun. They have limited attention span. You have to switch activities constantly to keep them engaged. Younger learners absorb the language through action games and songs, rhymes, stories, and using their senses. Very important point, this one. Okay, so here again, younger learners can absorb information quite quickly. That's why they say it's easier for a younger child to learn a language than it is for an adult. Much easier. Their brain at this stage of development is kind of like a sponge that just absorbs everything. They listen, they absorb. So when they listen to songs, when they watch movies, they're actually absorbing a lot more information than we would think. Also, by exploring, being outside or playing, they're also learning. Now, if we look at specifically how children learn and the theory behind it, there's another theory called constructivism. I'm going to underline it here. It's based on specific research that they did of how an individual should learn from observation and science. This is why they say it's unfortunate that children don't play that much outside anymore, right? Because this is how they learn as well. Okay, so the theory holds that humans build their own knowledge and understanding of the world as a result of their experiences. So through experience, you learn certain things. When something new arrives, it's connected to prior beliefs and experiences, either changing the existing knowledge of that or being discounted as unimportant. So they learn through trial and error, right? If you're successful, this becomes a core belief of yours, for example. The constructivist viewpoint on learning may apply to a variety of different instructional strategies that encourage students to build on their existing knowledge by conducting experiments, solving real-life problems. Problem-solving activities help younger learners learn through experiences. Okay, so now we're going to discuss the three different learning theories from Jean-Paul Piaget, Vygotsky, and Bruner's theory. So let's look at Piaget first. The outcomes of cognitive development are genetically predetermined. What does that mean? He's saying that nature plays a role more than nurture, right? It's genetically predetermined. So your genetics determine your intelligence or how well you will learn something, learn a language, how much information you can absorb. So that's his theory. Although the initial structures have an impact on learning adapts and transforms the structures, enabling learning experience to be more complex. According to Piaget, a child is a subject who resolves issues brought on by their surroundings. Okay, so children's knowledge is actively produced through activity, learning by doing. Okay, then he continues and says here the child progresses from interacting with concrete objects to abstract thought, and that is also how they learn and gain cognitive development. So after an action is internalized or carried out and mentally in the imagination, thought is derived from it. So learning from experience basically, right? Okay, last one over here. Piaget believed that action was essential for the development of the brain. So Piaget and Vygotsky both believed in the constructivist theory, which I mentioned now, but Vygotsky's differs a little bit from Piaget in the fact that he emphasizes the importance of media and culture in the development of the cognitive process. Okay, I totally agree with that, because if you look at the different cultures, especially me living in Thailand for 5 years, I saw what a massive influence their culture has on the way they think. It is something that is inarguably true. It has a massive impact, and as we know in today's time, especially media also has a big impact on what someone believes. He believes that in order to improve reality and education, we need to change our social surroundings, right? Learning is the process of internalizing culture, and each person tends to draw meaning to what they have experienced based on their own potential or significance while incorporating new meanings. So what he is actually emphasizing here is media and culture will definitely play a role on how someone forms their views and the development of the cognitive ability to think in a certain way. Okay, here you can read this in a PDF file a bit more here. I'm just going to point out here that according to Vygotsky, children develop understanding through interaction with other people, so being social, right? Since development and learning take place in a social context where people interact. So again, he emphasizes the social context, your surroundings, and how much of a role it plays in your understanding of the world. Lastly, here he mentions that children, however, learn best when assisted by those that are more knowledgeable, their teachers, adults, parents, etc. They need your assistance, right? So that is important. That's why the younger the students are, the more your influence will be notable. Younger learners can achieve greater levels of knowledge and performance in an atmosphere that is helpful. So in a positive learning environment where the teacher is knowledgeable, where they respect the teacher, where the teacher delivers fun and engaging lessons and is educated, right? Okay, then we can touch a bit here on Bruner's theory. According to Bruner, if the interaction is given effectively, any learner can learn practically anything. So he emphasizes more teacher-centered learning, which is actually the older method of teaching, but he says the instruction is important. Anyone can learn if someone's a good teacher. Right, so you can think about your own opinion on that. What do you think about that? Do you think it's just about the teaching method, the instruction, the teacher's side, or do you also think it is a little bit about the student as well? Okay, so we spoke about the different types of teaching methods. So I'm going to ask you, which one do you think is the most appropriate or would be the most effective when teaching younger students? Of course, the TPR method, right? So that's the most popular one used by kindergarten schools. Both government schools abroad use this method. International schools and in online teaching, it's even more important, right? There's a variety of other teaching methods that you can mix together with this TPR method. Of course, I'm not saying use only this method, right? It's a variety of important methods that can be used as well. Right, so again, just mentioning TPR, Total Physical Response, as a method, one of the most popular methods introduced by James Adler in 1997. It emphasizes the importance of students' proficiency with the target language. So it is a form of language instruction that uses physical movement to respond to verbal input, lowering pupils' affective filters and removing inhibitions. by getting significant exposure to the English language, students are encouraged to increase their vocabulary and fundamental communication skills. Again, mentioning TPR activities like songs, games, and rhymes, so important when teaching kindergartners and younger than kindergarten. Alright, so next up we're going to look at some of the challenges that teachers will come across when teaching younger learners. Of course, firstly, be prepared to meet any kind of situation that could present itself during your class. Because it's younger learners, they're very active, they can be very naughty, sometimes they're bored so they don't listen. Some of them can cry sometimes, annoy the other students, throw paper balls around, and sometimes they don't want to participate in the class activities, and some kids are always more naughty than others, so it's something that you'll have to manage. Classroom management becomes extremely important when teaching younger learners. So that's just the first part, and then let's look at the other part as well. We might spend some time rearranging the activities. Always switch activities when you're teaching kindergarten. During a lesson of 50 minutes, have like 6, 7, 8 activities available for you, right? It's a tiring job to teach them, and that's why you will get paid more when you're teaching abroad. So just know that it can be tiring. You have to be quite energetic the entire time. It's more of an effort, I would say, than teaching primary school students or high school students, right? Okay, but the good thing here is you can introduce a lot of creative activities, because at the international schools where I taught in Thailand, they had so many great rooms and resources available. There was like a cooking room, there's an art room, there's a library. So during the course of your day, you can take the children to the library for a while, then you can take them to the art class, do an activity there, then the other one, the cooking class, make some cupcakes. So you will have a lot of resources available if you teach at an international school. Not all of the government schools have this, and you will also have a very big TV in your classroom, which you can use for playing YouTube videos when the children get out of control. You can play songs and chants for them. So you have a lot of resources available at least, which will make your job quite easier. So how do we overcome these challenges? Firstly, routine, very important when teaching younger learners. Begin the day the same and end the day the same. Provide a certain structure, especially the morning routine. Get them to sing a good morning song every morning, the same one. Put it on the big TV, right? Play the YouTube video and get them to sing that song every day. Be consistent. Establish a routine. Get them to stand in a line every morning before they come into your classroom. Okay, be consistent with rules and punishment. You can only go to the toilet a few times a day, 4 times a day. You have to ask the teacher, and you can make cards for them as well. So you'll know, or you'll count how many times this specific student went to the bathroom. This might sound crazy, but remember, kids like to take chances, right? So if they're not in the mood for something, they will tell you they want to go to the bathroom, and actually they don't need to go. Change table settings. Well, I've seen different table settings at kindergarten classrooms. a circle like this where the teacher's desk is here. It's quite popular, depending on how many students you have in your classroom, right? Build a relationship with the parents. If you are able to do that, it could be beneficial as well. Alright, so in our next video, I'm going to give you 10 very cool tips that you can use when teaching kindergarten and the knowledge that you have to have. Those are the most important 10 things that you'll need to familiarize yourself with when teaching younger learners. So I'll see you in the next. Hi everyone. So over here I'm going to take you through the process of a lesson plan that is for younger learners, and this was actually a lesson plan that I did myself. So this is my lesson plan that I did at an international school in Bangkok. As you can see here, it was 25 students in the class. Normally they don't have big classes at international schools. It makes your life a bit easier. And the topic was adjectives. So we're going to see here also how to use modern things like emojis and relevant stuff that the kids would enjoy or that is relevant to them, right? So that is what I incorporated into this lesson. Okay, so as I mentioned, it is about adjectives. It's an integrated skills lesson. Pretty important to keep it like that. It uses a variety of activities like listening, speaking, writing, and reading, and aims to teach grammar in context as well, not separately. So it's a pretty modernized lesson, integrated skills lesson. It aims to teach students how to use the ed as well in the past tense and other adjectives when describing their thoughts and feelings. It's an interactive lesson that uses 21st century teaching methods and materials like pictures and visuals, communication, teaches creative and critical thinking skills as well, and collaboration. Okay, so as we know, the first step to lesson planning is always writing down the performance outcomes, write clear outcomes of what the students will do and what the teacher will do during the process of the lesson. So as you can see, it's 9 different steps, so it's quite a long lesson. It has to be about an hour, right? So firstly over here, the teacher will introduce the topic via a PPT presentation. So you're going to put this that you see here on a PPT, and they'll see the emojis and everything that's on this lesson, right? And then the students will repeat the slides. So first you're going to do a warmer, the warmer over here. You can use this lesson for online teaching as well. I've used this before during an online teaching lesson. So the introduction, how are you today? So get them to answer because you've given them a few examples here, right? So they can answer one of them. They'll also have a pencil when you're teaching online, so they can circle it as well. But please motivate them to speak. I'm going to show you another example of how you can do this if you don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but how to do this on the whiteboard, how you can also do a very interactive and fun warmer. Alright, so this is a very simple example of what you can do in the whiteboard if you don't have that benefit of having a power or the resources and devices to put up a PowerPoint presentation. So you can write on the whiteboard, how are you today? Get the students to repeat that question, and then you're going to get a few of them to come up to the board, use the marker, and then draw an emoji of how they're feeling that specific day, and then ask them, how are you feeling today? Other students have to guess what it means. I'm happy, right? and so on, so you can get a few students to do that. Again, it's very easy to utilize a whiteboard if you don't have other resources available. So the next step of the lesson is to introduce the new vocabulary. You can see I used emojis here, which they are familiar with. They really enjoyed this lesson. So you can use I'm cool and then the emoji and another picture on this side as well. Get them to repeat it the entire class at least 3 times, right? Okay, so here we have another one. I'm scared, and they'll find this quite funny. I'm sleepy. See, this creates interest. It's fun for them. It's funny. They're going to laugh a little bit. You can also actually, if you want to make it more interactive, you can get them to mimic what they see here on the picture. I'm angry, using TPR. Get them to mimic the angry face, right? So I would also think you could do that, or I would advise you to do that. It's going to make it fun. Right, then we move on to the next activity. Here they're going to express their opinion a little bit on a few movies using emojis, right? So here we have the next step of our lesson, giving a bit of your own opinion. Here the students are going to repeat the question here. How do you feel about these movies? And then they have to choose one. You can make this interactive again. You can ask one student at a time and they can say interested or excited, or they can run up to the whiteboard and tap the emoji that they feel about this movie and then say interested. Remember, it's kindergartners. You need to keep it active, engaging. Get them to move around, right? So here we get a bit more to the technical side of using ED verbs. Put the ED adjectives into the correct category. You have positive and negative. Again, when you have a PPT up, please get the students to come to the PPT and sort it into the correct category. Is frightened positive or is it negative? So give them the marker. And perhaps you can draw on the whiteboard positive and negative and get them to write that on the whiteboard. You can do that as well. So here they get to practice a little bit what the different positive and negative emotions are, right? So here we're getting into the past tense grammar. Scrat was frightened because the skeleton was frightening, teaching them the difference between using ED and ing adjectives, right? So here the feeling, you can explain this to them a little bit, the feeling. How did Scrat feel? And then they have to answer frightened. Causal situation, why did he feel frightened? The skeleton was frightening. Then we have the worksheet part. This is the application stage of the lesson, or the practice stage, right? So you can print this out, hand it to the students, and then they have to select A or B. How is he feeling? Look at the picture, and they have to choose A or B. He's excited or he's bored, right? Again, here's another one, Hulk. How is he feeling? They have to choose he's happy or he's angry, right? Okay, then we get to the speaking activity. So this is going to be a pair work type of activity. And get the students to choose their own partner. They quite like having choices at this age. So get them to choose a partner, and then they're going to interview their partner, ask him or her 10 questions. For example, what do you find interesting? What are you excited about? So they have to use the learned language. excited, interesting. What are you scared of? Right? For example, spiders, etc. So they're going to interview. This is again a listening and a speaking activity. Next up, we have the writing and drawing activity. Here they're going to draw a mind map of what they listened to the other students saying during the interview. So the students have to draw a mind map about their partner. He's scared of heights, circle, right? He finds Donald Trump annoying. I don't think kindergartners would necessarily say this, but you never know at international schools. They're very informed and their English is quite at a high level. Excited about a holiday, right? So this is what you can do here. Get them to draw a mind map. So this entire activity actually teaches, or it develops, it's aimed to develop their listening, speaking, and writing skill. So it's an integrated skill activity actually. Now we get to another speaking based activity, which is a presentation. Tell us about your classmate. So here the teacher will select 5 students to present their mind maps, right? So you can't do all of them because sometimes you have a lot of students in your classroom, right? And then encourage the students always to speak in full sentences. You can use the whiteboard. Get them to draw their mind map on the whiteboard while they're doing the presentation. And here, classroom management, get the other students to take notes while listening to the presentations, right? Again here, quite a fun activity. Guess who? So the teacher writes 10 statements on the board. The student is frightened of spiders. The student is interested in science. The student is excited about his trip to Paris. Students have to guess which one of the students in the classroom this is. So the student is frightened of spiders. They have to guess, is it Sally or who is the student? So this tests their listening abilities because they were asked to make notes during the presentations, right? So they had to listen in order to be able to answer these questions. Then after that we have a problem solving activity. So here you have 2 cartoon characters, Buck and Sid. Both of them have a variety of hobbies and interests, things they like doing. And the problem you have to solve here is Buck and Sid are friends. Name a few activities that they both will be able to enjoy. So now they have to look at Buck's interest and Sid's interest and see the similarities here, right? Problem solving activity. And then lastly, or in the follow-up lesson, you can get them to watch the Spider-Man movie and talk about it. How was Spider-Man feeling at this moment? Was he scared? Was he excited? Okay, so usually you can do that after this lesson because this lesson is going to take a lot of time, right? So maybe you can do it the next day or when they have a free period or something like that, and ask them about the feelings of Spider-Man, interact with them during the movie, get them to use the adjectives. Alright, so I think this is quite a good integrated skills lesson for younger learners at an international school who have a high level of English, right? I hope you got a few ideas here. Thank you. Hi guys, I'm going to introduce you to 10 important tips that you need to know when you're planning on teaching the younger learners. Whether this is online or in classroom, I think this is 10 of the most important things that you need to familiarize yourself with. So number 1, learn the phonetic alphabet. Make sure that you are familiar with the different sounds of each alphabet letter and you know how to make it. Practice that. Then after that, please watch the Jolly Phonics video, which I'm going to add after this. So that's also important. You're going to come across it a lot when you're teaching at a school. or even when you're teaching online and you have to be able to teach phonics. There are a lot of opportunities for teachers wanting to teach phonics or who are able and capable of teaching phonics. You'll automatically increase your opportunities if you're able to teach phonics and you know how to do that. Okay, so that is tip number 1. Again, phonics. You have to familiarize yourself with the phonetic alphabet. I've also added a free book or a guide here for you guys. Go through that. It teaches you how to teach phonics to younger students. So please go through that guide as well. So let's watch the Jolly Phonics video quickly. Tip number 2, use flashcards and props. So you can buy some of these flashcards for you. They're quite easy, but you can buy them online as well, I think. Okay, the bigger ones are more interesting for the younger students. In many classrooms, you will have flashcards to use. So this doesn't mean you necessarily need to have your own flashcards. If you teach online, I would say, or I would suggest that you try to get your own flashcards, especially before you do the demo. If you use flashcards during your demo lesson, that's automatically going to give you better points. It's going to increase your chances of getting hired. So get yourself a few flashcards like these ones, and even if you just use them during your demonstration lesson. You're also going to use them when you go to school in Thailand. Sometimes they want you to do a demonstration teaching lesson. I will get into that a bit later during our lesson about teaching abroad and the hiring process. But also, again, beneficial if you have your own flashcards. Props, funny things like this hat. I bought it in Thailand. It's quite funny actually. Monkey hat, the kids love it. Can put it on. I know it's a bit clownish, but this is what they're looking for. They're looking for fun, energetic teachers. This hat also works very well when you're doing your demo online. So I don't know if you'll be able to buy something like this online, but you can get a similar thing like that. It's just an example. So that would be number 2 for me. Now let's get into the next one. So next up, I would suggest that you always use chants, songs, and rhymes to teach younger students. You'll probably have a computer and a TV screen in your classroom, so make use of resources like YouTube and get to know the most popular and familiar songs. I will put up some examples after this video as well, and also on my PPT slide or my PDF slide that I've uploaded, there are some links you can go to as well. These songs would be things like The Wheels of the Bus Go Round and Round, the Good Morning song, just the regular stuff. If you have a child, you'll probably know them already. Okay, so that would be my 3rd tip, right? Tip number 4. Teach interesting topics that they're going to have fun with, like for example superheroes as a topic. Then you can use verbs to teach superheroes. This one can fly, jump. You're getting the idea, right? So use an interesting topic, even if it's just to grab their attention from the beginning of the lesson. Remember, these are younger students. They get bored pretty easily. So use interesting topics, relevant topics. If you see they like Spider-Man or they like the Frozen movie or whatever is in at that stage amongst them, use that as a topic just to grab their attention a little bit. Okay, tip number 5, use a variety in your lesson. So during your lesson, like you saw in the example I was doing, use about 7 to 8 different activities. I know it's a lot of lesson planning. This is why kindergartners get paid more than the other teachers. Make sure you are prepared. you've got the right resources, the stuff you need to print out, do that beforehand, and make sure your lesson goes according to plan, right? So add a lot of variety and mix it up a little bit, right? When I'm saying add variety, I mean don't just teach English, but mix it up with cooking. Teach them cooking vocabulary while they're doing or while they're baking cupcakes, if you have a cooking room at your school. Or do art-based activities. During play-based activities, talk to the students while they're playing with the building blocks. Remember, they have brains like sponges, right? They listen and absorb more than you could imagine. Okay, so variety and switching. Don't make one activity go on for too long. As soon as you see they're getting bored, switch to the next one, right? Okay, next, use creativity in your lesson. Similar to what I mentioned earlier, you can use a lot of art activities, but you can also use activities based on sports like yoga. You can do yoga with them while teaching them vocabulary, right? So active and creative lessons. Keep them engaged, keep them moving, keep them curious about the lesson. Tip number 7, always talk to them while they're busy doing activities so they can absorb the vocabulary. They're going to listen to you and they're going to repeat. So even while they're doing play-based activities, always talk to them, try to introduce new vocabulary and listen to mistakes that they're making throughout talking. Encourage them to always speak English. Okay, they must refrain from using Thai or any of their first languages. Be very strict about this because younger learners will go back to using their first language quite often. Next up, be energetic. Not always easy when you're not 25 anymore. It can be quite tiring, but even if it's just during the songs or some of the sport activities, be energetic and get them moving, get them excited about the lesson. Even if you're teaching online, they're going to tell you have to be energetic, right? Meaning use your face a lot. Use the TPR method. Very important. Be energetic and use the TPR method. Show them happy, right? Sad. No, yes, left, right. Always use TPR when you're teaching younger learners. Use colors and visuals like flashcards, posters, video clips, anything that they will find visually interesting, right? Don't use black and white stuff. It doesn't really work for younger learners. And the last tip, engagement and a lot of games. Play a lot of ESL games. There are some videos on YouTube as well. I have added this before though, the 7 most popular flashcard games. You don't need a lot for this, you just need your flashcards. Or you can play musical chairs with them, but you have to incorporate English vocabulary while playing these games, right? They love ESL games. There's another game that's a phonic game that you can use a ping pong ball actually, and you stack up 3 different cups, right? And then they have to throw it. It's almost like we would play beer pong, to put it like that. And in each cup you're going to put all of the letters of the alphabet, or 5 letters, 5, 5, 5. And say if they throw the ping pong ball into the cup, they have to draw one of the letters over there, and they have to make the phonic sound. So say if it's A, they have to make 3 times. That's also an interesting game. Right, so that's my 10 tips. From experience, I've learned this is what works the best. Whether it's online or in classroom, some of this obviously you won't be able to do online, but I've mentioned many ways in which you can incorporate some of these tips into your online lessons as well. There are also a lot of online games that you can play with the students. You can use Kahoot online see that in the free teaching resources and gamification lesson if you would like to know more about that. And you can make your own games, right? Find the hidden object games where you can circle the different objects. All right, so that is it. Thank you so much. I hope you can use all of these tips and it will get you the job that you want, and that it will make lesson planning easier for you. Thanks. Hi everyone, and welcome to this section on classroom management. So first of all, I have a quick question here for you guys. What strategies do you think create a classroom that promotes learning? So think about it a little bit. What kind of classroom environment promotes learning? Okay, so this is why classroom management becomes so important. Now first consider the following. How can you incorporate this in your classroom to manage the classroom effectively? So let's look at some of these over here. Rules and routines. Expected behavior. Culture diversity. This becomes especially important when you're going to teach abroad. Climate setting. Positive environment. Engagement. Self-reliance. Encouragement and creativity. So we can incorporate all of these into our classroom in order to create a learner-friendly environment that enhances the learning experience of all of your students. When we talk about one specific one, climate setting, now this means that on the first day of school, you have to make sure that the students are aware of the rules and routines that they will have to follow during the course of the semester or the year. So you are setting the climate from the beginning and making sure that they understand what is expected of them. Another one that is also quite important is a positive environment and creativity. When the learners enjoy what they are learning and completing the tasks, of course they will not be out of control, or there will be less situations of misbehavior in your classroom. Let's have a look at this quote over here. Your proactive classroom management will affect your students' performance. Imagine if you are teaching a class of 50 students and all of them are always talking, always out of control, or not all of them, but a few of them who actually want to learn something won't be able to because they won't be able to hear what you're saying. It creates an out of control, chaotic environment for everyone, right? So implementing the right strategies will make the difference between a learner-friendly classroom and a completely disorganized classroom. Now over here are some ideas of how to manage your classroom effectively. Firstly, set the tone the first week of school. So as soon as you have a new class or new students, it's important to immediately set the tone from the beginning. Establish routines and rules. What is allowed, what is not allowed, what they have to do in the morning, in the afternoon, like cleaning up, maybe after doing specific tasks, when it's lunchtime, when to queue up in front of the class, etc. Organize a learning-friendly environment. So this can be done in many ways, just by making your classroom a bit more colorful, putting up a few positive quotes if it's all the students, lots of pictures, maybe some bean bags and a reading corner, something like that that makes it a positive environment for them to learn. Engage students with proactive lesson plans. Your lesson plans are always key to classroom management. If you've got that planned out and under control, automatically your classroom will be managed much better. Teach life skills. Like self-reliance, teach the students how to complete projects by themselves, not involving you, right? Teach them other life skills like discipline, right? Finishing a project, cleaning up after yourself, thinking creatively, etc. Okay, do lesson planning for the semester ahead of time. That's a very good one, and I know it's a lot of work. A lot of teachers don't really want to do this and they leave it till the last minute. But this will actually make the situation for yourself much easier as well, because then you don't have to do it after school. You don't have to do it during weekends. It's already done, right? And then utilize all of your available resources. If there is a library, if there is an art room, if there is a sport room, take the learners to those places to make the learning more fun and interactive. So first, again, we're going to talk a little bit about the term climate setting. This means telling students what to do when they enter the classroom and like it. I also didn't like it. If you're the shyer type, you're not really going to like that situation. But I think this is a good thing. It's a good way to start, right? On day 2, whenever feasible, introduce students by name. Okay, so try and remember their names, right? And try to ask them again, what is your name? What is your name if you forget their names? Establishing rules is the second one, extremely important. Classroom regulations are ultimately the responsibility of the teacher. It's not the school's responsibility to manage your classroom and make sure the students are not out of control, right? You have to stick with the policy of the school. Of course, you can't implement certain punishments, like some schools don't allow them to have timeouts or stand outside. So it has to be in line with the regulations of the school, not in conflict. But it is your job. It is your responsibility. So here are just some examples of rules. For example, over here we have the primary level and on the other side the secondary level. Of course, it depends on what age group you are teaching. If you're teaching kindergartners, it's going to be different rules, right? They still have timeouts, and you have to establish more routines because they need that more, right, than all the students. So to make some examples, only things like telling them you have to raise your hand when you speak on the first day. It seems like something obvious, but for students it's not always obvious, right? They will try and talk whenever they want if you didn't tell them before, right? Only one person speaks at a time. Very important. It shouldn't be a noisy classroom, right? Okay, so here you can go a bit through the rules that I've put out here. Do your own work. Don't copy someone else's work. Turn your work in on time. Accept responsibility for your own grades. Keep track of your own supplies, your books, your assignments, right? So anything like this, cooperating with a teacher, it seems very obvious, but to students you have to remind them of these things, right? Especially on the first day. Using visual reminders is another way, especially when you're teaching younger students. You can put up the rules somewhere in your classroom, right, against the board or something like that. Just print it out, get it laminated, and make sure they see it every day. They are aware. And when you tell them you're not allowed to do this, you can show them, I did put the rules up here as well, so you were actually aware of it, right? Create a positive environment. So don't be too strict with the students. Be a positive influence. Try to encourage them. Try to make your lessons fun. Try not always to be in a bad mood, even though you feel like it that day. All of these things, be energetic, be positive about learning, create excitement, right? Okay, creativity is always important. Like Albert Einstein used to say, creativity is intelligence having fun. So make sure to make all of your activities creative and unique. Keep everyone engaged. Now, I think I've mentioned this once before. So say if students say you are doing a presentation, how do you keep the students engaged? You engage them, or you make them a part of the whiteboard activities. You call some students to the front to fill in gaps, draw pictures, or you ask them to make notes. While one student is doing a presentation, you ask the other ones to make notes, because later you're going to ask questions. So again, keep everyone engaged, right? Teaching life skills is another one, like responsibility, organization, preservation, flexibility, problem solving, cooperation, innovation and creativity, as well as curiosity. Remember, you're not just teaching one subject. If you are a teacher, you always have to teach them life skills, right? And then the last one we can have a look at here, modeling good learning habits. Outline the lesson structure for them. Make sure they know exactly what is expected of them. Break the lesson into chunks or pieces. Model the grammar on the whiteboard. Use time management techniques so they know they only have a certain time to complete an activity. Teach memory learning techniques and assist during the activities. All right, so that is the first part of classroom management, and I'll see you guys in the next part. Thank you. So next up, we're going to talk about classroom management, understanding cultural differences. So especially if you aim to teach abroad in Asia and the East, you're going to experience quite a few cultural differences, and it's always good to know about them beforehand to not get yourself into a sticky or complicated situation, or just to be confused. To minimize your confusion, it's best to gain a bit of understanding into their culture. So here's an interesting question over here. Have you ever experienced culture shock? Now, I'm sure if you are a traveler or you're someone who enjoys traveling, I'm sure you have experienced this, especially going to the East. Maybe you've been to India or Asia and you have experienced minor culture shock, right? So when you're going to live and teach in a country, that's going to be much worse. And there will be, to some extent, some amounts of culture shock. And this is not just about the food or the behavior, but working at a school, there are other stuff that's also going to come up, like how to handle conflict, how they run their schools, the rules at schools, how the students behave, etc. So we need to understand that in order to teach at school abroad, for example, in Thailand. So I'm going to discuss a few differences as well between the West and the East. Now, one solution to experience less culture shock is to increase your cultural awareness. You can do this before you go to the country or while you are there by being very observant and just taking some mental notes to how they are behaving, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, the dress codes, how to greet people, how to address people, and how to handle conflict, and so on. So increasing your cultural awareness will also make you less judgmental, and it will help you to adapt easier and faster to the culture that's present in that country. Now, what would you say the term cultural intelligence means? What does it mean? So if you increase your awareness of your own moral values, your cultural beliefs, your traditions, the norms that you've formed from growing up in a certain and around a certain society, it will also help you to gain a better understanding of how it also formed other cultures' values, the way they behave, etc. So observing everyday school life and asking non-judgmental questions just for curiosity can help you to gain a better understanding. Reading about it also helps before you go there, even if you just read the basic do's and don'ts, the clothing that's not acceptable to wear, how you have to address someone, getting in contact with someone who used to teach in that country is also a good way of doing that. Right, so it's very important to increase your cultural intelligence, and that will also give you a better understanding of the students that you're teaching. So here we're going to talk about something called context and cultural environment. There are two types of cultures, a high culture, a high context culture, and a low context culture. It's very important, and it will help you gain a better understanding of how to deal with the other culture, right? So context refers to the circumstances in which something, an action or situation occurs or happens. If you look at this picture, this is just a very simple one, how you greet people. So you can see one wants to shake hands with the other person in order to greet them. We call this the Western handshake. It's what we're used to. And then the other one is bowing because he assumes the other person is in a higher position as him and he needs to bow. Now for Western society, that's very strange. We're not used to that. But in the East, it's quite common to do that, right? They have this respect for higher positions and they have a more hierarchical society. And that's sometimes strange to us because in our countries everyone is equal and you address people in the same way, right? So that gives you a basic idea of what context means and high and low context cultures. Now let's look into the basics of high versus low context cultures. So you are from the West, then you are part of the low context culture. Countries like England, all over Europe, America, etc. We are all part of the West and we have low context culture, meaning we value individualism over collectivism and independence over interdependence, right? Meaning in our culture, everyone is responsible for themselves. We have our own identity, and when we try to build a life for ourselves, we have to do it by ourselves. We go to college and then we start our lives by ourselves. But in the East, where they have a high context culture, it's totally different. You have this situation where you can have many generations living in one household and they have to take care of each other, meaning sharing their salary. And this is very different from what we're used to, right? The second thing to note is the concept of saving face. Now, saving face is something you will hear in the East often. It's a part of their culture. So what it means is they have this public image, and it's very, very important for them to maintain a good public, a strong public image. We don't care that much about what others think of us. It's not that important to us. And yeah, if we are angry, we will tell someone, I'm angry at you, right? They won't do that in order to save face, right? So they hide their emotions. It's very hard to read them. You might not always understand where exactly you stand with them because they're not going to tell you directly what you're doing wrong, or what they dislike, or how you can improve, right? Our culture, we are open to doing that for the sake of progress, but they want to maintain relationships over making progress. Hard to understand, like I said, but you get used to it. Alright, so yeah, these are countries like China, Korea, Thailand. If you're going to teach in Asia, probably you're going to come across a high context culture and it's very different, so you need to be aware of that, how to handle conflict. You can't be as direct as you are with Westerners or other foreigners, and yeah, you have to take that into account definitely. So getting a bit more into a high context culture, here are some of the key characteristics. The dress code is formal. For example, in Thailand, you're not allowed to enter some of the government buildings in shorts, right? Flip-flops, sandals, your toes have to be closed, your shoulders have to be closed as well. So they have a formal dress code. At schools you have to wear a buttoned shirt, right? Very old school. They use titles for authority where we might address the principal on his first or second name. They have titles. It's important, right? How you greet matters. In Thailand, you can search the why of greeting. You can't just wave at the parents, etc. We are more informal, but for them it's very important. Respect for people in higher positions. If someone is in a higher position than you, you have to assume that respect, right? And context matters. So this is in Asia what you will come across at your school. You can see how this will impact your life at school. Now, assessing yourself living and growing up in a low context culture where the dress code is informal. And yeah, sure, you might be thinking, but I can't wear shorts either to school. That's totally inappropriate, sure. But remember how they dress. It's very formal, right? You can't wear jeans to school. You have to wear black pants and you have to wear a tie if you're a male. And all of that, it's much different. We may dress in like a smart casual way, right? We prefer progress over building relationships, which is why we address conflict in order to make progress. For them, it's frowned upon to directly address conflict and to tell someone directly, you're doing this wrong. And we like it because it means we can correct the mistake and make progress. But remember, it's offensive in their culture. We encourage change. They kind of don't. They're reluctant to change. They don't really like it that much. They will be resistant to it, right? It's an older type of society. They stick to what they know more. And we live in a progressive, more modern society. So that's also something you should consider. So I hope you understand now the problems that may occur or conflicts, if you can think about them, because our cultures are totally different. I'm quickly going to mention some challenges that might be faced by Western teachers. First of all, change is often resistant. So you're going to get to a school and you're going to notice, oh, they're doing this and this wrong. I want to change this. And yeah, they're going to resist that change. So yeah, if you want to implement change, do it very slowly, very subtly. Teachers from the West are often shocked by the hierarchical ways that remain in Eastern countries. They don't have equal positions. Someone is higher than you and you have to show respect to them, which is a very older way of thinking, right? We want to be more informal and have friendlier, friendship-based relationships with our students. In their case, it's not like that. Teacher is higher than you, you have to respect them. You can't be a friend or in a friendship type of relationship with them, right? I remember when I was teaching in Thailand, I was pretty shocked by a certain situation where I was sitting at my desk and I called the students to my desk because I had to sign their books, right? And what they did was they sat down on their knees and handed their books to me because they're not allowed to stand up because then they're higher than me and I'm the teacher. So stuff like that, it's, yeah, you get that in those societies and you shouldn't be too shocked by it and you shouldn't try to change it. Leave it like that. If it's like that, leave it like that, right? Barriers and challenges can be overcome by adapting to cultural change. So try to adapt to their culture, understand the context of the community and try to respect it as best as you can. So next up, we're going to look at managing disruptive behavior and how we can do that effectively in our classroom to create a positive learning environment for the students in which they are able to learn without any disruption or any situations that may occur that might affect their ability to learn, because there will always be some students who are prone to disrupting the class and others who want to learn. So we don't want it to affect everyone, right? So here are some things that you can do. The first thing you can do is set up a working system of rules and consequences, depending on the ages of the students, right? So if it's all the students, you can tell them, I'm going to deduct some points from your project or your grades, and that will be the consequence if you do certain things or you disrupt the class or whatever the case may be. When it's kindergartners, you can maybe implement a system like a timeout system or standing outside. Just make sure it is in line with the policy of the school as well. Secondly, maintain relationships with students based on respect. Praise good behavior, don't just punish the bad behavior, but also try and create a positive environment. Encourage creativity and curiosity, make your lessons fun, engaging, right? Involve the parents. I would say that is something you should rather discuss first with the principal, so he can discuss it with the parents, right? Because it's a different situation in Asia. They don't like this when you go directly over their heads to the parents. So I would rather go first to your supervisor or your head of the Department of English or the principal. So if they think it's appropriate to involve the parents, then they will do it, right? So these are some things that you can do in your classroom to create a more organized type of situation where there isn't chaotic behavior or the students get out of control. And you'll especially have to be on it when you're managing a bigger classroom while they're doing projects. You'll have to supervise this, be involved in the tasks, right? Try to create an environment where the students feel like they are engaged and involved in the learning process. Alright, that is it. Thank you. Hi and welcome back. So here we're going to look a bit at the difference between formative and summative assessment. First, let's discuss what formative assessment is and why it's important and how you're going to use it during your teaching career as a TEFL teacher. So formative assessment is also sometimes called informal assessment. So remember it like that. It's not the formal assessment, which would be summative assessment, where they're writing tests, they're getting graded all the time, it's very strict, they have to pass, there's more pressure on, right? So formative is a more informal method of assessment, but it's also pretty important because this is where the students get to improve on what they're doing currently, right? So the teacher helps and evaluates each student, helps them to improve what they're struggling with, error correction, etc. in an informal way, in a lower anxiety environment. Okay, so while learning is happening, you are correcting them. It's evaluating the student, but also it helps you as a teacher to reassess if what you've been doing or your teaching methods are actually successful, right? Are you actually making improvement amongst the students with your lessons, or what can you change in your lessons? How can you adjust them according to the students' needs? So formative assessment is not just to help the student, it's also to help the teacher to adapt their lessons accordingly. Okay, finding areas that can benefit from development is one of the formative assessment's main objectives. Okay, these tests, which are frequently not evaluated, serve as indicators of students' learning development. How are they engaging with the comprehensible input that you're putting out there? Are your teaching methods effective? Are they actually working? Are the students learning? One of the main reasons why formative assessment is now more important in the modern age than summative assessment is they see it as more effective, right? And also it is based on student-centered learning, not teacher-centered learning. It also helps the teacher keep track of effectiveness of the lessons and activities. When implementing a new activity in class, you can, through observation and surveying the students, determine whether or not the activity should be used again. So now you're trying something new, which is always good, and you want to see how effective it is. You can apply formative assessment. How can you do this? You can actually give the student sort of a survey after class, print it out, and give it for them to fill in. So then they're actually grading your lesson in a way. You can say on a scale of 1 to 5, how much did you enjoy the lesson? How difficult was the lesson? And then they have to mark. How much did you learn, right? And after that, you can basically read through the cards and make adjustments to your lessons. So why is formative assessment important? It enables us to analyze the effectiveness of our own methods and strategies and respond to that. Take some corrective action in adjusting your lessons. We acknowledge that learning is a continuous process that involves both successful and unsuccessful stretches. So it's trial and error, right? The best feature is that it enables us to work in partnership with the students. It creates a good relationship between teacher and students, both aiming for the same goal here, to improve and enhance the learning experience of the students. Here we have some examples. One is observations of in-class activities and non-verbal response of the students to the lecture. Exercises assigned for homework to prepare for tests. Okay, practice tests. These are examples of formative assessments. Reflective diaries, reflective journals. Okay, I'm quickly going to give you an example of a reflective journal that I did at the university where I did my last degree in Thailand, in Bangkok. As I mentioned before, I studied in Bangkok. So I want to show you an example of what a reflective journal would look like that is currently very popular to use for formative assessment. So as I mentioned, I did my BA degree in TEFL at a university in Bangkok, and this is one of the methods that they used as a modern method to assess us with formative assessment. So in this case, I was actually the student, not the teacher. But afterwards, I started using it as well while teaching my students. So here's an example of what a reflective journal would look like. So say if you can make it for 10 days, you can make it for an entire term. This one is just for day 1 to 4. So you're going to give this to the students, email it to them, and, well, you can print it out if you prefer that. Okay, and then they have to write their name, days, the topics here for day 1 to 4. Okay, the next thing they have to do is write down the key vocabulary and definitions. Here's an example, right? So the key vocabulary of day 1 and what is the definition. It gives them it gets them to summarize what they've learned and just recap that vocabulary at the same time. Okay, key concepts and explanation. So the vocabulary here the concepts and explanation. So these are terms that are not one word, it's more phrases, right? Like the second law of thermodynamics or whatever the case may be, and the explanation. So say if you're teaching English, they can write here the present continuous tense and the definition, something like that. Okay, then they have to give an overall summary of day 1. Application to my life. See, this is very modern. So they have to take the information that they've learned from your lesson and say how they're going to apply this to their lives. How can they use it in their lives? Further questions for thought and research. So here they have to make questions about what they need to read up, or maybe review a bit more what they need to research. It gets them thinking, summarizing, and also it helps them to review their information. Okay, then you go over to day 2, same thing. Okay, so that is basically an example of a reflective journal. And then they can hand it in, email it to you, or hand it in, and you're going to use it for formative assessment. So although you might not grade it formally, you can grade it if you want. You can still grade formative assignments, but you can also use it quite a lot to see, did they get the message you were trying to give them? Did they learn the vocabulary? Do they understand the meaning, etc.? Okay, so that was journaling, right? You can also have sessions for asking and answering questions. Yeah, both formally planned and informally. Meetings between teacher and student. You can even have one-on-one meetings where you can get feedback from their learning experience, or you can just test them informally. Activities in class where students formally report their findings. So just give their opinions a little bit, right? It's also part of formative assessment. And feedback from students. Student feedback on your lessons can be gathered in order for you to assure that your lessons are effective, right? They can also say what questions they have, what they need to work on, what do they think is the most difficult topic, etc. Okay, then of course surveys. Learners can be asked to fill out a survey assessing the teacher, assessing the specific lesson of that day, or a teaching method if you tried something new that day and you want to see how they understood it. Remember, student-centered learning. It's not about whether you think, oh, I did fantastic at delivering this lesson. The problem is here, you can't think about yourself, you have to think about that they actually learned, that they get this message, right? Benefits of using formative assessment. It produces greater increases in student achievement because you can improve slowly as you go by adjusting your methods. Teachers reported greater professional satisfaction and increased student engagement during the learning, right? So actually they say that the teachers also like this a lot. And teachers can modify lessons that are ineffective. If you see something didn't work, then you just don't try it, or you adjust it. Also, it personalizes the learning experiences and motivates learners to become self-regulated learners. It addresses learning gaps if there are certain areas where there's a gap, and just shows you where you need to put your focus, right? Enhances student motivation because they're improving before actually being formally assessed. They're going to feel more confident. Okay, I just want to, again, I want us to look at an example here of formative assessment. Online teaching. Here you will always just be required to do formative assessment. Don't need to do summative assessment, or for me at least, I've worked, like I say, for probably over 10 online companies. Never have I had to do formative assessment. Or at least that was my experience. I've never worked for a company where I had, or I was required to do summative assessment, right? So formative assessment and online teaching. Online teaching companies mostly only require you to do formative assessment. The trouble here is you have to do it after every single lesson, right? So yeah, that's unfortunately they want you to assess the 4 skills, but usually they give you a scale of 1 to 4, and you need to click, okay, 3 or 4, and then you have to write a little bit of feedback. It takes 5 minutes to do this. They want you to assess the 4 skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing from 1 to 5. They also sometimes have pronunciation as well. Okay, so teachers usually have to assess the student based on his speaking, pronunciation, reading, and listening abilities, right? I'm going to show you guys an example here of when I had to assess students online. It's always better to look at an example, right? Alright, so I hope you guys can see over here. It's a bit blurry because I zoomed in a little bit on the page, but I just want to show you from one online teaching company that I was working for how the formative assessment looks. Okay, so it's participation. They don't always have the same performance ratings here. It depends on the company. But for example, here you had to rate the participation, the pronunciation, comprehension, creativity, and fluency. The other one that I worked for, they actually had performance ratings like pronunciation, reading, writing, speaking, and listening. So they had the 4 skills as performance ratings, but this one was different. So they'll have their performance ratings here, and then you have to scale it here. You see, outstanding to fair, right? And then you're required to write a short note over here, like it's a great conversationalist, understood the comprehension questions well, etc. I'm going to show you an example of what to write in this feedback block as well during the lesson. So some tips here of how to write effective feedback. Firstly, individualize. Don't write generalized feedback. Copy and paste stuff. Trust me, they will notice that. Students do notice if you're not individualizing their lesson, talking specifically about what they did, right? And if you're just writing the same thing for everyone, they will notice this. Okay, so that's the first step. Is I would suggest individualizing, focusing, taking some notes, just small notes while you're teaching online, so you know what to write afterwards, right? Use the name of the student to make it more personal. Start by naming a good thing and not firstly with the bad thing. And name areas of improvement. Give some suggestions of how they can improve or where they might be able to find free material, reading material for them. They love it when you give them some suggestions of where they can find materials to also practice on their own, right? Then also give constructive criticism relevant to the proficiency level of the student. If the student is at a beginner level, you cannot use the same assessment as a student who's on an advanced level, right? So relevant according to whether the student is A1, C1, it should be according to the proficiency level of the student. Also the age might play a bit of a role as well. I've made an example here and you guys can read through it a little bit if you really want to look at what your feedback should look like. You don't have to make it this long, but here's an example of how to write feedback so you can check that out. And also use thank you for joining me in class today, right? Thank the student for joining your lesson, especially if you're teaching online. This is an example of online feedback, by the way. Okay, and tell them what they will learn next time at the end of the lesson. So they look forward to it and they know what to expect. You can also write the key vocabulary words here. Write something good. You really impressed me with this and this, and where they can improve, right? See you next time. Name of the teacher. Very good example of how to give effective feedback. Okay, essay writing, informative assessments. When writing feedback on assessing a written piece, assessing writing. There's a separate lesson about that as well, but this is just about formative assessment, right? So here you have to bear in mind the proficiency level of the student, what his prior knowledge on the topic is that was given to him to write about. Give constructive criticism, praise creativity, correct grammar, but don't just focus on grammar errors. Remember, this is not formal assessment, it's informal assessment. The goal here is to help him improve his writing, so the next time he writes, he will still be motivated because you did praise stuff and you did say some good stuff. If he only sees errors and negative feedback, do you think he's going to be motivated next time to write? No. He's just going to be like, you know what you were like as a student as well. Well, I can't do it anyways. I'm going to get bad feedback, so why do I have to care? So suggest ways he can improve. Very important. This is the aim of formative assessment. Here's an example of writing feedback. This is in classroom, more in classroom than online. Here you can tick some suggestions. If you think the student should maybe use more verbs, you can tick that one. Use more vocabulary, etc. And here you can rate them on their creativity. So if you think it was maybe an 8 out of 10. Level of language, was it 5? Vocabulary, was it 8? Grammar, was it 5? Okay, so then they get a general idea, but they don't have a formal grading because it's formative assessment, not summative assessment. So it's not 80% or A+, right? It's just an indication of at what level they are at and suggestions of improvement. Alright, so that is basically formative assessment with some examples. Thank you. Hi and welcome back to our next lesson. So over here we're going to discuss summative assessment. So after we've defined formative assessment, the main difference between summative and formative assessment is formative assessment is more a modern way that was introduced in the 21st century of assessing students, whereas summative is an older method, but it will always be relevant and necessary. So it still stays within the educational system. So when you were in high school or university, you probably had to write tests like semester tests or yearly tests. These are all for a formal method of testing students, and it's all a part of summative assessment. Of course, it doesn't have to be examinations. Sometimes you get a project that can also be summative assessment if it's assessed formally and graded formally, right? It can be a presentation. So depending on how it's graded, that can also define whether or not it is summative or formative assessment, right? So that means that you'll be assessed at the end of a certain chapter, end of a certain module, or even the end of the semester or the year, right? So it concludes all of the information that you as a student had to learn throughout a certain duration of time, and then they test your knowledge of that information, right? It's often in comparison to standardized criteria, so there's more strict criteria that the teacher has to assess the student according to that specific criteria. So why do we have to do summative assessment? It measures the student's understanding of the material delivered at the end of a particular work year, semester, or just maybe a course, right? Like they say here, a certain unit can also be tested. It all depends on the subject that you're teaching, and you have to receive a certain grade, sometimes in percentage, although the American educational system grades according to A+, etc., right? But it is a formal type of assessment. And the reason here, as they say, measures students' understanding of the information. Okay, so summative evaluation is in contrast with formative evaluation, right? Because there are clear goals and timetables, also sometimes called grading rubrics, if you've ever seen that. They are measured in accordance with a certain standard, so specific skills are measured, right? It's to make sure that learners are aware of what is expected of them during the test. Teachers have here utilize rubrics or assessment criteria. I'll show you an example of that later. So there are clear criteria. The students know what they're going to be graded on or what the measurement will be. To make sure learners are aware of what to expect on any of these tests, teachers utilize rubrics again or assessment criteria. Summative test scores are typically important since they are used to decide whether the student passes the subject or fails the subject. So this is a much more stressful test for the student to pass than a formative assessment, and anxiety levels will usually be higher during this type of assessment because a lot depends on this, right? Okay, so let's look at some examples over here of summative assessment. First, here, a written assessment. This is still used, even though we've been using computers a lot more. Written assessments are still used, and this will be a situation where you have to write a longer answer to a question. So you physically have to write a test, right? Then we have standardized assessments. Students will take an exam created for a given curriculum, and then it will be measured according to a certain rubric, right? But this will be shared with the students throughout the course, so they will know what is expected of them. Performance assessments. Also quite a stressful one. With this type, students will be required to do an activity. Most of the teachers like doing a presentation to measure performance, or a project or something like that, or an experiment, any task, right? This showcases their abilities, performance assessment. And then we have oral assessment, where the students have to talk. Whether this is a speech, you can do a debate-based activity or a presentation, right? So those are the most important forms of summative assessment. So the most important part of summative assessment is, of course, to measure the progress of the learner, right? It evaluates the student and gives the student feedback on their performance and the rate of growth, right? Are they actually making progress in this subject or not? It also gives the parents an idea of where the student is at. Now, also here we need to remember that summative assessment also tests other abilities of the student. For example, the life skills. It teaches the student life skills, right? The following abilities are developed in the classroom when pupils are motivated to strive harder, when they are aware that they will be graded. Very true. If you've ever been a teacher anyway, you will know if the students know that they're going to be graded, automatically they listen more, right? They focus more, they're more focused, and they want to pass the test, right? So in a way, it also creates a situation where they get the opportunity to develop some of their skills, like problem solving, decision making, cooperation, time management, and critical thinking. So when we talk about summative assessment, when it comes to teaching adults, English to adults, right? So they have to undertake a certain test, like maybe the TOEIC test, right? A standardized test that tests their ability or their language proficiency level, right? So here, summative assessment becomes important because while they are taking this formal test, right, they will be awarded a grade, a certain score, and also sometimes a certificate or a transcript. And this creates better future career possibilities for them just because they have something to show their employer, right? They have the certificate, the grading, or the result of the TOEIC test. So let's talk about a few examples of summative assessment in English as a second language and measuring proficiency levels. We will look, but first we're going to talk a little bit about measuring proficiency levels of adult students, either business English students or conversational students. So the first test, that is one of the most popular ones that they'll have to undertake, is called the TOEIC test, right? So you can read a bit more about this test, but I'm going to show you examples as well. In one of the other lessons, in lesson planning, I've also put up some examples there in the slide. And in assessment, I've put up examples of the structure of a TOEIC test, right? So basically in the TOEIC test, the students are assessed according to their 4 skills in language learning, which is, do you guys remember? Listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So they are assessed according to their ability and their language proficiency. So an example of the test structure, basically there are 4 different sections, right? So it's reading, listening, writing, and speaking. And they have 2.5 hours. They could change this, but that is what I'm aware of. They only have 2.5 hours to complete the entire test. So it's not like they can sit there forever and think about it as well, right? So they have to complete each section and get a certain percentage for each section, right? So I've written here as well how long it takes for them. The speaking part is quite stressful for them because they literally have to go to someone who's like an interviewer, who's a foreigner, that's going to ask them questions one-on-one, right? And they have to respond. So they are quite stressed about this situation. But if they have had classes with a foreigner like yourself, that also could help them a bit more because then they are used to speaking to foreigners and they're used to the test structure, right? Okay, so then we have the listening part of the TOEIC test. So usually here they give you sort of a photograph, right? That's one of the most popular ones. And then there's a question response one, a conversation, and 2 people talking or having a conversation, and they have to choose a correct answer. So that is basically the listening one. They're physically going to play a video for you. You have to listen and then you have to answer A, B, C, or D, which is the correct answer. So going over to the reading section of the test, here they have to read a variety of material, which could be a text or some billboard marketing text, right? Something like that. It could be an email. It could even be like a Facebook post or anything like that. It's a variety of materials put together, and they have to respond to certain comprehension questions. So that is what the reading part is about, and they get a certain amount of time to complete that as well. And here we have the speaking part, which I mentioned is the hardest for the students. They are quite worried about this. It's more of a stressful environment, right? It's like going to an interview, basically, in your second language. So yeah, this is what they will be assessed according to. Okay, so I have questions 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see here. So let's have a look here at the speaking test format. is important because there might be opportunities for you either as an online teacher or as a teacher at a language center to teach students how to prepare for the TOEIC test. So it's good to know this stuff. And the TOEIC test is one of the most popular tests that adults need to pass before they can get to certain job levels or work for international companies, etc. They want to know your level of speaking. So this is the speaking test format. There are 11 questions. You can read a bit more about it here, what they will be required to do and how long they will have to respond to the questions. They only have 20 minutes during the speaking test, and then they get scored from 0 to 200 according to their level of English. So then we have the writing test format. Here we only have 8 questions because it takes longer to read the text, right? And they have 1 hour to complete it because they have to read and then respond to certain questions. You can see here 8 questions from 1 to 5, 6, 7, and 8, where they will be required to write an opinion essay. Okay, the next popular test is called the IELTS test. It is accepted by more than 11,000 employers worldwide, universities, schools, and immigration bodies around the world. So you can see it's a very important test as well. It determines the proficiency level of students, and students have to pass this test to get certain jobs, maybe to get citizenship in certain countries, to study at universities abroad. Say if a Thai student wants to study in England, he'll have to pass this test, right? You'll also see a lot of job ads. I've been seeing a lot of job ads lately where they're wanting teachers to teach students IELTS. So it's a good opportunity for teachers as well. Here's an example of this test criteria. You can see also again they test you on the 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking, right? And then you get a certain score according to that. Lastly, we're going to look at summative assessments in school. So here you'll be familiar with this because you probably had to write your fair few of exams in school and university, right? Some examples: formal presentations that can be graded at the end of a semester, any final writing assignment, final examinations, end of the year examinations, class or semester test, formal speaking or oral tests. I just want us to look at this one and explain to you. So the students, similar to the TOEIC test at a school, if you're working at a school in Thailand, especially not the international but the government schools, you are required as a teacher to also grade the students on their speaking level by a situation where it's also like an interview. So it's a one-on-one situation. You call the name of the student, they come to your desk and you ask them questions and assess them. Alright, so that is summative assessment. There is a clear difference between hearing and listening. When we hear a variety of sounds. This doesn't mean that we understand them. While living abroad, standing on a train, I was able to hear a variety of tourists speaking in different languages, like German or Japanese. Of course, I could hear the sounds, but I wasn't able to make meaning of what they've said. Listening is all about making sense of what you've heard. Our brains are able to make a variety of connections when listening. Our brains decide whether the sounds we are hearing are the sounds of a familiar language. We do this by matching the sounds we are hearing to the sounds that we already know. Then we group them together in phrases. Finally, we make sense of it by connecting what we've just heard to previously learned words, also based on our knowledge of the world. Listening is called a receptive skill, but it is certainly not a passive one. A good listening assessment copies the use of real-life language as closely as possible. Your listening task should aim to assess a clear topic. Students should understand what they will be scored on, and the listening information should be clear and relevant. There are quite a variety of tasks that we can use to assess listening. Picking out synonyms for different words, recognizing the correct grammatical text that was used, connecting sentences, interpreting meaning from a certain context, like identification of the topic. Listening for details can be assessed via blank fill activities. We can also use audio and ask the students to infer meaning. So how do we do these tasks? There is a variety of methods that you can use to do these tasks. Listening to audios or videos and then asking students to respond to questions related to these audios. Listening to talks like TED Talk and then asking questions. Answering questions like choosing the correct response from A to D in a multiple choice test. This is also an example commonly used in TOEIC testing. Writing a response to a statement that you hear in an audio. Always make sure that test takers understand how they will be scored and graded. Know when to give partial credit when the answer is not exactly the correct one, but very close to it. The assessor also has to decide beforehand if grammar and punctuation should be scored or penalized. Make sure that the responses to open-ended questions are limited to only 4 answers. Make sure that your students' listening is assessed in a meaningful way. It is said that listening is the hardest skill to assess, but it is also the most widely used skill. Next up, we'll be looking at an example of a listening question used for assessment. This is an example of a skill up listening question. The question says, you will hear a question or a statement about a picture. You will be given 3 responses spoken in English. Select the best response to the question or statement. The question or statement will not be shown on the screen and will be spoken only one time. After this, you will open the YouTube video in which they will be listening to the recorded audio. In this case, the recorded audio says the following. Hi, I'm calling about red paint that I found this morning on my door. I want to make a claim from the insurance company. After listening to this audio, the students have to select A, B, or C, which is the most appropriate response. Obviously, in this case, number A is the correct response. You should file a claim for being vandalized. This is an example of a popular listening question that can be used for assessment amongst other similar ones. It's often said nowadays that people don't read so much. This isn't necessarily true. People often read from Kindles, social media, or websites. We still do a lot of reading every day. Regardless of what we read from, we use the same basic processes when reading. We recognize individual words. We use our understanding of the grammar of the language to check the meaning of the text. The more we read, the more we understand. Eventually, we reach a complete understanding of the entire text. When we read longer texts, we read in different ways, depending on our reason for reading. You might read quickly to get a general understanding of the main ideas in the topic, or to find certain information. You might read very carefully to get a thorough and in-depth understanding of the overall text. When designing a test for reading comprehension, we should make our tests as relevant and meaningful as possible. Reading tests may be completed online or in the traditional way. Reading tests will consist of a combination of text and tasks. So what do test takers read? These texts should be at the right level of difficulty and be long enough to contain specific details. Test takers should get information from the text to answer the questions rather than basing their answers on their background knowledge. It's vital that the text is not culturally biased. Lots of different tasks are used in reading tests. You could use a multiple choice question. You could use blank fill activities, comprehension questions, choosing a sentence that best summarizes a specific paragraph, or completing a table or labeling a chart. You can also do a reading into writing question, where the test takers are asked to summarize a text. The instructions to the test takers must be clear, so they know exactly what they have to do for each task. They must be given enough time to complete the task. They must know how their answers will be scored. When we score a test, we must make sure there is only one clear answer to each question. If the tasks require longer written answers, markers should agree whether punctuation, spelling, and grammar should also be assessed, and whether or not it should be penalized. Assessing the students in a meaningful way means that we should choose the right and appropriate text. It also means that we should be scoring everything efficiently. Next, we're going to look at a question, which is an example of a question that you can use for assessing the reading skill of students. This is an example of a Skill Up reading assessment question. It instructs the students to read the text below. A word, phrase or sentence is missing in parts of the text. Select the best answer to complete the text. After this, they'll be asked to read the text and then do the gap fill activity. Choose the gap in number 1, damage to your and possessions. Here they have to select A, B, C or D, the most appropriate answer. In this case, it is property, damage to your property and possessions. Blank fill number 2 will pay for accommodation if your home can't be lived in due to damage covered by your A, B, C or D. In this case, it is policy. This is only one example of a reading question that can be used for assessment. It's often said nowadays that people don't read so much. This isn't necessarily true. People often read from Kindles, social media or websites. We still do a lot of reading every day. Regardless of what we read from, we use the same basic processes when reading. We recognize individual words. We use our understanding of the grammar of the language to check the meaning of the text. The more we read, the more we understand. Eventually, we reach a complete understanding of the entire text. When we read longer texts, we read in different ways, depending on our reason for reading. You might read quickly to get a general understanding of the main ideas in the topic, or to find certain information. You might read very carefully to get a thorough and in-depth understanding of the overall text. When designing a test for reading comprehension, we should make our tests as relevant and meaningful as possible. Reading tests may be completed online or in the traditional way. Reading tests will consist of a combination of text and tasks. So what do test takers read? These texts should be at the right level of difficulty and be long enough to contain specific details. Test takers should get information from the text to answer the questions rather than basing their answers on their background knowledge. It's vital that the text is not culturally biased. Lots of different tasks are used in reading tests. You could use a multiple choice question. You could use blank fill activities, comprehension questions, choosing a sentence that best summarizes a specific paragraph, or completing a table or labeling a chart. You can also do a reading into writing question, where the test takers are asked to summarize a text. The instructions to the test takers must be clear, so they know exactly what they have to do for each task. They must be given enough time to complete the task. They must know how their answers will be scored. When we score a test, we must make sure there is only one clear answer to each question. If the tasks require longer written answers, markers should agree whether punctuation, spelling, and grammar should also be assessed, and whether or not it should be penalized. Assessing the students in a meaningful way means that we should choose the right and appropriate text. It also means that we should be scoring everything efficiently. Next, we're going to look at a question, which is an example of a question that you can use for assessing the reading skill of students. This is an example of a Skill Up reading assessment question. It instructs the students to read the text below. A word, phrase, or sentence is missing in parts of the text. Select the best answer to complete the text. After this, they'll be asked to read the text and then do the gap fill activity. Choose the gap in number 1, damage to your and possessions. Here they have to select A, B, C, or D, the most appropriate answer. In this case, it is property, damage to your property and possessions. Blank fill number 2 will pay for accommodation if your home can't be lived in due to damage covered by your A, B, C, or D. In this case, it is policy. This is only one example of a reading question that can be used for assessment. It is true that we don't write many letters these days, and for some writing might feel like a distant school memory. We do, however, write things like emails, essays, assignments, and even social media posts. But most of us still write quite a lot. When we write, we think about the topic and how to make our message work. We also think about the audience we hope will read our work. We mentally form a picture of suitable words and vocabulary to use. We then put it all into a grammatically appropriate form, so the reader can make sense of what we're trying to say. All this passes down from the brain to the hand and fingers, where the message then appears. When we want to assess someone's ability to write, we must ask them to write something. The sort of writing task that we assign should be related to the test takers. Teenagers should not be asked to write a business letter or a business presentation. In the real world, we write different kinds of stuff. So if we want to assess learners' overall writing ability, we need them to write a variety of different things. We have to consider our audience, and we also need to think about how much writing is needed for the task. So how do we award a score? In summative assessment, this is done by the teacher or the language instructor. Teachers rely on their experiences to get the scoring right. Scoring is done using a writing scale. For example, from 1 to 5 or 1 to 8. Rubrics are used to assess different aspects of the work. For example, vocabulary, grammar, creativity, spelling, and punctuation. New ways to score writing are also currently being developed. An example of that would be computerized scoring. On the surface, assessing writing seems simple. But if we think systematically about the assessment, there is really a lot to it. Make sure to write clear assessment rubrics to make your assessment and scoring fair. Next up, we'll be looking at a writing question for assessment example. This is an example of a skill-up writing question used to assess the writing ability of a student. As you can see, there's an email on the left side and an email on the right side. In email 1, this is sent to a Nathan Wilson, and an email to Nathan Wilson needs to respond to the email. As you can see in the second email, there are a variety of gaps that the student needs to fill using his own words. In this case, the student hasn't got a lot of options like A, B, C or D, but they have to use their own words. I am one blank in buying home insurance at your company. I am interested in buying home insurance at your company. Number 2. If you buy standard insurance, what will be covered by my 2 blank and what 3 not? What will be covered by my insurance policy and what will not? I am eligible for any. Am I eligible for any discounts? My home is in good condition and I've installed a alarm and sprinkler system. And I've installed a reliable alarm and sprinkler system. Remember that using emails when assessing teenagers is not always the best way to test their ability, but this can be used to assess adults in their writing ability. Most of us speak and communicate every day to different people for different reasons. We speak to our friends, family, colleagues, and even to ourselves. When we speak, our brains are involved in a wide range of different activities, from finding words to structuring them in a meaningful way. Because we speak to people for different reasons and under different conditions, we can look at speaking as being multi-dimensional. An assessment should try and replicate real-life use of the language. A text of speaking needs to be as close to the context we're interested in as possible. If we want to test the student's ability to have comprehension based on hobbies, it should include questions like this in the text. There are different approaches to assessing speaking. Firstly, we have the interview process, often used when testing TOEIC students. Then we have the oral presentation method, often used in classrooms. We also have the interactive task or pair work and the group discussion task used for 4 to 6 students at a time. When assessing students based on the examiner and student process, the examiner asks the students a variety of speaking-based questions. They then have a few minutes to think about their answers and respond with an appropriate answer. Giving oral presentations is a popular way of assessment used in a classroom. The presentation should be based on a relevant topic that is interesting to the students and that they find relatable. The next method commonly used is also a very modern method called the interactive task. Yes, we have two students asking and answering questions. In a task where two students are asked to answer questions that they ask to each other, and this is a way of assessing them based on their answers, their ability to listen and respond to their friends' questions. When you are teaching bigger classrooms, a way of assessing them, especially formative-based assessment, here you can use a group task, discussions in a group about a certain topic. A group discussion task is usually done by dividing the students into smaller groups of 4 to 6 students. They will then be asked to discuss a certain topic, answer questions about a certain topic, or even a picture. This is also a very modern way of assessing a bigger classroom or students learning at a language center. A variety of tasks can be used when assessing speaking. For example, describing something using a wide variety of adjectives. Asking the students to tell a story. You can also do a group storytelling activity. Comparing one thing to another thing using verbs and adjectives, or sharing personal information in a question-based format like an interview. In example number 1, you can ask students to describe what they see in the picture, or what is happening in the picture. What is the message that this picture wants to portray? When students are asked to describe pictures, they get tested on forming their sentences while using adjectives and verbs to describe certain situations. This could also test their ability to make meaning of visual aids. Comparing things like the past and the future could also be a modern, popular way of assessing a student's speaking ability. There are different settings for assessing students as well. It could be performed live in front of 2 or more examiners. It could be recorded and evaluated later. It could be a one-on-one teacher and student-based assessment, or it could even be an online assessment when that is necessary. One way of assessing the students is when examiners perform questions live. One way of assessing the students is examiners asking students the questions performed live in a one-on-one based situation. The students then get asked a variety of questions, and the assessor will then be asked to assess their ability to respond to the questions and also to rate their proficiency level. This isn't always done in a classroom, but sometimes when testing proficiency levels, such as with the TOEIC test. Another way of assessment could be done via recording or video calling. When the student is learning online or learning through the method of distance learning, or even during situations such as the pandemic, this could be another way of assessing the student's speaking ability. So then we ask ourselves the question, how do we use the correct method to award scores to students? When the examiner is asked to award a score to the test taker, he uses a set of different descriptions, such as below standard, 1, satisfactory, 2, good, 3, outstanding, 4. This is also known as a rating scale. When we assess the student, we must ensure that the questions in our test reflect what we want to assess. Hi everyone, and welcome to our section of teaching online. In this video, we're going to discuss how to make a compelling introduction video. This is a very important part of online teaching. The companies hire you based on how you sound in your introduction video, right? So then you go through from this step to the next step of the hiring process. But basically, this is during the application phase. You can see on every job ad of online teaching, they want you to send in an introduction video. So I'm going to take you through the basic steps of how to do a compelling introduction video and what their requirements are. I've worked for about 10 different online companies, so I'm pretty familiar with this process. So let's get started and into the first step here. So firstly, let's look at the information that you should be sharing in your introduction video. It's very important to remember to only talk about your teaching jobs, your teaching experience, everything relevant to teaching. Don't add irrelevant stuff like I worked in retail or in insurance or whatever the case may be. They don't want to hear about this. Only share relevant information, right? So your education, we're going to look at that now, and teaching experiences. So I would start by introducing myself in my introduction video. Here it can be very basic. Remember to keep it basic, keep it short. So you're going to say your name, age, nationality, and your current occupation. While you're doing this, don't sound too robotic. Be very natural. Just speak as if you were speaking to a friend or a new person that you've just met. Be natural about it. Education is also a very important part. I would mention this secondly. So if you have a degree, mention that first. It's a big plus if you have that. Then your TEFL certificate, this one you're going to mention in there as well. And you can shortly say something that you learned during your TEFL certification, right? What you learned, a little bit about that. Relevant personal development courses. So if you've done any other personal development courses related to teaching, I may add, please mention that as well, because it's just going to set you a bit apart from the rest. Again, it's very important. If you've done something like that on Coursera or even Skillshare, mention that in your video as well. The next part is your work experience. Also an extremely important part. Like I said earlier, mention relevant teaching experience. Even if it's not a lot of experience, say you've only done a bit of private tutoring, mention that, right? It's still relevant. It means you have taught students before. So whether it was online or classroom based, if you have experience in that, please mention that. Private tutoring, teaching TOEIC, if you've ever taught that, mention that. If you have experience in teaching business English, phonics, teaching adults, any of this, if you have experience in this, please do mention it. They are looking for something like this. This is an extra that people are not aware of. You have to add this to your introduction video. Tell them about your preferred teaching method. You can only summarize this in 1 or 2 sentences, but do add it into your introduction video. It makes it seem like at least you know what you're talking about. You understand how to teach English, right? So you can say, I prefer to use TPR. That's my preferred teaching method. And give a reason, right? And I also combine that with a communicative language teaching approach. So that is just an example. If you want to mention one of the other teaching methods, you can do that as well. But this will help you definitely if you talk about teaching methods. Then look at what sets you apart as a teacher or as a person even, right? Something in your personality, a trait or some experience that you've had a goal that you've achieved that sets you apart a little bit from the rest of the crowd. These companies tend to get thousands and thousands of applications daily. So you have to be a bit different. You have to add something extra. So here you can say, I'm a very relatable person, which makes it easy for me to communicate with anyone. I have great communication abilities. I have very good general knowledge. This is a big advantage in online teaching because, especially more so when you teach adults, you're going to talk about a variety of different topics. So it helps a lot if you are able to talk about these topics and elaborate on them as well. Any teaching experience that is different or special. You can also add that I'm able to teach beginners to advanced level students. Or I can teach in a multicultural environment, because you are going to be working with people from different cultures. You can also say here, I'm able to teach any age of students from kindergarten to adults. I can teach any level of English from beginner to advanced students. So any achievement of a goal that is special to you as a person, you can also mention in the intro video. You only have to keep it very short, make 1 or 2 sentences, right? Then you have to state why you want to teach English online, not just for the money, right? So you can say, I have a passion for languages, I enjoy working with children, I like sharing my knowledge in a multicultural environment, or you can add any special reason of your own for why you actually want to teach online. Remember to think about the students here, not why it benefits you as a person, but what you can add to their company, right? Why you are valuable. Now the next part, once you've decided, okay, I'm going to say this and this in my introduction video, next you're going to be recording it and editing. I would suggest that you edit your video. So that's what we're going to talk about next, recording and editing. Here are some general tips. 1, keep it short, 3 to 5 minutes, that's it. Unless they specifically ask you to send them a 10-minute or 15-minute video. But most of these companies want a short video. Number 2, keep it relevant. Number 3, be natural. So don't read from a script. Everyone can notice that. Be natural, as if you're talking to someone that you've just met and you're telling them about yourself. Number 4, try to speak in a neutral accent and look at your speaking pace as well. Don't speak too slowly so it seems unnatural or robotic, but don't speak extremely fast so they don't really think that the students will be able to understand you, right? Number 5, good lighting when recording. You can edit that if you have good software, but try to keep the lighting quite natural. Number 6, edit your video. I would suggest doing this bit of extra work here. Just edit or cut a little bit. You don't have to do it. You don't have to overdo it, right? That's why it says in 7, keep it minimalistic. Don't add a lot of pictures and B-roll videos and all of this stuff. It's not about that. They actually want to listen to you speaking English and they want to know about your teaching experience. That's it. Background, you can either just make it very simple and keep it a plain white wall. You can do it outside. If you live in Thailand, for example, in Asia, you can do this outside, make it a bit interesting. I've done this once, but it is also a bit of, there can be problems to this because it shouldn't be noisy. Very important, it should be quiet as well. So just don't record a video where someone can see the rest of your bedroom or your living room in the background. Keep it simple and professional. Here are some recording options. You can use Zoom, many advantages, we'll discuss that. after this. You can use your smartphone, which is the easiest option probably, or your webcam even. You can use screen recording software. Screencast-O-Matic is a free recording software if you want to look at that. Screencast-O-Matic. You record your screen while speaking, like I'm doing here. I'm using Screencast-O-Matic. But my camera isn't showing, so you can actually add your camera as well. So that's another option for you. And then using a video camera, if you know how to do that and you have something like that available, you can do that as well. So next up, we're going to look at some editing options to edit your video after you've recorded it. Number one is Shotcut. This is a free editing software that you can download from the web. So you can Google Shotcut, download it for Windows and or for Apple if you have an Apple computer. And you can edit your video for free, and they have a lot of options on Shotcut. But I wouldn't suggest taking it too far. Very simple, just cut out the scenes where maybe you made mistakes, or you know, where you press play on the video camera and they can see your arm pressing play. Stuff like that that you want to cut out of your video. If you want to add a bit of background music, you can also do this on Shotcut. Never make the background music too loud though. Okay? So Shotcut is a pretty good free option that you can use for editing your video. But you'll have to go into YouTube. If you don't understand how Shotcut works, just view maybe a 30 minutes video here, or even like a 15 minutes. They can tell you the basics of how to use Shotcut. It's very user friendly. It's not hard to use. You can also, there's a lot of applications I know you can download for your phone to use as well if you want to go that way. But like I've mentioned here, cut out certain scenes, maybe add a bit of background music if you want to do that, but still keep it pretty minimalistic. Now, I just want to discuss here using Zoom as a recording software. If you want to record using Zoom, there are some advantages to that. Firstly, you can share your screen, which is great, because you can do something like put your CV in the background and then put your camera on your CV, maybe on the right side, so they can read your CV while you are talking. It's quite cool. It's a bit different, right? And also it's pretty clear. The recording will be pretty clear when you do this on Zoom. And yeah, that's a good option for you if you want to do it like that. Okay, again, just using Shotcut to edit after you've recorded. You're going to upload the video if you're using Shotcut to Shotcut. Remember to keep it short, 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. Hi guys, and welcome to the second part of online teaching. Over here we're going to discuss a little bit more about the different online companies, how much they pay, how their platforms work. And we're also going to look at the application stage of applying for the jobs to the hiring stage and the demo stage. So we're going to go through all of those steps, and I'm going to give you the best tips I can of how to make a good impression and get hired, and in order for you to generate an income from online teaching. I'm also going to discuss your other options like freelancing, etc. Alright, so let's get started. So firstly, valuable tips, 10 valuable tips that you'll have to remember when applying for jobs online. Number one is to make sure of the requirements. Some companies require a degree and TEFL, so please have a look at that so you don't waste your time. And also make sure of number two, their preferred nationality, right? Some companies don't hire certain nationalities, There are arguments about this and a lot of people don't agree with it, but it's not for us to say. Just make sure that you are applying to the companies that will give you a proper chance, right? Number 3, read reviews about the company. I would definitely suggest doing this. A lot of people, when they get into online teaching, they are a bit desperate just to get hired and to find a job. But you have to read the reviews, because you don't want to get hired and in 2 months you're struggling to get your money from them and you're not getting paid and stuff like this. So I would definitely suggest reading the reviews. Number 4, send a 2-page CV. Look at the modern methods of how to do your CV and just make sure it contains relevant information only. Number 5, always send an intro video, even if they do not ask for it. If you send this, you're gonna stand out from the other candidates who'd only sent their CV, right? Number 6, the country in which the company is based should be considered. Most definitely. If you decide to work for a Chinese company, for example, they have a few rules there that you'll need to understand. Their hiring process is a bit different. Sometimes they don't like some nationalities, or they prefer some nationalities over others, so that's also something to consider. I just want to mention here as well that if you send an introduction video and you decide to upload it on YouTube and send them the YouTube link, don't do that when you're applying to work at a Chinese company, because they won't be able to access YouTube videos, right? So if it's another company from Vietnam, sure, you can do that, or any other place, but not China. Okay, also to consider here while we're talking about Vietnam is the fact that they will deduct tax from you. If you work for a Vietnamese company, they're going to deduct tax. So that's also something to consider. A lot of people don't agree with that as well. Number 7, students taught should be considered. If you're someone who doesn't like teaching children, look for a company that only teaches adults. Number 8, flexibility. To most teachers, this is extremely important. Make sure that you don't get stuck into teaching a lot of slots every day, and it's very hard for you to have any work-related flexibility, or it's hard for you to get a day off. Do consider that as well. Number 9, penalties and taxes. Some companies will deduct double the lesson if you don't pitch up for the class, or if you don't cancel it within a certain time, you'll get a double deduction. So that's pretty harsh penalties, and mostly this is done by Chinese companies, just to mention that. So please have a look at that, because it adds up at the end of the month, right? And sometimes things can happen that is not, it's beyond your control, and then you get a double deduction. It's quite demotivating as well. And then the taxes, of course, if you don't want to pay taxes, don't work for a company where you'll be required to pay taxes. Payment methods, if you're someone who doesn't like getting paid via PayPal, make sure that they pay via bank transfer as well. And then, of course, make sure of the payment date, whether or not this suits you. So here are some companies listed as the most popular online companies to work for. I'm not going to go too much into all of them. You have your list up there as well. But firstly, if we talk about Cambly a little bit more, they don't pay that much. People have complained that it's very hard to get a reply from them. Apparently, it's very hard. They don't reply within 5 to 6 months. So that's why I've never applied to work at that company. I know the hiring process is very hard. But you can try that if you want to. I don't know if they've changed that. I don't know a lot about English Hunt, but I have heard they pay pretty well, because on top of this rate you'll be getting bonuses as well, right? And you can teach adults. English Ninjas, I think this is a new company. pay rate is a bit low. I think it depends on your nationality, but they also have all ages here. Now, when we talk about platforms like italki, this is a set your own rate platform, right? Meaning you can ask any price you want, but there are also pros and cons to this. We'll discuss this now a little bit later. NovaKid, I think this is a Russian company that teaches young learners. People have written pretty good reviews about them actually. And also they pay you weekly, so that's a nice benefit. English Gangs is more for a beginner person who hasn't got any experience. It's a Thai company. They don't pay very high rates, but the company itself is not that bad. I used to work for them about 5 years ago, so I can tell you that much about them. They do pay on time, etc. Preply is the same as italki. It's a set your own rate company. Lakeshore, well, I've heard they've changed a lot. I used to work for them about 4 years ago, so I always got paid on time. The rate is not too bad, and you can also choose to teach adults or children, but I've heard recently they've cut the rates or something, so just make sure about that. Landi has also cut their rates. They usually, I think they used to pay $15 to $16. Now it's about $8 or so. This is for teaching younger learners, right? So only if you want to teach younger students. Then I've also attached a link here if you want to look further at some companies that's hiring right now. Besides the list that I've given you, you can also go here and have a look at that. Here are some Facebook groups that you can join to see newly added job ads as well. Okay, so have a look at them. Just follow them on Facebook. Another option to online teaching would be to consider freelancing on your own. This does require a bit more of experience, so I would suggest at least working for a company a few months, and then you can get into this. Maybe you can still do it, but there is a little bit of a downside to it, but a lot of benefits as well. A lot of online teachers have been going this way. They don't really want to work for companies that much anymore. So most people are actually doing the freelancing thing now. So here you can teach private students using Zoom, right? Zoom is a free platform, but you'll have to market yourself a little bit. You'll have to do videos and so on and market yourself on social media groups in China, Vietnam, Japan, etc. Whatever your target market may be. It's very hard to get Chinese students because they're not allowed to have Facebook and that, right? So they are harder to get as students, but you can have a try. Create a marketing video, share on YouTube. Of course, again, Chinese students won't be able to see it, but don't just aim for them. There are many other students out there. Join companies like Preply and italki is the other option. It's the other way to go. If you don't want to market yourself that much, you don't want to get your own students, it's a lot of work, you can always go for something like Preply and italki, where you have that access to the students, but you can also set your own rates and you have the added flexibility as well. Okay, so some pros and cons here, challenges and benefits to freelancing. Let's have a look at them a bit here. Okay, so benefits: you can set your own rates, no deductions, choose your own students. It's easier to make progress with the students because you'll be teaching the same students all the time. It's not the same situation at online companies mostly. It's more flexible, and currently it is the most popular trend. Some challenges: you have to market yourself, right? So you'll have to gain a bit of knowledge about social media marketing. Make sure of your preferred payment methods. Make sure the students are able to pay you. create your own lesson plans. That's usually a reason for teachers not wanting to do this, but you have a lot of resources and free resources actually available. So you can have a look at some of these websites. Another one that I haven't mentioned here is also the British Council. They have very good lessons. British Council, you can go and Google them. Then you can also buy book series like the Let's Go curriculum or the Interchange book series. Then you have the entire curriculum to use in your lessons, and you don't have to make any lessons yourself, basically, right? Now lastly, let's talk about the demo. So the demo comes after you've sent in your intro video, your CV, and they want you to do an interview plus a demo. They can either do this in one process or they can do it in two separate processes. It depends on their hiring process, right? So tips for doing your demo: use TPR. That's the most important thing probably, right? Use TPR while teaching your demo. Use props, even if it's just one like a funny hat, a picture that you're going to show, anything like that. Record your lesson on Zoom when practicing, and then you can view it and see what mistakes you are making, and you can practice and modify it a little bit. Follow the structure of the company. If they've sent you a specific lesson plan saying you should do this and this and this, follow that structure. Underline and write on the slides. Please use the tools that they have on their platform. They want to see that you are able to use this. So if you have a highlighter, underline a few words, etc. Greet student and ask 3 introduction questions. Yes, you should do this, even if it's just what's your name, where you're from, how are you today. Ask basic questions in the beginning. Explain some vocabulary, not every single word, but also check for understanding. Ask them if they understand the word. Lastly, listen for and correct mistakes. So say your setup is the interviewer is pretending to be a student and it's like a mock lesson, a mock demo lesson, which is mostly the case. 80% of the time, the interviewer is going to pretend to be the student and you'll have to teach him as if he were the student, right? So listen for the mistakes. They're going to make specific mistakes just to hear if you are actually noticing them and also correcting them. Because a lot of online companies complain that teachers don't correct the mistakes of the students. This doesn't mean that while you're actually teaching, you have to constantly correct every single mistake. But while you're doing the demo, listen for the mistakes, correct them. It's a very important, if not the most important point here. I've heard teachers say the only reason they didn't get hired apparently was that they didn't correct a mistake. So please listen for the mistakes, grammar mistakes, pronunciation mistakes. Correct the pronunciation, correct the grammar, right? And that is it, summarized online teaching, and I really hope you find a great job. Grammatical structures are the building blocks of language. When we're talking about teaching grammar to younger learners, we must first define what younger learners mean. Generally speaking, younger learners are defined as learners from the ages of 5 to 17. Very young learners are in the kindergarten or even the pre-kindergarten phase, which is from 5 to 7 years old. We need to make sure that the way we teach these learners are connected to the way they learn in their specific age group. Younger learners are active learners. They learn through play and social interaction with their peers as well as their teacher. So what then is the right approach to teaching grammar? Firstly, it should match the way that children learn. Grammar should be taught in a meaningful and interesting way. The students need to understand the language, and there needs to be a lot of meaningful input. When teaching grammar, your approach should also include communicative-based activities. Children learn by doing. When using grammar, they need to be active participants in the lesson. Consider the fact that children, unlike adults, do not like learning through grammatical explanations. They gain an understanding of grammar implicitly through repetition and using it in a meaningful way. Students don't understand abstract concepts like adults do. So don't use the old method of teaching grammar. Teaching form and tenses separately was deemed as an unsuccessful approach to teaching grammar, especially to ESL learners and learners that are still in school. A lack of understanding leads to misbehavior and boredom in the classroom. The teacher should always expose children to language in an authentic and meaningful way. Let's look at this quote by Noam Chomsky, a very influential person in the English language teaching world. He states that the structure of language determines not only thought, but reality itself, and therefore this also confirms that teachers should expose children to language in real-life situations in an exciting, engaging, authentic, and meaningful way. So how do we then teach grammar in context? They need to notice the grammar, not learn the terms, the forms, and the structures. Through examination and by doing tasks, we are exposing children to the language indirectly. They will start to make their own connections and notice the different patterns of the grammar that is used, similar to a first language speaker. Let's discuss some key tips that you can use while teaching grammar in your lesson. Number 1, contextualize the grammar. Number 2, use real-world context. Number 3, use different tasks and constantly switch between activities. Number 4, practice grammar using integrated skill lessons. Lastly, make it fun by gamifying your lessons. Let's have a look at some examples of real-world context. You can use songs and rhymes, jokes or memes for the older group, riddles, storytelling, advertisements, social media, role plays, and even movies and series. All of these are real-world context. The students will find this interesting and they will be engaged during your lesson. How can you create a lesson plan or lesson sequence where grammar is taught in context? Firstly, when doing your warm-up, consider doing a song or a rhyme. especially if the students are kindergartners or pre-K. This will create interest and excitement. It will also introduce the language in use to the students. During the engagement phase, you can highlight the grammar on the whiteboard or model it for the students. During the practice stage, you can do sentence building activities using the grammar. You can get them to describe pictures or even do some blank fill, grammar gap fill activities or dialogues. Lastly, in the application stage of the lesson, you can do a variety of writing activities, group storytelling, where they can be taught to use the past tense. You can also teach them something like cause and effect, highlighting the grammar, why, because. Remember to introduce new language structures in the warmer or the engagement stage. Now let's look at an example of board modeling or highlighting of the grammar without teaching structures and tenses separately. This is taught in context. So over here on the whiteboard you can write word what, question mark, and then just on this side we're going to write why, question mark, and then the word because should be highlighted. So you can underline it maybe as well. Line because, circle these two words, what and why. So then you're going to make an example for the students using the first part. I like English. Why? Why do you like English? Because it helps me to communicate with people from all over the world. So then you've given them a written example of how to use cause and effect, and then you can highlight like, helps. They will notice that they're using helps instead of help by themselves. So do not point that out specifically. Do not explain the reason why. Remember, you want to teach the grammar in context. Let's do another example. Teaching traveling. So you can start by modeling the key grammar on the whiteboard and the key vocabulary. So you can write what over here. Where. And how. Okay, then start by asking them, where is he going? Okay, over here they may not give you full sentences, so you need to listen and pay attention to that. So some might just say the supermarket, so they're going to tell you the supermarket, right? They're not using full sentences. So then you're just going to say, that's right, let's do that. He is going to the supermarket. Make it a full sentence, give them an example. So he is going to the supermarket. What is he going to do there? Okay, then again, you might hear some students yelling out words, shopping. Again, they don't always speak in full sentences. So you need to correct them here. All right, let's say he's going shopping. He is going shopping. Now, how is he going to get there? Again, they might only yell words like train, right? Or bus, walk. So make some examples over here. Okay, he is going by train. He is going to walk, right? Then highlight some of the grammar over here. I see here's a mistake, by. So you're going to underline by, right? Underline the grammar in use. But most importantly, you're going to underline is going, is going, is going. That's the key grammar here in use. So that's an interactive activity that you can do with the entire class. Modeling it on the whiteboard, but ask them questions. Don't just be explaining everything, right? This is an example of how to model grammar use in the past tense to the students. After they've come back to school, after a holiday or a break, you can use this activity to engage them. So over here on the whiteboard, you can write some keywords. So over here, you're going to write some keywords where, what, how, did. Okay. So now you're going to ask students questions. You can get them to raise their hands, or you can ask any student that you want to ask. Now, while standing at the whiteboard, you're going to ask them, where did you go this summer? So now they may say, I go to, let's use Thailand, Phuket. I go to Phuket. This is their answer, right? So they did actually make a full sentence, but it's not in the correct tense. So you're just going to say, that's right, but remember, went in the past tense. I went to Phuket. They will repeat that automatically. I went to Phuket. Then ask another student, what did you do this summer? Can you give me an example? 1 or 2 activities. Sometimes they don't want to use full sentences, so also have a look at that. So here, let's say the student says, play. One student says, I play video games. And go to friend. This is how they speak, so I'm really, it's what's gonna happen. Unless you're teaching at an international school, it's going to be a little different. So just highlight the grammar here. Oh, you played video games and you went to your friends, right? But don't point out why they should use went. It's in the past tense, you have to use. You don't have to do that, just correct it like that. Ask the first student, how did you go to Phuket? By airplane. Some of them will use by airplane. So then write on the board, I went by airplane. Full sentence, right? I went by plane. That's it. You can write it like that. And you can also use did questions. These are yes or no questions. Ask any student in a class, did you go to the beach this summer? Yes or no. They will say yes or no. Some of them will use a full sentence and they will say yes, did, or no, I didn't, I stayed home. Or they'll use I did not. Sometimes it's easier for them to use did not than using didn't. So just highlight yes I did, and no I did not, or I didn't. You don't have to explain the past tense. So this is also an example of how you can teach a fun activity during the engagement stage of your lesson, modeling and highlighting the grammar on the whiteboard. Hi guys, and welcome to this section. I'm quickly going to show you a few websites where you can go to find free teaching resources and lessons that you can use, whether this is online or in classroom. It's pretty cool resources to know about. So the first one I want to talk about here is languahouse.com. As you can see here at the top, languahouse.com. Hopefully you can see that one. So here you can find a variety of lesson plans for adults. I'm going to go down a bit. So over here, as you can see, you can search a keyword. Let's say travel. You want to do a lesson about travel. And then you can select the type of English over here. So business English, English for kids. So there are some lessons for kids, although this platform is more for teaching adults. Just want to point that out, or older students, right? So say general English. Okay, so general English, then you can select the proficiency level, elementary, A1 to A2. All right, then you go to find lessons. Okay, so this is the landing page then for finding lessons about travel. If I move this a little bit, you guys can perhaps see a bit more. So here we have where in the world, then you can actually go into any of these lessons. Some of them are not for free, so you have to check out which ones are for free. Say this one, where in the world, or my free time, it seems like it's for free. You're going to click on the lesson over here. And then you can see the entire lesson. It's a 60-minute lesson. You can see the level over here. Type of English, general English, right? Here they have a recording as well that you can download if you want to use that during your lesson. Okay, so then you can also download the worksheets. So you can see over here it says printable PDF worksheet. You can print it in color or black and white. So let's go to this one, right? Okay, see here it says this one is not for free. So you're going to have to find one that is for free, right? And then you can just download it like that. If you find a free one, there are many of these lessons that are actually for free. Okay, so just make sure that it's for free, and I've done this a lot, downloaded this. Right, let's see. Oh, I remember now, if there's a slot next to it, it's not for free, right? So let's see this one. This one is for free, and you can go in here, worksheet color. Just want to show you guys what the lesson actually looks like when you download it. Okay, so then you're going to download it to your PC. I've downloaded it now. I'm going to open it for you guys. Alright. So this is the downloaded version. You can see here it's an integrated skills lesson, vocabulary, some blank full activities. So you don't have to print this out. Say you're teaching an online student, you can just use this and share your screen and use this exact lesson, right? So it's pretty cool. And you can find a variety of topics there. There are some lessons for kids as well. Right, so the second one I'm going to talk about is Breaking News English. They use this often in Thailand and print it out at language centers as well, actually, for the teachers to teach this to the students. It's pretty awesome lessons. You can use it for all the students and also for adults. So what they do here is they take the latest news and they create an English lesson out of it. You can see here it says this one is level 4 January. Oh, so this is actually the newer one, urgent search for lost radioactive capsule in Australia. Okay, so then you're going to go in there. Okay, so over here you can see the lesson, right? Yes, here it starts. It's a reading and listening lesson. Here's the reading paragraph. Then they have a gap full activity. So it's a pretty awesome lesson. It actually does all of your lesson planning for you, because here's a warmer, right? Warm-up activity, good or bad words over here, negative or positive. Okay, and then we have the other activities over here, defining the vocabulary, a vocabulary match activity over here, a listening activity, true or false, synonym match, teaching vocabulary a little bit more, phrase match, etc. Even a gap full activity. So it's a very decent free lesson, and you can actually ask your student what their interests are, right? And then you can search a topic based on their interest, even if it's not the newest lesson. You'll find something for them as well. So I love this one, Breaking News English. Very good website for finding free lessons. So next up, I've actually mentioned this one, Canva, and I think many of you would be familiar with this one. If you are someone who likes to create posts or content, maybe you'll know about this website. So it's called canva.com, and you can use it for in-classroom activities for your students. Here you can see there's a free option, Canva free for educators as well. You can insert the name of your school, and you can use many of the things on here for free. Okay, here are some templates. You can, when you give your students a task in task-based learning, you can also get them to use Canva. You can see here some examples of posters which they can just edit and do their own stuff on there. And it has actually a variety of different things on here. You can have a look around. So that's the other one I would mention, canva.com. So lastly, what we have over here is Kahoot. So Kahoot is an extremely popular platform to use in Thailand. I'm not sure how popular it is, but I think in China it's also quite popular, right? It's sort of a gamification based ESL teaching resource. You can see here, use Kahoot in your classroom to boost motivation, increase engagement. So this application was developed based on all the modern styles of teaching ESL to students, and you can even use other subjects. Okay, here they got some ready to use teaching resources. I'm just going to show you guys here the game modes over here. You can find some ways. I just want to show you that Kahoot is not completely for free. Sometimes you have to pay. So, but what happens is when you teach abroad, many of these schools will give all of the teachers a free login to Kahoot. So the chances are you're going to have to use it at your school, and you will have a password for it. So here you can see, right, some games. And say if you want to play the Color Kingdom over here, you can select that. Okay, see, then you have to log in, right? And it's a game-based activity, teaching resources, quizzes. You even get to create your own quizzes, which is very cool, right? Okay, here you can see what the game looks like, right? Team mode, classic mode, color kingdoms, variety of game. Here it says free to try, okay? So when it's free to try, you don't need anything for it. You didn't have to pay for it. Okay, so that is basically what it looks like. I'm not going to show you guys all of the games. I'm sure you can look around for it a bit. Again, Kahoot.com. I'm going to put it on here as well. Alright guys, so that's Kahoot.com. So that is Kahoot.com. I hope you guys can look around a bit here. Like I said, one of the most popular gamification websites for ESL in many countries abroad, and some online companies use it as well. Well, thank you guys. I hope you can use all of these resources and websites, and thanks for listening to me. Hi guys, and welcome to the more exciting part of the TEFL course here. We're going to talk a little bit about your opportunities to generate an income as a TEFL teacher abroad. And today we're only going to talk about Asia. I'm very familiar with the teaching situations in Asia. So what I'm going to mention here, the pros and cons of teaching in each country, is not just based on my opinions, but also many of my friends are teaching abroad or have taught in many different countries. So we're going to discuss a few countries here, and I've done my research as well. So let's get started. Firstly, of course, I'm going to speak about the country that I used to live and teach in for 6 years, and that is Thailand. Alright, so if you want to teach in Thailand, what are the requirements? That's the first thing you have to look at. Are you a qualified person to go and teach in Thailand? So if you want to work at an international school in Thailand, like the British schools that pay quite a lot of money, they pay high salaries, you have to have a certain degree. I would say an educational degree, maybe a BEd is preferable, right? But also if you maybe have a BA TESOL degree or something related to the field, that can really help you a lot with getting opportunities to teach at an international school. If you only have a normal degree, you can still teach at many of the private schools, and you can also teach at language centers, all of the government schools, and also private kindergartens. So you do still have quite a few opportunities, and this will also be how you can obtain your work permit or work visa for a year if you have a degree. Now, so what is the situation if you don't have a degree? Is that still possible for you to teach? Well, legally it's not really something they recommend, but there are many teachers who are doing this. Trust me, I've been there. I know a lot of people who are earning maybe let's say 1,200 to 1,500 teaching at the government schools in Thailand without a degree, or at the language centers even, right? So that is also an option for you if you don't have a degree. What you can do here is go and study a BA degree part-time at the college where I also obtained a degree. I went to a college in Bangkok called Siam Technology College. So over here, they give you the opportunity to study a BA TESOL degree part-time on weekends and during the teaching holidays. I'm going to put the website on here for you guys. So if you want to look into that, this means you'll be studying part-time, right, while teaching, and you'll get an educational visa. So your visa situation will be sorted as well. It also opens up a lot of opportunities. It's a very good opportunity for younger people, especially who don't already have a degree, and also for people who have a degree but they want to get a more relevant degree to the field, which is what I did, right? So either way, you can get an educational visa, and if you want to apply to this university or you want to make an inquiry, visit their website or email them. I'll also put that on here for you. Okay, and you can also mention me as a reference. I'm going to put my full name on here for you guys quickly. Right, so you can use me as a reference. You don't have to, but if you prefer doing this, you can do that as well. So that's your other option. There are options for you if you're not a degree holder yet. Right, so now let's talk about the salary. So if you work at a government school, you're going to earn from about $1,200 to about $1,500. If you work at an international school, you can earn as high as $2,800 a month and a little bit less. So you can see there's a big difference between the two, which is why I also wanted to earn a relevant degree in education, right? Okay, so those are your two options. The other one is language centers. Many people prefer that. They don't like all of the rules at the schools and the dress codes and that type of thing. Language centers have more of an informal setup, so that's also something you can do. So those are your options. Now let's talk about advantages and disadvantages. I would say the biggest advantage of teaching and living in Thailand is the lower cost of living. I lived in Bangkok. It's very easy to get quite a big, well, they call it a condo in Thailand, but it's basically, we know it as a flat or apartment, right? For a really low price in a lifestyle estate. So you can maintain a pretty high lifestyle at a low cost. That's the biggest benefit. Their public transportation system is amazing. It's first world class, really. The trains that you can use there, you don't need a car at all. And you can also use taxis, and they are not that expensive, right? It's reasonable. So that for me was one of the biggest benefits. You can get anywhere in Bangkok, and Bangkok is a pretty huge city, right? Within an hour on the SkyTrain. Right, so I really enjoyed that. Also, it's a pretty nice place for a work-life balance. They have many holidays. At schools, they have a pretty laid-back attitude. They're not going to overwork you or anything like that, right? So work-life balance, pretty good, and you get a lot of opportunities to travel. If you are a travel enthusiast, Thailand is a great place for you as well. Some of the cons, of course, the high context culture causes a lot of conflicts and problems between Easterners and Westerners. I really didn't like that either. The climate can be unbearable sometimes. It's 40 degrees outside, but they do have a lot of air cons everywhere. It's just that sometimes it does get hot, right? And a lot of foreigners would actually list that as one of the major problems for them of living in Thailand. Right, so those are some of the cons. Also, they don't pay for your housing allowance. They're not going to pay for you to live somewhere. You have to pay that out of your salary. Okay, you won't have a pension fund, and they're not going to pay your flights to and from your home country to Thailand or Bangkok. Some countries do that, like South Korea, Japan, I think Hong Kong. So that is also something you have to know. So that is Thailand for me, the pros and cons of living there. And it depends on what type of person you are. I would say for a beginner teacher, it's an excellent country to start. very good living situation, work-life balance, travel opportunities, opportunities to study further, and so on. Also, I want to put the main website where you have to go job hunting in Thailand. This is the main website. It's called ajan.com. So you can look there for jobs. If you even want to do it now just to check it out, if you're considering it, that's also a good place to start and look at the paying salary, etc., the benefits there. So next up, we're going to talk about China as a country where you can also find a lot of opportunities to go and teach English. So this is not a situation for everyone. I would say the biggest advantages of going to China is, of course, that the salary is quite high. They do pay housing allowance, they do pay for your flights, they give you health insurance. So you get a pretty good work package, right? But the disadvantage, of course, is that it's very hard to adapt to the Chinese government because you're not allowed to use social media sometimes, and you have to find a way around that to contact your family. They have pretty harsh laws as well when it comes to that. And other things, the food, people sometimes have trouble with getting the right food to eat. It's not as convenient as some of the other countries that are more international, like maybe Thailand, I would say. And it's hard to communicate with the foreigners. You're not really going to make friends with them that easily. Many of them cannot really speak English. So when you're in a situation where you have to talk to the bank people or the government people or doing your visa, etc., you will get kind of frustrated because many of them don't really understand a high level of English. They do pay quite high salaries, I would say from $1,300 from what I've seen on the internet can go up to $3,500 US. So yeah, you can earn a lot of money. It's great for saving up if you want to go to the country only to save money, because you're not going to have such a big work-life balance, right? So you'll mostly be going for work and for saving money, a bit of career development to add that to your CV as well. So the requirements are you need a degree and you also need a TESOL or TEFL certificate. You also have to obtain, unfortunately, your work permit before you fly to the country. In Vietnam and Thailand, this is not the case. You can just fly to the country, look for work. It's very easy, the whole process. You can go to immigration there. But in China, you have to obtain it before you go to the country. Right, so that would be China for me, advantages and disadvantages. It all depends on what you're looking for and what type of person you are. And lastly, I just want to mention that if you are aiming to go to China, there is a website where you can go to. It's called englishfirst.com, where you can look for jobs. So also just have a look at that if you want to know more about their advantages or the work package that they give to teachers, the salary, etc. So our next country that we're going to talk about is Vietnam, another good country that you can have a look at in the Southeast Asian region. I would say Thailand and Vietnam are the most popular countries. They are also very similar when it comes to advantages and disadvantages and pay rates. So the general requirements, you need a degree. Any degree, doesn't have to be an educational degree, and then either TEFL or TESOL certificate to add to that. You'll have the opportunity to teach at schools. There are some international schools, not as many as in Thailand, but there are also language centers. They have a lot of language centers, so that's another option for you. So some of the biggest advantages of teaching in Vietnam, it's very similar to Thailand. You have quite a great work-life balance. You'll get time off. You're not going to be overworked. You're not going to burn out. You'll get a lot of traveling opportunities at a low cost. Very low cost of living, similar to Thailand again. You're not going to pay a lot to have a nice apartment in a nice area. So those are some of the advantages. Also, you get treated pretty respectfully as a teacher. They respect you a lot within the society and the school that you live in, so they're going to treat you pretty well. It's not hard to communicate with foreigners. Many of them do understand English, or at least a certain level of English. Disadvantages: they also don't pay housing allowance or for your flight. They do pay medical insurance though. But those two things you're going to have to cover yourself out of your salary, right? You don't need to obtain a work permit before you go to Vietnam. It's similar to Thailand. You can just fly there and then look for a job. So they're not as strict as China and South Korea. So how much do people earn there? They say on the internet it's about $1,300 US to $2,300 US, which is, yeah, it's a bit broad. I know a few people who now teach in Thailand. They used to teach in Vietnam, and they say it's very similar. The salary is quite similar. Okay, so that is Vietnam. And then we have our next country. This is not in Southeast Asia. It's South Korea. You may have heard of a lot of people who go over to South Korea to teach English. They pay quite well. But let's first look at the requirements. You need a degree in any field. You don't need an educational degree specifically, and a TEFL and TESOL certificate to add to that. You also need to obtain your work permit before you go to South Korea, right? So that is the process that I know of. I've had about 5 or 6 friends who have taught in South Korea. So the biggest advantages: they pay for your apartment, they pay for your medical insurance. So they got that pretty much covered. So it's also a situation where you get to save a lot of money if that's what you're looking for. It's a first world country, so great public transportation. The buses there are also very easy to use and to navigate. It's also a great opportunity for someone who hasn't got a lot of experience in teaching, but they do actually have a degree, right? So that is what's most important to them, is the fact that you should have a degree. You also get the opportunity to work at either a school or a language center. Some of the disadvantages: it's a pretty formal and strict situation. I actually worked for a Korean language center in Bangkok, and the situation there was quite tight compared to the Thai language center. It's not very laid back. It's a very high-paced lifestyle in South Korea, especially if you're living in Seoul, the center city, I would think. They are very serious about their education. So if you are a very serious teacher and you're aiming for career development, I would say South Korea is a very good option for you. But if you're someone who wants to travel a bit more or wants more of a work-life balance, I wouldn't suggest going to South Korea. There are other options available. They pay around 1,000 to 1,800 US per month, but remember that you don't have those expenses of paying your own flat and all of that, right? Right, so that is South Korea. Some people also complain a little bit about the winters getting really cold. Climate is a big thing for me. Might not be for you though, but I'm just mentioning it as well. So that is South Korea. We're going to talk about Taiwan. Now, Taiwan is also a very good option. It's actually similar to Thailand and Vietnam's situation with a bit of more advantages. So it's quite an interesting country. I would also in the future actually like to go there and teach, because I've heard pretty good things about the country. So the requirements: you need a degree in any field plus TEFL and TESOL certificate. So just the basics. In most of the countries it's like that. Now, I'm not sure about obtaining the work permit. I know some people who didn't have to obtain the work permit. They only went there, like to Thailand and Vietnam, looked for work, obtained it there. So I think that is a possibility, but I think you are able to do it beforehand as well. So they're not that strict about it. South Korea and China are the countries that want you to to obtain the work permit before you go to the country. So those are the requirements. If we're looking at work opportunities, Language Center seems to be the most popular one, but also public schools and private schools. You can also look into that. Now, what do they pay? They pay quite a good salary. I would say their average salary is about 1,500 to 2,000, and some I've heard of one or two people who earn more than that, but I would say that's the general salary. You can find some good picks if you look for a while, if you look for jobs for a while. I'm sure you can find something. I think English First, the other company that I talked about earlier, the recruitment company, they can also give you some options there as well. For possibilities to work in Taiwan, and you can find it all over the internet, right? Some of the best advantages of working in Taiwan. Very progressive Asian country, the most progressive one. So as a Westerner, you get to experience a society that's more advanced than the other Asian societies. You're going to fit in quite well. You will have fun learning about the foreigners. You'll get to talk to them. They're pretty laid back. The dress code at the school is informal. So yeah, they are quite advanced society now. In some of the key cities or the center cities, they do have public transportation that's also really good to use. So I think that's something you really need to look at as a foreigner going over abroad. What is the situation with public transportation? They pay for your flats in most cases, not all cases. They do pay for your flights from what I've heard. So you do get those two advantages as well, and they give you a lot of respect in that country. Disadvantages, again, for me, it's the climate. I don't like subtropical climates. Like I mentioned, like Thailand. Now Taiwan's climate is very similar. It gets very hot, very humid. So that might not be an issue for you at all, but I'm just mentioning it. It's usually an issue for me and for many other people, right? Okay, some other disadvantages. I can't really think of any, to be honest. I think right now it's looking like one of the better options to go and teach English in, right? Although we must look at the situation they have going on with China, the political situation, whether or not there is something there, because we want also to be safe. That's the most important thing. So that could be a bit of something to think about. We have to watch the news about that as well. But other than that, I think it's a very good country to teach in, and they have a lot of opportunities for foreigners. They do understand our culture more as well. Now let's go into our last country that we're going to discuss here. Of course, it is Japan. We're all familiar with the country of Japan. It's a very first worldly country. Their public transportation system is one of the best in the world. They take education very serious. So Japan is for the more serious teacher who maybe wants to teach at a university even, or at a public school. They're looking for career development, right? So for the serious teacher, Japan is great. You get a lot of opportunities to learn there. The technology is excellent at the school, so you're going to have the best resources at your school as well. They pay pretty high salaries. Now, it depends on what they're advertising, but I've heard of people getting from $1,800 up to $3,000–$4,000. But I think that's if you teach at a university or you have a higher post or something like that, because it is a lot of money, but I think that's more at a university level. They are very strict, one of the strictest countries when it comes to requirements. They want you to have a degree, have TESOL and TESOL, and in some cases, actually a lot of cases, they want you to have a master's degree as well. So you can't teach at the university without having a master's degree, right? But I'm sure you will be able to find some opportunities without having a master's degree, just not at a university. So what are their biggest advantages? The food is great. It's very fresh. It's a first world country. You're not going to encounter any problems like in some of the South some of Southeast Asian countries, right? So the food, of course, great. They pay for your housing allowance, they pay for your medical aid, they pay bonuses, they pay for your flights. So it's a very good opportunity to save money as well. The disadvantages of teaching in Japan, of course, it's quite a high living cost country. So yes, it is expensive to live in Japan. I'm sure you've heard that. You're gonna save money, of course, but maybe you won't be able to have a lot of opportunities to travel or to do many things and have a big work-life balance if you want to save a lot of money, because the cost of living is quite high, right? Okay, so that is Japan, and now I'm sure I've mentioned most of the Eastern countries or the Asian countries that you can have a look at and teaching abroad. You can have a look at that online as well, some websites. Right, well, thank you for listening to me. So in this video, I'm just going to talk a little bit more about the hiring process in Thailand, and I think it's similar in Vietnam and it's similar in Taiwan as well. So what most people do is they fly to Thailand without having a job. This is also what I did. So what do you have to take? You take your degree transcripts if you have that, and you take your TEFL and TESL certificate with you, and then all of your other luggage, obviously. So then you go there, you start looking for a job on Ajahn. It's so easy, guys. You get an interview within the first week, so many interviews, especially if you go at the right time. Don't go in March or April, because many of the schools are closed. They have holidays during that time. So any other time is good to go. And then within the first week, just send out a lot of CVs, and you'll get a lot of interviews, trust me. And after that, if you are looking for a job at a government school, they're going to ask you to do a teaching demo. Many people stress a lot about this. It is a bit of a stressful situation if you've never taught Asian kids before, right? So I just want to talk a little bit about this demo that you have to do, right? Now, it's very similar to a demo that you do in an online classroom. Go look at the section of lesson planning. Make sure you do 4 activities in your demo. Choose a very fun topic, right? Be very energetic. If you're doing a demo for a kindergarten group, be very engaging. Call the students to you. Okay, so don't be lecturing them like I explained the different teaching methods. Use TPR, right? Take your own flashcards. That's also why I told you have to have flashcards. I would suggest a topic like emotions. So think about that other lesson I did on emotions, right? You can think of something like that, but your demo doesn't have to be that long. They will tell you as well, and maybe play a short game with them. If it's kindergarten, also sing a song. You can ask them beforehand, do they have a television with YouTube and all that? So just you make sure that you have all of the necessary resources as well that you need. Print out worksheets if you want, but I would say be very engaging, energetic, use the whiteboard, do a variety of activities, right? Okay, and plan ahead of time. So if you want to teach at an international school, you don't have to do a teaching demonstration. They don't really care that much about this. They care about your qualifications at an international school and your experience more, right? So just a tip there, you don't have to do. At a language center, they also don't want you to do normally teaching demo. So then you get hired. It will take the school about 3 months for them to get you a work permit, right? So it does take a while. Unfortunately, you'll have to wait 3 months to get a work permit. Sometimes they do it faster, but the thing about Thailand is things do take time there. So just keep that in mind. It's not a fast country, right? It's not a fast-paced country. quite slow with these processes. Say if you don't have a degree and you're only looking to teach there, immediately go to Siam Techno and apply to study there, so you can as soon as possible get your ED visa so you don't have problems with visas, right? So that is what the process is like. I've been through it so many times in Thailand. I mostly was on an ED visa, also work permit. The ED visa situation works out very well for you, because if you can resign at certain places and apply for other jobs, you don't feel as stuck in the same job, right? So I don't know, that worked quite well for me. But yeah, it doesn't matter, depends on what opportunity you're looking for. Alright, so again, if you fly there, make sure you book accommodation, or if you know someone, great, that's the best thing. But book accommodation beforehand, maybe for a month. It's not as expensive as in any country, not even South Africa. It's way less expensive. If you get something like an Airbnb, you're paying, I don't know, 4,000 Rand. The guys that are not from South Africa, please calculate that. But I would say, yeah, let's say in baht, you're going to pay 10,000 baht or something like that. A month you can find an apartment for that without a deposit. All right, so those are some of the things you need to look at, and the money you have to have available. Have money for at least a month until you get paid, but you'll find a job pretty quickly. It's not that difficult, trust me. It's really easy. Okay, so if you have some questions, you can also email that if you'd like. But that is basically the hiring process in Thailand. And I hope you learned something here. I hope I could add some of my experience and advice here. Thank you guys. Hi guys, so I just want to talk a little bit more about the visa that you can apply for in Thailand that I mentioned earlier. So this is called an educational visa. If you are someone who doesn't have a degree and is looking to do a degree for less of the cost than you would be doing it for in your own country, while working part-time to fund that, this is a very good option. Also, if you want to get another degree that's more related to the TEFL field on top of your degree, you can also do that. So the first thing you should do here is log into siamtechno.ac.th, right? And then you're going to land here on their homepage, and you can see here's a button for international. Okay, so you're going to select the button there, international, that tab. Right, so then you're going to select international. As you can see here, there is nothing on here. This is where the students get a bit confused. This is why I wanted to show you guys this. So you go on top here and you select programs and then BA TEFL, right? So programs, BA TEFL. Okay, so then over here, you're going to see a little bit more about the degree. See here, Bachelor of Arts in Teaching English to Speakers of Another Language. Career opportunities. Right, so that's how to log into the website. I just wanted to navigate you guys a little bit because I know a lot of people find their website confusing because some of it is in Thai. And yeah, it's very confusing. Like I mentioned, you can use this website. I'm going to put it on again here, plus my referral name. If you want to use that for inquiries, you don't have to. But if you want to do that, you can also do that. Then I just want to tell you a bit more about the degree. So the classes basically works like this. During the school holidays in Thailand, you have about 4 to 5 weeks off. Sometimes during the summer holidays, which is in March and April, you might have even longer off, 8 weeks. So that is usually when the students go to class at this university, right? So you can still have a full-time job working at a school or a language center or online and finish this degree, it really gives you a lot of flexibility and also gives you the opportunity to generate an income while studying. Great opportunity, right? So your classes is going to be 5 days for one subject. So say if you have this subject called learning or teaching English to younger learners, that was actually one of my course subjects. So you're going to have that where you will attend classes for 5 days from the Monday to the Friday. That's the week classes. You can also do weekend classes, which is not only in the school holiday but also during the rest of the term, where you have to go 2 weekends. So it's the Saturday, Sunday, next Saturday, next Sunday, and then one more Saturday. 5 days for every subject. Then you'll be given tasks and assignments to hand in via email, so you don't have to physically go and hand them in, and then you'll get graded based on that. So a lot of benefits here. Flexibility, you get the opportunity to teach and study at the same time, so you're earning an income as well during your studies. You get the added flexibility of attending classes on weekends if you don't want to do it during school holidays. This degree should take you about 3 to 5 years to finish, depending on how many subjects you choose to take per semester. I did it within 3 years, but that was a pretty packed schedule. I had like 7 subjects every semester, right? And most people don't do that, or it's too much for them. So it depends on you how quickly you want to finish. But during the time that you're enrolled into subjects, you will get an education visa, and the university helps you with this. They give you a letter. They give you the letter to go for your police clearance and to take to immigration. So they do help you with your visa, and you can get the visa for as long as you are busy completing this course, which is great, meaning that you might have a 4-year or 5-year educational visa while living in Thailand. All right, so I think that is the basics of the course. You can read a bit more about it on the website if you'd like. I just wanted to get into this as well because I personally did study this degree, and I thought it was a really great opportunity. Thanks for listening to me. I hope you find this useful. Hi guys, welcome to this section. I've added this to the course recently after ChatGPT was introduced to us. So in the modern world of AI, this is extremely helpful and beneficial to English teachers, especially freelancers wanting to teach online that have to create their own materials and lessons and don't always have the resources to do that, or the time especially. So this will help you out a lot. It's simplified my work and made it a lot less. So I think it could help you as well to do assessments, to create lessons, and just in general to be a better teacher. They're always saying that robots will not replace teachers, but they will replace the teachers that are using robots will replace the ones that aren't. So it's very important to be up to date with this so you can minimize the time you spend on your admin and just keep teaching, right? Okay, so how do we get started with ChatGPT? First, you'll have to register for an account. If you don't have an account yet, please register for that. And when you go over to that, it will ask you for your phone number. You'll have to verify that. And once that is done, you have an account and you can just create a password to log in. And it will look something like this when you're logged into your account. It gives you examples of questions, the capabilities and limitations of ChatGPT, and over here It's the part where you're going to ask questions and then send it to generate your answers. What's most important here is to know how to ask questions and how to feed it information so it gives you the best results possible. So that's what's most important to remember. Right, so once you've registered for your ChatGPT account, you can log into it, and then we're going to do a practical example together. Right, so discussing the lesson plan template, I have added it here to resources, so you can download that one. It's a blank one. You can also find those templates in the section on lesson planning, where I've also added it in the resources part. But I want you to download the blank one so we can do this practical example step by step together. Right, so that is the lesson plan template. I want you to download that one because we're going to use it the entire time. And then how will we go through this part? So we're going to go through every part of creating a lesson and lesson plan, materials, and even an assessment with criteria on grading the students, etc., tables for different tenses as well. So we'll go through the lesson steps from the warmer, engagement, practice, application, then the materials, and then the assessment materials. Then I'm going to add that for you on a PowerPoint as well, and I'm going to put that into the resources section after we've done this practical example. You'll find it there. So that is basically it. We can go to the first stage now and see you there. Now, as we go through our ESL lesson planning, the first thing we need to do is choose a lesson topic. Now, you may have been given a topic already, and then you can just ask a more general question to ChatGPT. But we're going to pretend that you're starting from scratch and you have to choose a topic for your lesson plan. So then this is how you're going to do it. So firstly, you're going to log into your ChatGPT account. Alright, so now that you're logged into your ChatGPT account, you're going to start question over here, and remember to be very specific. I am an ESL teacher. Let's make it a general English lesson. Okay, so over here, just make sure everything is correct in capital letters. So I'm an ESL teacher. I want to create a lesson for students on an upper intermediate level. Specify proficiency level over here. So if it's for beginners, it's a general English lesson. So you have to say if it's a phonics lesson for kids, right? If it's a business English lesson. Most of these students want to learn English for traveling. Can you give me 10 possible topics? Right, so that's it. Then you send a message, wait for them to generate it. So here's the answer then. Sure, here are 10 possible topics for a general English lesson for upper intermediate level students who want to learn English for traveling. Introducing yourself. Then it gives you a tip here: teach students how to introduce themselves, greet others, and engage in small talk when meeting new people while traveling, asking for directions. And see, it gives you a bit of a structure here for your lesson as well: navigating cities and transportation, ordering food, booking accommodation, shopping and bargaining, making travel plans. Talking about past travel experiences here, you can also use past tense, teach them a bit about that. Exploring tourist attractions, dealing with travel problems, cultural etiquette. So these are all some good ideas. If you want a more specific topic, just make the question more specific, right? So that is on choosing a topic. Then you can choose one of these topics, and if you're not happy, you can specify again. Can you give me 5 more examples? And then it will generate that for you. If you want a certain keyword, for example, let's say, what would be a good topic for budget traveling destinations? Okay, so here again, introduction to budget travel. Start by discussing the concept of budget travel and its benefits, emphasizing that it allows travelers to explore more with limited resources. And then it gives you a few more as well. Planning a budget, popular budget travel destinations. So I think for this example that I'm going to give you guys, I'm going to use this one, popular budget travel destinations. So I'm going to use that one as my topic. And now we're going to go to our lesson template and insert the topic. Now, remember in the lesson planning, I did give you guys this resource of a template or examples of lesson planning. So this is basically the structure of your lesson plan. It's going to look like this. I'm sure you did go through that. So now over here, we're just going to insert the lesson topic that I chose on ChatGPT. Right, popular budget travel destinations. Okay, here we can also insert upper intermediate. That's the level of the students, right? Age group, adults. Duration, let's say 45 minutes. You can make it whatever you want. And location, whatever, Thailand, online. Okay, so just make sure this one that you copied is also in the same writing, especially if you're going to use it at your school. You just want it to be in the same font, right? Not sure what this font is though. Okay, we'll change that later. It's not that important. So I'm just going to make the topic here in bold as well. Right, so that's choosing a topic. Now you have your topic. You've inserted this into your lesson plan template. So we're going to do a full integrated skills lesson plan. And after this, we're going to look at the warm-up. So that's it for this part. Great, so let's get right to it. After choosing a topic, we're going to go into the warm activity and we're going to choose a warm activity for our lesson plan using ChatGPT. As I mentioned in the lesson planning section, you don't always need to do a warmer, but let's do this step as well. Let's see what options it gives us as a warmer for this specific topic that we've chosen. So again, you're going to log into your ChatGPT account. So remember to go to the same chat. The very important thing to remember about ChatGPT is it remembers everything that you've already asked him in this lesson, right? So it's almost like talking to a person. It memorizes what you've already asked. So you don't have to say the same thing again. Like, I want to create a warm activity for intermediate students about this and this topic. because it remembers what you've already asked in a former question, right? So the new question would be then, what would be a good warmer activity to do with students during the beginning of my lesson? Let's see what it gives us based on that question. Okay, let me just go up a little bit. It says here, good warm activity to start your lesson on budget-friendly travel destinations. Could be guess the destination. Pretty cool. I didn't even think of that. So that's pretty cool. This activity will engage students, activate their prior knowledge, and spark their curiosity about different travel destinations. Here's how you can conduct the activity. See, it gives you the full process here. Preparation. Prepare a set of flashcards. So that's going to go into your materials that you have to prepare, right? Flashcards or visuals featuring images of various travel destinations. Choose the destinations that cover a range of budgets, including budget-friendly options. Ensure the visuals are captivating and representative of the locations. Okay. Then it goes to introduction. Begin the warm activity by explaining to the students that they will be playing a game called Guess the Destination. Okay, so that's sort of teacher modeling. We're going to insert that into the lesson planning template as well. Tell them that you will show them images of different travel destinations and the task is to guess the name of the destination based on the picture. Presentation. Show the flashcards or visuals one by one to the students. Display each image for a brief period, allowing them enough time to guess. Right, so that's, and then it goes on here by saying reveal the destinations. Okay, follow up discussion. So you don't have to make your warmer necessarily this long. Say if you're doing an online lesson, you can actually just show them the pictures if it's a one-on-one student and engage a little bit, get them to guess the answers and that, but it gives you very clear steps, as you can see. Right, so now that you've gone through this, we're going to go straight back to your lesson planning template. Now, I also want to mention here, if your school requires you to write general lesson objectives, you can ask ChatGPT to generate that for you as well. But over here where we have to specify the lesson objectives, what they'll be doing in each step, we're just going to summarize it by going back to ChatGPT because this will be your first lesson planning stage, right? So here we can say the students, or if you have a one-on-one student, the students will guess travel destinations by looking at the pictures, and the teacher is going to model, right? So you're going to model what they should be doing and what this activity is about. Right, so that's the lesson objective over here, and then we're going to go to our second part of the lesson planning template. So over here you have to specify number one is a warmer. Right, what is the warmer about and what are they going to do during the warmer? So here I would suggest, to make your life easy, is to copy and paste what ChatGPT said. This is why we're using it, is to make our lives a bit easier and to give us less admin work. Okay, so let's go back to ChatGPT then. So remember that a lesson sequence is more detailed than a lesson plan, right? So I would suggest copying this part over here about what you're going to do. We're going to copy that. Then we're going to go straight back to our lesson plan in the warmer. Over here. Paste it. So this is what you're going to do, right? Show the flashcards or visuals one by one to the students. Okay. That's it. Now over here you can also, if you want to be that detailed, you can actually paste one example of the image, right? So you can find an example of one of your materials that you're going to use and then paste that over here. Okay, so then also when we go back to our lesson planning during the warmer stage, right? Remember, after this we have to say lesson sequences, warmer, engagement, practice and application. During the warmer, you can just add this part here that you've added. Okay. And I would suggest just writing a bit more about it. Remember to make your fonts the same and the same color as well, especially after you've done it all. Okay, so here you can basically just say that you're going to do guess the destination warmer. Okay. And then you can give a short description. And that's basically it. Right, so that is our warmer stage of the lesson. So let's go over to the next part then. So next up we have the engagement stage of the lesson, and we're going to choose an activity by using ChatGPT and use innovation. Okay, so then again, go back to your ChatGPT account. Right, so remember to go into the same chat. It's a very specific reason for that. It's going to remember what you said, so you don't have to make your question as specific as the first one. So what you can do here is just say, the second step of my lesson is engagement. Can you give me examples of activities I can use during this lesson? I'm going to show you a more specific question after this. But let's just say this is general. You have no idea what you actually want to do during this stage and you want some innovative, creative ideas. Let's see what it gives us. And again, it comes up with some brilliant ideas that we wouldn't even think of. It's amazing actually how this works. So here are a few engagement activities you can use during the second step of your lesson on budget-friendly travel destinations. So it gives you pair discussions and tells you exactly what to do. Divide the students into pairs and provide them with a list of questions related to budget travel destination. Each pair can take turns asking and answering the questions, discussing their personal experiences, preferences, or dream destination. So that's sort of a pair discussion introduction type of activity, and you're going to practice. What kind of skill are you going to practice there? Listening and speaking, right? So that's a good one. Over here we have travel bucket list. That's also great. Ask the students to create their own travel bucket list consisting of budget-friendly destinations they would like to visit. Provide them with a template. Right, so remember to add that to your materials that you have to create, this template, right? Or a blank sheet of paper they can write or draw their chosen destinations. Allow them to share their list with a partner. So that's another one. Brochure creation over here. Budget travel tips exchange. That's a good one. Ask the students to form small groups or pairs and share their best budget travel tips and tricks with each other. So most of these are listening and speaking activities, as I see here, right? Some of them include writing. Encourage them to discuss the effectiveness of these tips and share my Okay, there we go. I guess the destination quiz. So we've already done that in a warmer. We're going to skip that. Travel stories exchange. So you can choose one. Now say you don't like any of these ideas and you actually just wanted to introduce the students to the vocabulary here. So you can ask questions like, can you give me an example of complex adjectives? Remember, it's upper intermediate. Used to describe destinations in the topic. Okay, let's see what it gives us. Okay, perfect. Brilliant. It gives you some great complex adjectives here. So then you can use this, say you actually want to do a specific activity, you had that in mind. I want to do a vocabulary introduction during my engagement stage and introduce them to these type of adjectives: picturesque, vibrant, enchanting. Okay, so say you want to do this. You want to do adjectives and a vocabulary introduction. Okay, so then we're going to go to our template now. Now here you have all of the vocabulary listed, but you have to create materials again, or you can write them on the board. I would just suggest writing these adjectives on the whiteboard, sorry, and then get the students to make sentences or even print out pictures and match them to these adjectives, right? One of those. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to go straight back to our lesson template and let's see how many words we have here. 10 adjectives. So here, straight back to our lesson plan, the second part. Okay, so first the teacher over here is going to model complex adjectives. And then also model the task to students. What are the students going to do? They're going to discuss the adjectives and then they're going to match pictures from the warmer. So you don't have to do, see, you're making your life easy here. This goes to show you that I'm quite experienced at this. So what you're going to do is use the same pictures as in the warmer, right? So you don't have to print out new pictures and get them to match these with the adjectives. Match pictures from warmer with adjectives. And what you can do here is make it a pair work activity as well. So that would be listening and speaking, right? We just have to make sure that we get all of the language learning skills into this lesson, because it is an integrated skills lesson. So that's the objective. Let's go down. Engagement. First engagement activity over here. Okay, so what we're going to do here is just say engagement 1. Let's summarize it. Vocabulary introduction. And picture matching using complex adjectives. Right, that's the engagement 1. You're going to go over here. You've done your warmer. Now you're going to do engagement, vocabulary expansion or introduction, whatever you want to say there. I would say expansion. And this is engagement, right? Okay, so over here I would just suggest copying this here. Okay, I'm just fixing it up a little bit. Okay, let me just move this. All right. Okay, so let's specify then adjectives and picture match. You can give examples then. You're going to learn 10 complex adjectives. See, a lesson sequence is very detailed, right? So now you're going to have to specify them. Okay. Vibrant. Actually, let's just copy and paste that. Okay, so yeah, you can just copy and paste the words, right? Paste that. Go to 2. Paste it. Right. Again, make sure about the font to change the font. So that font is Times New Roman. So let's just keep it like that. Times New Roman, and the size as well, 14. That's better. Alright, so you're going to add all of your adjectives here, 10 of them, right, that we saw in this lesson, or on ChatGPT, sorry, charming, all of that, majestic. You're going to add all of that to the second one. Okay, etc. So that's your second engagement stage. So you can always do 2 engagement stage activities. It doesn't matter, that's up to you completely. So this lesson is about 45 minutes. So let's just do 1 activity for the engagement stage and then head straight onto the practice stage and dive into that. So now, after we've done the engagement stage of the lesson, we're going to go over to the practice stage, and here we're going to do 3 different activities because I want to show you guys some examples of what you can do here and how you can be more creative here as well and get ChatGPT to help you out. So the first activity we're going to do is a reading and writing activity, and that's just going to be a gap fill. And this gap fill is going to be of the adjectives that we did during the engagement stage. So here they're going to practice what they learned in the engagement stage and do a gap fill activity. So first, I quickly want to go over to our lesson plan template before we go to ChatGPT. So as you can see, I've added some of the details here. I've just changed the font to make it all the same font. And we are still where we were at in the previous lesson. Of the engagement phase, I've written down warmer engagement, so we're going to do the practice now, and at the tasks and activities we've done the warmer, we've explained that, and I just added all of the adjective that we used in the engagement stage. So next up we're going to do a writing and reading activity with a gap fill included. So then let's start over here. Writing and reading. So this would be practice. Oh, I don't want to do a 4 over there. This would be practice 1, right? Okay, writing and reading. And what we're going to do here is a gap fill. And it's going to be about the complex adjectives that was taught in the engagement stage. And I'm going to copy and paste some examples after we've done with the ChatGPT. So let's log into your ChatGPT. So during the engagement stage, we asked ChatGPT to give us 10 complex adjectives that we can explain and teach to our students, and it did give us that. So after that, we're going to ask ChatGPT, can you give or create a gap fill activity for the students using these adjectives mentioned above? Remember, it does remember what you said or what you asked the last time. So you can just say mentioned above, and let's see what it generated for us. Okay, as you can see, perfectly done. Instructions: fill in the gaps with the appropriate complex adjective from the word bank. It gives you the word bank over here, right? And then it gives you the gap fill. If you want more than 10 questions, you can also ask him for a specific amount of questions. But that's perfectly done. So we're also going to add this gap fill into our materials later on when I show you the full lesson plan on materials included on a PowerPoint presentation. We're going to copy and paste this gap fill activity. But for now, we just want to give 2 examples for our lesson plan, right? So we're going to go back to our lesson plan. And over here, copy and paste the examples of the gap fill. Right. On the numbers, don't want to add that. Okay, so we can change the font again. Okay, that's basically it, right? So that's your writing and reading, pretty simple activity. And that's it. So remember, we're going to do the gap fill in the lesson plan as well, where I'm going to show you guys how the full lesson plan looks on a PowerPoint presentation in the materials part. But for now, let's go to the second activity of practice. So after having done the first practice activity, we're going to go to the second one during the practice stage. And over here, we're going to do a listening and speaking activity. The reason I'm doing this is firstly because it's an integrated skills lesson. Remember that. So we should be paying attention to adding all of the language learning skills in this lesson. And then secondly, I just want to show you guys how to do this. It's quite interesting. So firstly, let's go to the lesson plan template. So then over here, we're going to insert the listening and speaking activity. This is also going to be practice 2, right? And what we're going to do here is we're going to do a YouTube video. But before we do that, firstly, we're going to do pair work. We're going to put the students into pairs of 2. Okay. And then we're going to do some pre-listening questions. So that's before we watch the video. Remember, teaching listening and speaking or reading requires you sometimes to do some pre-listening activities. That's very good for the students. Then they're going to listen to the video and make notes. Remember to keep them engaged. So they're going to make notes here as well while listening to the video, right? And then after that, we're going to do some post listening questions. So it's basically listening and speaking. They're going to have a discussion about this as well. So that's it. And I just want us to go back to the objectives as well, because we need to fill in the practice stage over here, right? So the previous activity that we did was writing and reading. So what will the students do? What did they do here? They had to complete a gap fill activity. Models. Okay, so the teacher is just going to model. When I say model, again, I mean that you're going to explain to them how to complete the gap fill activity, right? So that's it. And then now we're going to do the listening and speaking. They're going to listen to video, make notes, and answer questions. And the teacher is going to model task, play video, and have a bit of a discussion with the students. And that's it. So now we can go over to our ChatGPT stage where we're going to see the YouTube video. So you can see here I've added the link over here already. So I think we should firstly look at that video. Let me show you guys the link here. So this is the video that I'm going to add from YouTube. You can see the name of the video here, Best Budget Travel Destinations, and it's by Island Hopper TV. So that is the link of the YouTube video, and what I'm going to do over here is firstly note that ChatGPT cannot actually listen to the video. Not yet. We'll see how it goes in a few months. It might be able to do that, but for now what you're going to do is give him the info of the video. So you're going to go to show more, and here you can see the video description. Here it adds, he added all of the travel destinations that he spoke about. Okay, so what you're going to do here is copy and paste the description of the YouTube video, and then we're going to insert that into ChatGPT. So I've inserted the video link over here, and I've said this is a description of the YouTube video I want my students to watch during the lesson. The topic of the ESL lesson is budget traveling. Oh, I see I made a mistake here. But in any case, I just wanted to show you this part as well. Now over here, it can give you some examples of activities you can do for this video, like a pre-listening activity, right? Pre-listening activity, like over here. It says you can do a vocabulary preview, multiple choice questions, right? Can do some multiple choice questions like here. According to the video, what are the 3 stages for budget traveling? Fill in the blank activity. So it gives you some examples over here after you've inserted the video description. Okay, so here is the full video description with the destinations included that I copied and pasted from YouTube until here. And then you can see I asked over here, can you create 5 conversational questions that can be used for ESL students on an intermediate level? I also again named the proficiency level. The topic for the lesson is budget traveling. So now it's going to generate questions from the video description and from what I asked over here. Okay, so over here are the questions. Have you ever traveled on a limited budget? Share your experience and any budget travel tips that you've learned. Among the destinations mentioned in the video, which one would you most like to visit and why? How do you think you can travel there on a budget? What are some advantages of budget traveling? Can you think of any challenges or drawbacks? Do you prefer to stay in budget accommodations like hotels or more expensive options? Share your reasons and experiences. So you can see that these are some well thought out questions, and the students, they're definitely going to enjoy discussing this. Okay, so now I have to decide what would I like to do for the pre-listening and what I would like to do for the post-listening, right? So say if I decide to do only pre-listening, I want to do 3 questions. So I want to do number 1. Obviously, we can't do that one because they haven't seen the video yet. We can do this one and this one. So we're going to do that for a pre-listening activity, those questions. And then for a post-listening activity, we're going to go back to the examples that it gave us here. Some discussion questions. And I also want to add this multiple choice question over here. According to the video, what are the 3 strategies for budget traveling? I want to add that one as well. Right. Okay, and here you can also see you can also use these ones if you want as a pre-listening activity. So it's given you quite a few questions for post and pre-listening. So it doesn't really matter which ones you choose the ones that you feel are suited or well suited to your students, especially if you know them, right? So that's it. You're going to do the pre-reading. We're going to see these questions later on, again in the PowerPoint line where I've added the entire lesson. So over here in practice stage activity number 3, I'm going to show you guys how to create a sort of a assessment-based question, matching the countries to the descriptions that you can totally generate with ChatGPT. So firstly, let's go over to that lesson plan template and just check where we're at. So we've done the listening and speaking 1, practice 2, and now we're going to do a question matching question. And this you can describe as practice number 3. You can also add over here, if you want, that this would be writing and reading, right? Don't always have to give a full description, depending on what your school or your language center or your online company requires of you. But lesson planning is not just for them, it's also for you to keep track of what you have to do during your lesson and to make your lesson run smoothly. It's pretty important for that as well. That's why it's best to add these activities and add as much info as you can on your lesson plan so you know exactly what to do, especially if you're a new teacher. Okay, so over here, describe the activity. So we can say it's a question match activity, and we're gonna match the countries to their descriptions, right? So let's just go upward to our modeling stage over here. So what are the students going to do? We're going to read the question and match the countries. The teacher. So what you can do here is, depending on the level of your students, but these are upper intermediate students, but you can do a quick activity where you give them a bit of more information about the countries just summarized, or you can just leave that out and assume that they will know the answers by only watching the video, right? So that's up to you. I think I'm just going to model the task because it is upper intermediate, and afterwards show them the answers and discuss. You're going to discuss the answers as well. You can do this either individually in pair work or in group work. Alright, let's go over to ChatGPT and generate that table for us. So as you can see, I've asked the question, can you create an assessment question? Oh, I haven't spelled very well here, sorry about that, but where the students have to match the countries to their descriptions. Okay, then it generates the assessment questions for you. Match the countries with the descriptions table 1, table 2 by writing the corresponding letter next to the country. So here it gives you the countries and the descriptions, and now they have to match alphabet letters to the numbers. Once the students have matched the countries, you can go over the answers together, which is what I'm going to do, right? Okay, so if you want to generate some answers, I've asked the question over here. Let me just go to that part. Well, you can see I'm not the best typer. I make a few typos sometimes, but even if you do that in ChatGPT, it can still understand what you want. So over here I've asked, can you insert a table with the countries named in the video? And in table 2, information or a short description about the country. So you're going to use this as answers after the students have completed the previous task. You can also see in my question, the more information I give, I want a table for the countries and I want table 2 for the information or a short description. The more information you give ChatGPT, the more accurate it's going to be on what you are looking for. So here it generated countries. Here's the table, right? See, it gives you the exact description from that previous question. And then we're going to copy and paste this later into our materials in activity 3. And you're going to show the students this and then just discuss. And that will be your last practice activity. Alright, and then we're at the end of our lesson. Over here in the application stage, we're going to combine the 4 skills in this activity by asking the students to do a presentation based on the lesson topic, right? So we're also going to ask ChatGPT for some examples or ideas of what the students can do during their presentation. And we're going to use this presentation to do a formative assessment for the students. So we're actually going to grade them based on their presentation. And we're going to do a full assessment rubric as well that ChatGPT is going to generate for us on how to grade the students. But before we get to all of that, let's go to our lesson plan template first and see where we're at over there. Okay, so if we've added everything over here, read the question and match the countries. And now the last one, the students will plan their group presentation. I would not suggest them doing this individually. Okay, and then after that they're gonna present. So this might take you an extra lesson because let's be honest, 45 minutes is not enough for the students to plan their presentation as well as actually present. So just make sure if you have the time for that. And what you're going to do here is you're actually going to model the future tense to the students because they're going to use this during their presentation. So I'll show you guys how we can generate materials for that as well. Model the future tense. You're going to model the topic for presentation and you're going to show them the grading system or rubric. They want to know, students want to know what they're being assessed on. Okay, so that's basically it. Over here, you're going to listen to their presentations and grade them. Alright, so that is the full out lesson. Now I want us to go back to this part over here. We haven't inserted the practice stage yet, so I want us to do that. So we have activity 1, a gap fill. Reading and writing. Then we have activity 2. Here we have a video lesson, listening and speaking. And then we have the last one, activity number 3, match countries. Again, reading and writing. Right, so that's how far we are, or where we're at with that. We've done the practice. Now over here, go to the activities. We're at our last stage now, the application. Okay, let's first state the activity and say here, presentation, and this is application. Okay, so the students are going to plan. First, they're going to make notes, right? About the future tense and presentation topic. Now, during this, you can also discuss the topic with them just to give them some ideas of what they can do. Then they're going to plan the presentation in groups, and lastly, they're going to present. And remember to add that there will be an assessment, formative. You can choose what you want to do, formative, or if you want to make it a formal one as well. Right, so that's our presentation stage, and that will also be our last stage of this lesson. So we can just delete that, and next up we're going to go, after this we're going to go to the materials, right? So let's do the presentation one. We're going to go over to ChatGPT. Firstly, we're going to ask him to create a future tense table for us to help us explain this to the students. Then we're going to ask for topics about the presentation. And lastly, we're going to ask for assessment information and a rubric that we can use during the student's assessment. Alright, so that's it. Let's go to ChatGPT. Okay, so this is where we stopped. From here, we're going to go to the question. I've asked, can you give me 5 suggestions of topics for the student's final lesson stage about this topic? Let's first see what it generates from here and whether or not we have to give it extra information. Group presentation. It's giving some good examples. So we don't want to do the reflective writing one, although you can do that. That's a pretty good one as well, especially if you want to do some sort of assessment and you want to grade them. That's also a pretty good one. But let's look at the suggestions. So they have group presentations. Divide students into groups and assign each group one of the budget travel destinations mentioned in the video. Have each group prepare a short presentation highlighting the key attractions, budget-friendly activities, and travel trips for the assigned destination. Okay, so remember that we want them to use the future tense. Okay, so keep that in mind, but let's look at this again. This is a good one, travel blog or vlog. Students have to create their own blog or vlog entry about a budget travel experience. They'll enjoy this. They can write a blog post or record a video sharing their personal budget travel trips. So again, that's not really about the future tense, that's more the use of the past tense, but yeah, you can do that as well. So what I'm gonna ask him over here, can you give me examples of topics where the students will be required to use the future tense? There we go. See, you have to give it more information sometimes if you're looking for something specifically. But if you're looking for ideas in general, the last question was perfect for that, because it did generate some pretty creative ideas there for us that we can use. Career goals, no. Environmental conversation, pretty relevant to today's time, right? Future technology, oh, I like that one. Ask students to imagine and describe future technological advancements and their potential impacting society. See, this is not really about the topic that we've done, right? So I would say number 1 is the most relevant, future travel plot. Ask students to imagine and share. So I would say that number 1 is the most relevant one, the future traveling plans, right? Ask students to imagine and share their future plans. Here they're going to use the future tense. They can discuss the general destinations. Okay, so you can divide them into groups here, encourage them to use the future tense because you are going to model that before they do the planning. So I think this topic is perfect then. We're going to use this one. Future travel plans. Right, so copy and paste that into our lesson plan if you want to, because I think this just gives a bit of background information as well. We'll change that later. So that's the topic. Just change the font later. I won't do that now. So what I want us to do here is for the future tense, for the presentation that you'll have to model as the teacher, I want us to generate a table for that you can either print out, put on a PowerPoint, or write on the whiteboard for the students. Okay. So what I've asked it here is, can you generate a table explaining how, again typo, to use the future tense in this presentation, using will or verbs, etc. Again, let's see what it generates for us. Taking a bit of time here, maybe I've confused it a little bit. Let's just see if we have to elaborate on that or if it's enough information for ChatGPT. Sometimes the system is also a bit slow, so oh, here it says, please allow other responses to complete. Oh, okay. Let's just regenerate response. Oh, it doesn't want to. You see, this can sometimes happen and you should be aware of it as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is just copy this one and paste it into the answer. Okay, so I've just refreshed it and that was enough, it seems. So it's exactly the same question. It gave pretty good answer over here. It generated the table for you, right? So here's a table explaining how to use the future tense, will and verbs in the presentation about budget traveling. I will explore Vietnam next year. She will book a budget-friendly accommodation. So you're going to model this for the students, right? Simple will, future with will and negation. Question, right? Using adverbs of time. I will definitely save money on accommodations. Future with will and verb phrase. I will be exploring historical sites in Egypt. Future with will and modal verbs. I will have to budget my expenses carefully. So you're going to model and explain this to the students before they start planning their presentation, right? So that's pretty important as well. And I think this is perfect. There's nothing I would change about this. And we're going to copy and paste this right onto our materials. So that is it for our entire lesson. It's perfectly planned, I think. And next up, we're going to look at creating the materials, where we're going to combine all of this now and put it on a PowerPoint slide. So now getting to our material development stage. So over here, I've created the full lesson that we did lesson planning for. As you can see, the first page, I've put it all on a PowerPoint presentation. All the materials and tables that we've created for the lesson plan will be included here. So whether or not you want to teach this lesson online, one-on-one, you can improvise and just make the lesson well suited for that specific student or students. So if you're going to teach online, the best thing you can do is create a sort of PowerPoint presentation similar to this one. So the first one just gives us the lesson information from the lesson plan. As you can see, General English, the duration is 45 minutes. Age group is adult, level of students, upper intermediate. Lesson topic, popular budget travel destinations. So then firstly we have our warmer that we did in lesson planning. Guess the travel destinations and the 10 pictures we have to create for that. Over here you can see on this side the table that I've copied and pasted from ChatGPT directly that gave us all of the names of the countries. And then it says here these destinations offer a combination of affordability and unique experiences, making them great options for travelers on budgets. Remember to check current travel advisories and plan your trip accordingly. Enjoy your travel. So over here you can just discuss some of these words with the students if they're not familiar with them. And after that you're going to show them this table, right? And then you're going to have your travel destinations over here with a picture. Guess the travel destinations by looking at the picture. So then you're going to have your background of the travel destination and get the students to go back to the table and guess which one it is from the table. Give them a bit of time and then show them the answers. So you're going to have 10 of these pictures, and these pictures you're also going to use in your second activity. Now the second activity is the engagement stage, of course. Over here we'll be discussing complex adjectives. You can see the table over here that again I've copied and pasted from ChatGPT directly. It gave us the description of the different adjectives and how we can use them in a sentence. So it would be best to discuss this with the students beforehand to give them a bit of idea of what the adjectives mean and how they can use them in sentences. Now during this engagement activity, we're also going to match pictures again to the best suited adjective from this list. So then you can use the same pictures that you used in activity number 1, the warmer, and get them to match that to the pictures. You can do this in group or pair work. And then also important is of course to then show them the answers and discuss the answers with them. Then we go over to our practice activity. The first one was a gap filler. Instructions: fill in the gaps with the appropriate complex adjectives from the word bank to complete the sentences. Each adjective can only be used once. So here it gives us a list of the adjectives for the gap filler. And then we go over to our gap filler that ChatGPT has conveniently created for us. So we're just going to copy and paste this on here. So if you're teaching in a classroom-based situation, you're probably going to put this on a worksheet and print it out for the students. Or if you have to improvise at your school, you can also write it at the whiteboard, although it does require a lot of writing, so I would suggest just printing it out if you're not teaching online. Okay, so then they're going to do the gap fill activity. And after they've done it, again, you're going to discuss the answers with them that we also got via ChatGPT. Then we go over to our video listening activity, which is the next practice activity, listening and speaking. So I've decided to choose these questions for pre-listening discussion. Have you ever traveled on a tight budget? What are some tips or strategies you use to save money while traveling? And what do you think are the advantages and challenges of budget traveling? So if you're teaching this in a group type of situation, you're going to put the students into pairs and they must ask each other these questions and discuss it. Make sure that if it's in a classroom, you're going to walk around and observe and correct their mistakes here and there, give them ideas, right? If you're teaching one-on-one online, you're just going to ask these questions to the student directly. So after that, we're going to go ahead and play the YouTube video for them. So listen to the following video and make notes. Tell them to make notes in order to keep their attention on the video, especially in a classroom-based situation. Although it's adult, so the attention span is not going to be short or anything like that. But remember to always keep it engaging and interactive. So you're going to tell them, okay, this video is named Best Budget Travel Destinations in the World 2023, and we're going to have a look at it now. After that, you'll be answering some questions about the video, so make sure to make notes. This will also motivate them to listen to the video and make notes. So here are some of the questions I've chosen for the post-listening activity. First, it's an ABC choice question. According to the video, what are the 3 stages for budget traveling? Again, if you have a class-based situation, they can do this in pairs. If you're teaching a student online, you can do this one-on-one with the student. Among the destinations mentioned in the video, which one would you most like to visit and why? How do you think you can travel there on a budget? Now, while asking students these questions, I just want to mention to listen to what they say and also correct them. And if you have some grammar that they can use or better vocabulary words, give them ideas like that. Because you can't just ask them the questions and not correct their mistakes. Otherwise, they're not learning as well, right? Okay, so those are the post-listening questions. Now over here we have the match the countries table 1 with the descriptions table 2 by writing the corresponding letter to the country. So we have that activity over here. And I've put it all here on a PowerPoint. The countries was generated by ChatGPT, if you remember correctly. So I just put it on a PowerPoint slide. You can choose to put it on a worksheet, whatever suits your teaching situation. And over here, I've added all of the descriptions in practice 2, also generated for us by ChatGPT. Now, I know these can seem a bit small, so you can also put them on 2 slides if you think they are too small. And then you're going to do that with the students and, of course, show them the answers afterwards. And over here, you can see the country and information. You're going to discuss it with them as well and make sure they understand these answers. Then we finally have our final stage, which is the application stage, where I decided to choose a presentation for the students to do. And it is about future travel plans. Imagine and share your future travel plans. You can discuss the destinations you want to visit, activities you plan to do, and the experience you hope to have. Use the future tense to describe your intentions and aspirations. So this is the task that the students have to complete. If you're in a classroom situation, I would suggest also giving them group presentations or maybe just 2 people at a time. So then you're going to model the future tense for them that they will use. We've also generated all of these materials from ChatGPT, and I've just put it up here on a PowerPoint slide. So you can again also print it out. You can make it a bit bigger, but here you will have to demonstrate this to the students, discuss the future tense with them and how it is used. And then of course they're going to give the presentation. So we're going to create an assessment after this for the students on which we're going to assess their presentation skills based on this specific task. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to create that, and that will be the last thing we're going to add over here in our lesson before it's completed. Thank you. So over here, I just want to make sure you guys know how to add the materials part into your lesson plan, because even in a simple lesson plan that the school will require from you, you'll have to add materials over here. So let's quickly go back to the lesson and see what materials we have to add here. So if we go into the lesson, if you're going to use this specific one, you're going to say a PowerPoint presentation, right? So then you can add that. PowerPoint presentation. So if we go over to our warmer activity, what do we need here? So you're going to need a table, destination table, and your flashcards or pictures. Pictures of destinations and table. Right, next up, over here, complex adjectives. So the material is the table of the complex adjectives, right? And then also pictures of the destinations from our warmer and a worksheet to get them to match this, okay? So we're going to say, because we've already said pictures, we're just going to say a worksheet. If you're working in the classroom, if you're just teaching online, it's going to be simpler to add this, right? And table of complex adjectives. Next part over here is the gap fill activity that you're either going to put on PowerPoint slide or you're going to put it on a worksheet, so you can add that as well. Gap filler worksheet. So that's your next material. Okay, over here your pre-listening questions, your YouTube video, and your post-listening questions. So add over here pre and post-listening questions, YouTube video. Right, let's see the next one. So over here we're either going to do again a PowerPoint or a worksheet. So it's match the countries to the definitions, worksheets, and then we're also going to add this table describing the countries to our materials. So actually you're using a lot here. Okay, so it's again table of countries and info, and then worksheet. Worksheet 2. The next one is going to be the future tense that you're going to model to the students either from a PowerPoint presentation, the whiteboard, or from a worksheet if you want to print this out for them. So you can say your PowerPoint, the future tense examples, or printed sheets. And then of course the assessment materials. So what you're going to say here is just assessment rubrics. And that is how you add your materials. If we go to the last part of the lesson over here where it asks you to state the specific methods that you're going to use. So I want you guys to think of this a little bit. Which methods do you think we can use in this lesson? Okay, so firstly, task-based learning. because you've given them an assignment of presenting and planning the presentation, etc., right? So I would suggest putting task-based learning here, and of course communicative language teaching. Okay, so maybe you can think of some other methods as well that you can use here. You're not really going to use the TPR method, right? Okay, so I think that basically concludes this part. So in the last part of this lesson, we're going to look at creating assessment criteria, rubrics, and feedback to generate for the students on ChatGPT. So let's log into that ChatGPT account, and we're going to be here where we were last at. And now we're going to ask ChatGPT firstly to give us examples of criteria that we can actually assess the students on. So that's the question I decided to ask. Let's just make sure it gives us a good response over here. Right, so that seems pretty relevant, yes. It's usually what they're also assessed on in the IELTS exam. So it's very accurate. So you don't have to assess them on all of these criteria, but you can choose as well. Maybe you're in a situation where your school, language institute, online company is giving you the criteria for assessment, right? But if you are a freelance teacher teaching online, or you're a teacher at your school and you are they require of you to do your own feedback, these are some of the criteria you can assess them on. Firstly, fluency and coherence. It even describes here how you should assess them. Assess how smoothly the students deliver their presentation and the overall flow of their ideas. So fluency basically, right? Consider if they are able to express themselves clearly. Okay. So that's one. I would definitely use that one. Vocabulary and language use. Very important. Grammar and sentence structure. This also becomes important because you specifically gave them instructions to use the future tense, right? So you have to make sure that they actually did listen to that part of the task. Pronunciation and intonation, always important in speaking, in assessing speaking, and in assessing presentations, content and organization. So this is going to be more about how their content is organized on the PowerPoint presentation. Presentation skills, time management, audience engagement. These are just general presentation assessment criteria, right? And overall impact and creativity. I think those are some pretty good ones. Okay, so it depends on how you want to do this assessment. Okay, so then we're going to ask ChatGPT to create a table for us. Can you create an assessment rubric with each of these criteria in a separate table and allow the teacher to assess the students from a score 1 to 5. Okay, let's just see what it gives us. I didn't correct my typos there. Sorry about that again. But let's see what it says. Okay. You can always change it if you don't like what it's given you. Okay, so over here it says from 1 to 5. So if it's only 1, limited fluency and lack of coherence, right? But if it's like 5, highly fluent and coherent. So it gives you a pretty good description, and you're going to use this because you have to model this to the students as well and explain to them what they are going to be assessed on. So that is fluency, vocabulary and language use, grammar and sentence structure, pronunciation and intonation, content organization. Okay, and then you can go on. So this is perfect. I think what you can do here is, I would suggest putting it, if you're a classroom-based teacher, putting this on a word slide, right? And you're going to basically assess each student separately based on these tables. And I also suggest you explaining to the students what they will be assessed on. So you can either use these tables to explain that to them, right? Assessment rubric. So we're going to put that in the lesson as well, right? Okay, so as you can see here, I've created the PowerPoint slides using all of the criteria. Number 1, fluency and coherence. So you can model this to the students and show them what they will be scored on or assessed on. Then I've chosen vocabulary and language use. Again, shows it perfectly, and you can print this out for yourself, luckily to use, so you don't even have to do that. On grammar and sentence structure over here. Okay, and then pronunciation and intonation. And then lastly, I wanted to show you guys how it looks if I copy and paste this directly from ChatGPT. So I left it open. So if we go back to ChatGPT, that's the part I'm going to copy and paste, content and organization. So you can see I'm copying it over here. And then I'm going to my PowerPoint slide and I'm pasting it. Okay, so that's what it looks like. You can see the table is already created. I'm not creating the tables, right? I'm just moving them around a bit and making them smaller perhaps so they can fit into the specific slide. But the table is already created for me. So it's really not a lot of work at all. It's very helpful for teachers. Usually you have to do this by yourself, write all of it down. So it's really so great that we can use this now to save us some time. Actually, just want to get this one out of here. Okay, there we go. Alright, so that is basically it. Criteria number 5 as well, content and organization. So you're going to model this to the students before they actually deliver their presentation, and then you're going to grade them based on this. And this is your full lesson plan that includes an assessment and all of the integrated skills, as well as a variety of different activities. Some creativity is used here, and it's a very good, well planned out lesson. I'm also going to download it and then put it for you guys over here so you can download it if you want as well. Alright, thank you.
It's very clever and all that, but you could just phone me on my phone.
When one is avoiding the attention of Sherlock Holmes, one learns to be discreet, hence this place. Your leg must be hurting you. Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
You don't seem very afraid.
You don't seem very frightening.
Yes. The bravery of the soldier. Bravery is by far the kindest word for stupidity, don't you think? What is your connection to Sherlock Holmes?
I don't have one. I barely know him. I met him yesterday.
And since yesterday you've moved in with him and now you're solving crimes together. Might we expect a happy announcement by the end of the week?
Who are you?
An interested party.
Interested in Sherlock? Why? I'm guessing you're not friends.
You've met him. How many friends do you imagine he has? I'm the closest thing to a friend that Sherlock Holmes is capable of having.
And what's that?
An enemy.
An enemy?
In his mind, certainly. If you were to ask him, he'd probably say his arch-enemy. He does love to be dramatic.
Well, thank God you're above all that.
I hope I'm not distracting you.
Not distracting me at all.
Do you plan to continue your association with Sherlock Holmes?
I could be wrong, but I think that's none of your business.
It could be.
You really couldn't.
If you do move into 221B Baker Street, I'd be happy to pay you a meaningful sum of money on a regular basis to ease your way.
Why?
Because you're not a wealthy man.
In exchange for what?
Information. Nothing indiscreet, nothing you'd feel uncomfortable with. Just tell me what he's up to.
Why?
I worry about him constantly.
It's nice of you.
But I would prefer, for various reasons, that my concern go unmentioned. We have what you might call a difficult relationship.
No.
I haven't mentioned a figure.
Don't bother.
You're very loyal very quickly.
No, I'm not. I'm just not interested.
Trust issues, it says here.
What's that?
Could it be that you've decided to trust Sherlock Holmes of all people?
Who says I trust him?
You don't seem the kind to make friends easily.
Are we done?
You tell me. I imagine people have already warned you to stay away from him, but I can see from your left hand that's not going to happen.
My what?
Show me.
Don't.
Remarkable.
What is?
Most people blunder around this city and all they see are streets and shops and cars. When you walk with Sherlock Holmes, you see the battlefield. You've seen it already, haven't you?
What's wrong with my hand?
You have an intermittent tremor in your left hand. Your therapist thinks it's post-traumatic stress disorder. She thinks you're haunted by memories of your military service.
Who the hell are you? How do you know that?
Fire her. She's got it the wrong way around. You're under stress right now and your hand is perfectly steady. You're not haunted by the war, Dr. Watson. You miss it. Welcome back. Time to choose a side, Dr. Watson.
I'm to take you home. Dress?
Baker Street.